Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. The Zerg Emperor of the End of the World. Chapter 31. Boom. The oil in the oil depot suddenly spurted out, and a thick meat pillar sprang out among the oil. The soldier who went to check was swallowed by the meat pillar in less than a second. With a click, as the meat pillar's huge mouth moved, the soldier swallowed into its mouth had become pieces of meat, and blood-red liquid splashed out, accompanied by internal organs, which made the soldiers who saw this scene numb their scalps. If they hadn't remembered that they couldn't shoot at the oil depot, they would have been unable to hold back and shot. The spurted oil fell, and people could only see the full picture of the meat pillar. The body was 2 meters wide and more than 30 meters long, red all over, without eyes or nose, and the head had a round mouth with shark-like teeth that were sunken in circles. This terrifying creature was like an earthworm magnified countless times, and its huge size was terrifying. The mutant earthworm that had swallowed a soldier turned its head and stared at another soldier. Although the mutant earthworm had no eyes, the soldier who was stared at by the mutant earthworm still felt goosebumps, and his back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. "Retreat!" Shu Gang shouted. Dozens of soldiers knew that they could not shoot or fight here. They had to go outside to have a chance. Moreover, the terrain here was narrow and there was no room for dodging, which was not conducive to the army's battle. Before Shu Gang's soldiers left, Wang Jin had already taken the lead and rushed out of the oil depot with Chen Dong. Wang Jin was not afraid of the mutant earthworm, but was afraid that some soldiers could not help but shoot, which would cause the oil depot to explode. He was not able to survive the violent explosion. Shua, seeing the prey escape, the mutant earthworm twisted its huge body and crawled at a very fast speed. 7 or 8 soldiers entered the mutant earthworm's stomach before they ran out of the gas station. The mutant earthworm, with its mouth full of blood and minced meat, was even more excited. Because it could not climb the stairs, it directly broke through the wall of the gas station and crawled out of the oil depot. Outside the oil depot, Wang Jin found a high ground to stop. Chen Dong, who was carrying a metal pillar, said excitedly, "Brother Wang, let me crush that big earthworm. I don't know if such a big earthworm can be eaten." Wang Jin rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "Chen Dong, how can you associate everything with eating? That earthworm drilled out of the oil, and I don't know how long it has been in the oil. I guess it smells like gasoline all over its body. Do you want to eat gasoline?" "Oh, so that's the case. Forget it, gasoline doesn't taste good." Wang Jin. At this time, the remaining troops had also come out and set up 100 meters outside the oil depot, with bullets loaded and bayonets installed, waiting for the mutant earthworm to appear. Fire! Seeing the mutant earthworm crawling out of the gas station, Shu Gang, who had no scruples, directly ordered the soldiers to shoot. The soldiers had already aimed at the mutant earthworms rushing over, and pulled the trigger when they received the order. In an instant, dozens of guns formed a metal barrage. The mutant earthworms were huge and could not resist the penetration of bullets. Blood holes appeared on their bodies and they could not be approached at all. Roar! The mutant earthworm roared non-stop after being hit, and its body kept rolling on the ground, trying to avoid bullets, but it was not the Bat King. It was huge and slow in movement. The soldiers could hit such a large target with their eyes closed, so no matter how the mutant earthworm dodged, bullets would hit it. Moreover, this mutant earthworm was not like other mutant beasts. It had low defense. When it was hit by bullets, it would leave a blood hole. Other mutant beasts had high defense. Ordinary bullets were basically ineffective. The damage was equivalent to tickling them. The Bat King was the best example. It was invulnerable to swords and guns and had a flexible body. The army had no way to deal with it. Wang Jin did not expect that this mutant earthworm was a silver-like wax spearhead. It looked good but was useless. It looked fierce but not as powerful as the Bat King. It was beaten by the army in a few hits and fled with its head in its arms. It was covered in blood and looked miserable. Until the soldiers' magazines were used up, the mutant earthworm with hundreds of bullets in its body was still alive. Wang Jin was slightly stunned. The blood was all over the ground. How could the mutant earthworm still be alive? Moreover, it was not only alive, but also had the energy to attack the army. After careful observation, Wang Jin was shocked. The bullet holes on the mutant earthworm were healing quickly. A bullet hole would stop bleeding in less than 10 seconds, and the wound would be restored to its original state after 1 minute. So although the army's offensive was fierce and caused a lot of damage to the mutant earthworm, the mutant earthworm's recovery speed was not slow at all. When the army's magazine was exhausted, the mutant earthworm rushed forward again, and took advantage of the moment when the army changed ammunition to quickly swallow the approaching soldiers. The soldiers who were close to them had no ability to resist at all. The mutant earthworm opened its huge mouth and swallowed the whole person alive. Even the guns in the hands of the soldiers were no exception. The steel guns were directly bitten and swallowed, absolutely not wasting a bit. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen soldiers died. If the soldiers were not dispersed, there would be more deaths. The soldiers' gun barrels were burned red, but the mutant earthworms were still fine. The damage speed of the bullets was not as fast as the recovery speed of the mutant earthworms. Shu Gang's face turned pale. He watched the excellent soldiers being killed by the mutant earthworms. His face twitched with pain. He turned to look at Wang Jin and said dissatisfiedly, "Wang Jin, if you don't take action, are you going to wait until all my soldiers are dead? Tell your soldiers to stop firing. My velociraptors are ready to go." Wang Jin's face was not good either. He received protection money from others, but did not fulfill his responsibilities. So many soldiers died. Isn't this a slap in Wang Jin's face? He immediately controlled all the velociraptors to attack. Hundreds of velociraptors surrounded the mutant earthworms, staring at the mutant earthworm in the center with eager eyes, crouching low, ready to charge. Shu Gang also withdrew his soldiers and hid beside Wang Jin. Roar, 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 the roars of hundreds of velociraptors sounded, and the mutant earthworms seemed to feel the threat of the velociraptors, curled up into a ball, swayed their heads back and forth, and made a defensive posture. "Come on." Wang Jin waved his hand, and hundreds of velociraptors bared their fangs, screamed and rushed forward, instantly covering the mutant earthworms, and submerged the huge mutant earthworms under the swarm of insects. Pieces of flesh and blood were torn off, streams of blood spurted out, and velociraptors were swallowed one by one. The battle entered a white-hot stage as soon as it began. The velociraptors won in numbers, while the mutant earthworms were huge and had strong attacks. A velociraptor was swallowed by the giant mouth of the mutant earthworm. The giant mouth full of sharp teeth ground the velociraptor into minced meat. At the same time, two velociraptors climbed up the giant mouth of the mutant earthworm regardless of the danger of death, and their claws broke the tender mouth, and a large amount of blood spurted out. Although the two velociraptors were swallowed by the giant mouth in the next second, they also caused serious injuries to the mutant earthworm. The wounds several meters long were not bullet holes, and it was very difficult to heal. Hey ha! Seeing that the velociraptors were fighting excitedly, Chen Dong couldn't hold back his desire to fight. He carried the metal pillar and rushed forward with a big stride. He swung the steel pillar weighing hundreds of kilograms and smashed it hard on the head of the mutant earthworm. The huge force directly pushed the mutant earthworm back 2 steps, and its head was confused and swayed around. Taking this opportunity, the velociraptor launched a more fierce attack. The severe pain made the mutant earthworm clear its mind, regain consciousness, and shake off the velociraptor on its body. Seeing the human on the opposite side swinging the pillar again, the mutant earthworm, who had suffered a loss once, would not be fooled again. It swung its tail to knock the metal pillar and the human away. After being hit by the mutant earthworm's tail, Chen Dong's face turned pale, his chest ached slightly, and the metal pillar flew to the side, losing its fighting power. Chen Dong withdrew from the battle, but the velociraptors did not stop fighting. They continued to rush forward to attack. When the battle became fierce, the mutant earthworm could no longer crawl. Its entire body was pressed under the velociraptors, and it screamed in pain during the velociraptors' attacks. At this moment, the velociraptors had the upper hand in the situation. After all, the mutant earthworms could not beat 4 hands with 2 fists, and their resistance became weaker and weaker. Even if the mutant earthworms had *S recovery ability, they could not withstand the swift attacks of the velociraptors, and their recovery speed was far behind the destruction speed of the velociraptors. Roar! Just as the mutant earthworm was about to collapse and fall under the attack of the velociraptor, it suddenly roared, and flames burst out from its skin. At the same time, a pillar of flames shot out from its huge mouth, and more than a dozen velociraptors that stood in front of it were directly burned into charcoal. Even the velociraptors covering the mutant earthworm's body were burned and had to run away from the mutant earthworm, allowing the dying mutant earthworm to escape. What happened? Wang Jin was stunned. How could this mutant earthworm still spit fire? How terrible was the damage? Could this mutant earthworm have evolved into a monster? It could actually control fire like the monsters in the novel. After launching an attack, the mutant earthworm's upright body suddenly softened, and its mouth gasped violently. It seemed that the previous attack had definitely consumed a lot of the mutant earthworm, making the seriously injured body worse. Wang Jin's eyes lit up and he was about to order the velociraptor to attack again. Roar! Seeing the velociraptors start to surround it again, the mutant earthworm trembled, its huge head plunged into the ground, and its long body rotated, a big hole was drilled in the ground, and the depth was constantly increasing, trying to escape by digging a hole. Want to run? How could Wang Jin let him escape when the fat meat was in his mouth? He controlled the velociraptors to bite the exposed body of the mutant earthworm, and summoned the hydralisk at the same time. 5 bone spurs that broke the speed of sound were shot out, and 5 huge blood holes were opened in the tail of the mutant earthworm. But the hydralisk could only launch this attack. The whole body of the mutant earthworm disappeared into the hole at this time, leaving only a huge hole with a diameter of 2 meters on the ground. Seeing the mutant earthworm escape, Wang Jin cursed angrily. The cooked duck flew away, and Wang Jin was unwilling to accept it. He lost nearly 20 velociraptors, but got nothing in the end. Isn't it a big loss? At least he had to get the crystal core of the mutant earthworm back. Wang Jin was still very confident about catching up with the mutant earthworm. The toxins of the 5 bone spurs must have begun to take effect. Although the mutant earthworm is tenacious in life, the toxin may not kill it, but it will definitely make its body stiff and weak, and its speed will be greatly reduced, so it can't run far. At that moment, Wang Jin said to Shu Gang and Chen Dong, "Wait for me here, I will get rid of this earthworm." Without waiting for their reply, Wang Jin, under the protection of the velociraptor, drilled into the hole left by the mutant earthworm, leaving the 2 who had not yet reacted in place stupidly. Shu Gang was impressed by Wang Jin's boldness. It was unknown what dangers there were in this dark hole, and there was no light inside. Humans were almost blind inside. It would be a problem whether they could find a way out at that time, let alone fight. Shu Gang didn't know that Wang Jin, who could share the Zerg's vision, was not worried about these problems at all. As long as he could catch up with the mutant earthworm, Wang Jin would be sure to kill it. There was no light in the entire cave. Wang Jin, who relied on the Zerg vision to observe, walked slowly. The angle of the cave was tilted, and the ground was all wet soil. If you were not careful, you would slip and fall. It was very difficult to walk. As Wang Jin gradually went deeper, he found something wrong. The soil layer of the cave became dry and hard, and there was no new soil around. This didn't look like a newly dug cave at all. It should have existed underground before. Wang Jin remembered that this mutant beast was an enlarged earthworm. It loved to live in a cave underground. The cave it saw now should have been dug by the mutant earthworm before, and it had existed for some time. Thinking of this, Wang Jin's heart tightened. If this was the case, the mutant earthworm that did not need to drill a hole would increase its speed greatly, and it was very familiar with the terrain here, and might be able to get rid of his pursuit by relying on the terrain. This made Wang Jin very unhappy, and he ordered the velociraptor to carefully track the smell of the mutant earthworm and speed up the pursuit of the mutant earthworm. Following the smell of the mutant earthworm, although there were many forks along the way, Wang Jin did not lose the way thanks to the velociraptor's super sense of smell. Instead, through the perception of the velociraptor, the smell of the mutant earthworm became stronger and stronger. Wang Jin knew that he was not far from the location of the mutant earthworm. A few hours later, Wang Jin did not know how far he had chased underground. The air in the cave changed from the original hot and humid. From the information conveyed to Wang Jin by the velociraptor, Wang Jin knew that the distance between him and the mutant earthworm was less than 100 meters. As long as he chased for a while, he would definitely find the mutant earthworm hiding in the east and west. At this time, Wang Jin had become a mud man. His clothes were covered with mud and his original color could not be seen clearly. The same was true for his face. If it were not for his white teeth and dark eyes, no one would recognize that this was a person. The air in the cave was thin, breathing was difficult, and the soil was covered with various insects. Wang Jin did not know how many of them had climbed on him. This made Wang Jin very uncomfortable. He had no choice but to cover his head and speed up the pursuit. Wang Jin was furious at the mutant earthworm, the culprit of all this, and he would not be able to get rid of his hatred unless he cut it into pieces. He chased forward for a few hundred meters, and suddenly the velociraptor stopped chasing, squeaking around Wang Jin, conveying the message that the smell of the mutant earthworm had disappeared. How could it be possible? Wang Jin was shocked. He was about to catch up, so how could the mutant earthworm suddenly disappear? Wang Jin didn't believe it. Maybe the mutant earthworm hid somewhere to avoid the velociraptor's taste tracking. Wang Jin, unwilling to give up, chased for hundreds of meters. After turning a corner, he suddenly heard the sound of rushing water in his ears, and a wide underground river appeared in front of Wang Jin. The cold river water was clear and transparent, flowing quietly forward. The smell of the mutant earthworm disappeared here, because the river water can eliminate all smells. Wang Jin knew that the mutant earthworm must have escaped through the river water. Bang! A stone was kicked into the river by Wang Jin. Wang Jin grabbed his hair in frustration. The crystal core that was about to be in his mouth flew away. Wang Jin felt a headache when he thought about it. No one could accept that he had suffered so much casualties but got nothing. But what if he didn't accept it? Could it be that Wang Jin jumped into the river to chase it? Wang Jin's brain was still full of water. This was the first setback Wang Jin had suffered since he summoned the velociraptor. It gave Wang Jin a blow to his pride. He should never underestimate the enemy at any time. If he had sacrificed the hydralisk earlier, how could the mutant earthworm escape so easily? Just think of it as a lesson learned by spending 20 velociraptors, although the price of this lesson was too high. Since the mutant earthworm ran away, Wang Jin had to go back home, but as he walked, Wang Jin felt something was wrong. Because Wang Jin found that he was lost. He had gone through countless forks in the road before chasing the mutant earthworm. Wang Jin was anxious and forgot to mark it. As a result, reality taught Wang Jin another lesson: don't chase the enemy. If you want to chase, you must be cautious and vigilant. In desperation, Wang Jin could only use the dumbest way to find a way out, dispersing the velociraptors one by one and looking for a way out along the fork in the road. Half a day later, in a weedy wasteland, a huge hole covered with weeds slowly walked out of a lonely figure. This figure was covered in mud, with messy hair like a chicken coop, and only a pair of bright big eyes could still be seen. This person was none other than Wang Jin, who had been trapped underground for half a day. Looking up at the dazzling sunlight, Wang Jin felt a sense of seeing the sun again. The dazzling sunlight became so warm, and there was a fragrance between the swaying weeds that stirred his heart. This made Wang Jin's stomach growl. He touched his stomach and realized that he had not eaten for nearly a day. It seemed that he had to find a camp as soon as possible to solve the stomach problem. Looking at the direction of the sun, Wang Jin took a step and walked towards the camp. Reference mark reference mark reference mark. Reference mark reference mark reference mark. Reference mark reference mark reference mark. Xiao Li, run. Those thugs are catching up. On an abandoned road, two figures were fleeing in a panic. The one running in front was a man, about 25 or 26 years old, with a dirty face covered with whip marks, and bloodstains on his tattered clothes. Behind him, a woman of the same age and average appearance was running breathlessly. In addition to her face, her body was also covered with scars. Because women are born with poor physical fitness, the woman called Xiao Li is already lacking in physical strength and running slower and slower. Her speed is almost the same as that of a normal person walking. Uru, you go first, I can't do it anymore. Xiao Li's face was pale, her hands on her knees, looking at the man called Uru and said intermittently, "Give me the knife, I don't want to fall into the hands of those beasts again." Xiao Li, no, I won't abandon you. If we die, we will die together. Anyway, I won't live alone in this doomsday. Uru put the dagger in his hand behind his back and held it tightly. Uru, Xiao Li looked sad. Don't you know what will happen to me if I fall into the hands of those beasts? Do you want me to live in that kind of hell all my life and be humiliated all my life? I love you, Uru. As your girlfriend, I have always been very happy. Boom. Before Xiao Li finished her words, the sound of a motorcycle engine suddenly came from the road behind her. Xiao Li's face was pale. She pushed Lu, who was in tears, and said hysterically, "Let's go. If we don't go, there will be no chance. Lu Yongjun, do you want me to sacrifice in vain to be happy?" "No, The man Lu Yongjun picked up Xiao Li desperately and wanted to run with Xiao Li. Boom. It turns out that it is impossible for two legs to outrun two wheels, because with a person, the man's speed also slowed down, and he was soon caught up by the enemy behind him. More than a dozen motorcycles roared in, with two people sitting on each motorcycle. Although the 20 or so people were dressed differently, they all had various long and short cold weapons in their hands, and their faces were also fierce. Behind these people's motorcycles, 5 or 6 corpses were tied with iron chains. As the motorcycles started, they were dragged into a bloody mess. Judging from the painful expressions of these people, it is very likely that they were dragged to death by the motorcycles. Hee, run. Why don't you run? Oh, you are a pair of lovebirds with the same fate. What's the matter? You still want to live and die together. Hee, brother Dao, I will help you. The leader of the motorcycle team was a tall man with a scar on his face that almost split his entire face in half. This scar made him look ferocious and vicious, which was also the origin of his nickname. You scum, I will never let you go even if I die. Xiao Li saw that there was no hope of escape and cursed desperately. If you want to die, it's not that easy. Brother Dao laughed obscenely, and the others were also ready to fight, laughing obscenely. Lu Yongjun clenched his fists, his forehead veins bulged, raised the short knife in his hand and rushed towards Brother Dao fiercely. The short knife slashed down, but the experienced Brother Dao dodged it sideways and kicked Lu Yongjun away at the same time. He spurted out a mouthful of blood while still in the air. Alu, Xiao Li exclaimed, and took over Lu Yongjun in grief, tears flowing uncontrollably. Looking at Lu Yongjun who couldn't get up, Brother Dao twisted his fist, making a crisp sound and mocking Lu Yongjun, you want to kill me? When Brother Dao was on the road, you were still breastfeeding. You really overestimate your own abilities. Brother Dao is not someone you can meet. That's right, you don't know how to live or die. The thugs next to him knocked their weapons in their hands and cheered for Brother Dao, and Brother Dao was also very proud. He walked forward, grabbed Xiao Li's hair and lifted her up. Xiao Li's resistance was useless to Brother Dao, who was strong and healthy, and she could only struggle in vain. Well, the little girl has good skin. Brother Dao smiled lewdly and touched Xiao Li's face, and at the same time kicked Lu Yongjun who was crawling away and enjoyed it. Pooh, seeing that the resistance was ineffective, Xiao Li suddenly spit a handful of saliva on Brother Dao's face. Little fool, you don't want to live anymore. Brother Dao's face darkened, he raised his hand and slapped Xiao Li, knocking her to the ground, and said angrily, you actually want to die, I'll help you. As he said that, Brother Dao began to take off his belt, grinning, but you have to wait for me to enjoy it first. If I hadn't had a mission a few days ago, you would have been hiding until now, but it's not too late now. Brother Dao is mighty. Brother Dao, don't enjoy it alone. You eat the meat and the brothers just drink the soup. That's right, this little girl is the only one in our camp who hasn't been touched. The others are the boss's women, and this one can't be let go. The thugs cheered and pressed Lu Yongjun firmly to the ground, intending to let him watch his girlfriend being humiliated. Judging from their skilled techniques, it was obviously not the first time they did this. Xiao Li, Lu Yongjun's eyes were about to burst, and he wanted to struggle to get up, but he was beaten up by the thugs and laughed even louder. At this moment, a thug on the periphery suddenly said alertly, Brother Dao, we need to know the situation, there is a person over there. Brother Dao paused in unbuttoning his pants, frowned and turned his head to look, and sure enough, he saw a figure approaching from a distance. This person was covered in dirt, with a machete on his back, and his eyes were so sharp that people dared not look at him. Brother Dao pulled up his pants and called to the other thugs, brothers, let's go, we have fun again, let's go get rid of this guy first, and then come back to enjoy this woman. As he said that, he took the lead and mounted the motorcycle, stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward, while the other thugs tied up Xiao Li and Lu Yongjun and took them away, screaming and whistling, stepped on the accelerator and followed Brother Dao. The motors roared, and more than a dozen motorcycles rolled up dust. The people on the motorcycles were holding various weapons and shouting loudly. Wang Jin frowned and looked at the scene in front of him, thinking that he had encountered a lot of trouble today. The motorcycles roared and soon came in front of Wang Jin. These people did not stop, but rode motorcycles to surround Wang Jin, and waved their weapons to intimidate Wang Jin. Wang Jin was not moved at all, and still rushed forward on his own. Wang Jin, who had struggled for 2 months in the end of the world, had seen everything, and Wang Jin didn't take these thugs seriously at all. Maybe they had never seen such a bold survivor. When ordinary people saw their battle, they were either scared to turn around and run away, or they were trembling with fear and let them eat them. Even if there were resistance, they were not like the man in front of him. There was no fear in his eyes, and he ignored himself and others calmly. This made the thugs angry, and they stopped their cars one after another to block Wang Jin's way. Boy, you are quite courageous. Didn't you see your brother Dao? Can you take this road? Brother Dao leaned on the motorcycle in a very pretentious manner, took the cigarette handed by a thug next to him, lit it, and blew a beautiful puff of smoke rings, then threatened Wang Jin fiercely. Run quickly, my friend, these thugs are not good people, they will kill you. Xiaoli, who was tied behind the car, struggled and shouted at Wang Jin. She knew that it was difficult for her to survive. She was kind-hearted and didn't want others to accompany her and die at the hands of these thugs. At this time, Lu Yongjun was too seriously injured and had fainted after being bumped by the motorcycle all the way. Stop talking. The thug who was guarding Xiaoli pulled Xiaoli's hair and slapped her hard. After a few slaps, blood flowed from the corner of Xiaoli's mouth, which showed how heavy the thug's attack was. Wang Jin took a quick look and saw that the woman covered in bruises must have been persecuted by the thugs. Although Wang Jin was not worried about these thugs at all, he still secretly remembered the kindness of this woman. Boy, Brother Dao, I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf? You really deserve to be punished. Brother Dao saw that Wang Jin was slow to answer, and he shouted angrily, thinking that Wang Jin was really not giving him face by ignoring him like this. Wang Jin looked at the burly and ferocious man in front of him who called himself Brother Dao, and sneered, "What a shit, Brother Dao, you dare to call me brother in front of me." As soon as Wang Jin said this, the thugs' faces changed. They had never seen such an ignorant person. He was surrounded and dared to speak wildly. Who did he think he was? Did he fight 10 people alone? Brother Dao had a dark face and laughed in anger. Interesting. Interesting. This is the first time I have seen such a crazy person. Brothers, teach this ungrateful guy a lesson and bring him back to the camp to sacrifice to the boss to see if he is really so courageous. After hearing this, more than a dozen thugs grinned and approached Wang Jin with machetes and axes. For those who dare to resist, the thugs also have experience. They will never fight you one-on-one, but rely on the advantage of numbers to rush forward. After all, those who have been in the end of the world for so long and dare to resist are all ruthless characters. It is not surprising that they will be killed by carelessness. Wang Jin showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He did not pull out his machete, but reached his hand to his waist, lifted up his clothes and pulled them out, and pointed a black gun muzzle at the thug closest to him. Swish. The thugs all stopped walking. The comfortable expression on Brother Dao's face froze, the cigarette slipped quietly from the corner of his mouth, and the thug who was pointed at by Wang Jin had cold sweat on his forehead and dared not move. These thugs never expected that Wang Jin would have guns. You have to know that this is not the United States where guns are legal, but China where a machete can be used as a controlled weapon. Don't think that weapons are easy to get after the end of the world. Except for the military and police, other people, unless they have connections and skills, don't even think about getting these life-saving weapons. As for going to the police station and other places to rob, you think the zombies in the town are just decorations. Don't look at Brother Dao's people. They are numerous, but they don't have a gun in their hands, so they are so surprised and frightened when they see Wang Jin's gun. Brother, let's talk. Brother Dao's face twitched, hiding behind a few brothers, but his words were trembling. Let's talk. Wang Jin looked at Brother Dao with disdain, moved his fingers, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The thug who was targeted had a bloody hole on his forehead, and he fell down slowly with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Wang Jin had nothing to say about these thugs, because these people had been twisted by the end of the world, and killing one of them would reduce one more scourge in the world, so Wang Jin had no reluctance to pull the trigger, and he felt at ease. After dealing with a thug, Wang Jin turned the muzzle of the gun and aimed at Brother Dao who was hiding behind the crowd, scaring the other party to quickly shrink his head and avoid. Bang! The gunshot rang out, piercing the chest of a thug in front of Brother Dao, but because Brother Dao dodged quickly and Wang Jin's shooting skills were not good, Brother Dao was not hit. Seeing Wang Jin shooting at him regardless, Brother Dao was frightened and angry, and shouted at Wang Jin, "Is it great to have a gun? It's just a pistol. We have so many brothers, I don't believe you can kill them all. I will kill you when you change bullets. It's not too late to put down the gun and surrender now, otherwise." Bang! In response to Brother Dao, there was a gunshot, and another thug fell down. Wang Jin made his determination clear with his actions. "Don't be afraid, brothers. He only has a few bullets left in his pistol. Let's grab some weapons and kill him." Brother Dao saw that Wang Jin was so ruthless and didn't care about the threat of his own numbers. He also made up his mind and rushed over with a machete and a group of thugs. None of these thugs had many lives on their hands. They were forced hard by Wang Jin, which aroused the ferocity in their bones. They shouted loudly and rushed forward with weapons raised and howling. People have a herd mentality. Seeing that the boss rushed, these thugs also threw away their scruples and attacked under the threat of Wang Jin's gun. "Want to fight in a group?" Wang Jin laughed. Facing the attack of more than 20 thugs, Wang Jin was not arrogant enough to deal with it alone, but his strongest point was not his skills, but the Zerg. With a wave of his hand, ripples appeared in the surrounding space, and dozens of velociraptors appeared out of thin air. The velociraptors with bared fangs and claws stunned the thugs. What are these animals? Why do they look more terrifying than lions and tigers? Looking at the thugs with fear on their faces, Wang Jin smiled coldly. "Want to fight in a group? I'll accompany you." As soon as Wang Jin finished speaking, dozens of velociraptors rushed forward like hungry tigers, knocked down the thugs who couldn't stop, and tore them to pieces. The velociraptors attacked one by one, and wherever they went, there was blood and death. The thugs opened their eyes wide, and the pupils on the corpses seemed to reflect the killing figures of the velociraptors. The brutal and violent thugs were naturally unwilling to die. They waved their machetes and axes in their hands and chopped at the velociraptors. They were no match for the velociraptors in a one-on-one fight. If they attacked together, there would always be someone who could attack the velociraptors. But they didn't know that the skin of the velociraptor was not so easy to break, and the velociraptor's body was very strong. If the bullet didn't hit the head, the velociraptor could continue to fight. So all this doomed the tragedy of the thugs. It was difficult to break the skin of the velociraptor with a knife. Even if someone was strong and caused damage to the velociraptor, it couldn't kill the velociraptor directly. Instead, it attracted more crazy attacks from the velociraptor. One by one, the thugs who resisted were bitten off the head and torn the stomach by the velociraptor and died miserably. Moreover, compared with zombies, humans are not afraid of fear. Even if they know that they will die, they will fight. Humans are different. As long as the casualties are too large and there is no hope of victory, they will be afraid and their morale will collapse and run away. Now these thugs are exactly like this. Facing these invincible velociraptors, the thugs don't have the courage to die. As the leader, Brother Dao, ran away first, the thugs cried and ran away, only regretting that their parents didn't give them 2 less legs. Looking at the thugs who were scattered like birds and beasts, Wang Jin shook his head. In fact, if the thugs really fought to the death, they could still replace 1 or 2 velociraptors. The velociraptors were not invincible, but these people did not hit the vital part of the head. If the thugs continued to attack the velociraptors' heads, the velociraptors would also die. However, now these people were only concerned with running away. How could they dare to turn back and fight? Wang Jin laughed at his own thoughts. These people were originally a mob. It would be better to expect them to face death like the death squad than to expect a sow to climb a tree. How could ordinary people dare to fight velociraptors with bare hands? If it was a well-trained army, it would be almost the same. Thinking of the army, Wang Jin suddenly thought of Shu Gang's figure. If that army fought, it would bring him huge casualties. "Brothers, stop those monsters, let's fight and retreat." Brother Dao said fighting, but he ran the fastest, wanting other thugs to block for a while to buy time for himself to escape. But the thugs were not stupid. "You, the leader, have already run away. Do you still want us, the younger brothers, to fight for you? Unless your brain is stuck in the door, who would do that?" So Brother Dao found that these iron brothers who usually called each other brothers were now running away, turning a blind eye to his words, and instead ran away with all their might. In a short while, several of them ran ahead of him. Looking at these thugs who were running away one after another, Wang Jin laughed and ordered the velociraptors to chase them. Under the swift speed of the velociraptors, these thugs were not worth looking at all. They were caught up and torn to pieces one by one. Even if they started the motorcycle, they could not escape the pursuit of the velociraptors. The velociraptors pounced and pulled the thugs off the car, leaving the car sliding and rolling on the road, making a harsh sound of steel friction. The remaining thugs saw that the situation was not good. The thugs who escaped were caught and died. They were so scared that they knelt down on the ground and raised their hands, making an internationally accepted gesture to surrender. Seeing the remaining 7 or 8 thugs surrender, Wang Jin did not continue to kill them. Instead, he controlled the velociraptors to disarm these thugs and detained them one by one. There were 2 velociraptors guarding one thug. Wang Jin was not afraid of them escaping. Among the captives was Brother Dao. He saw that he could not escape, so he knelt down and surrendered immediately, without any spirit of fighting to the end. Looking at the bloody corpses scattered on the road, Brother Dao knew that he had failed. He did not check the almanac before going out today, and kicked the iron plate. Brother Dao wanted to cry but had no tears. Why was he so cheap? Why did he just catch the 2 people who escaped? Why did he make trouble? Thinking of this, Brother Dao turned around and glared at the thug who first discovered Wang Jin. If you hadn't been so talkative, how could he have ended up like this? He blamed the other person for the mistake. The thug he glared at looked innocent. If you hadn't come here to find trouble, how could this happen? Now you blame me. But they didn't expect that their actions would attract the attention of the velociraptors. The 2 velociraptors approached with their teeth bared, which frightened Brother Dao and the thugs so much that they trembled and quickly put their hands on their heads, indicating that they had no intention of running away or resisting. After dealing with these thugs, Wang Jin untied Xiaoli and Lu Yongjun's ropes and put them on the ground to rest. Alu, are you okay? Xiaoli cried bitterly, holding Lu Yongjun's head and not letting go, leaving Wang Jin aside. Don't cry, he's fine, he just suffered some skin injuries, he will recover after a week of rest. Wang Jin saw that this woman couldn't stop crying, and he slapped his head with a headache. He still had something to ask them, and he couldn't cry like this. Benefactor. When Xiaoli said this, Wang Jin was almost shocked and interrupted her quickly. What benefactor? What era is this? You still call me benefactor. My last name is Wang, and my given name is Jin. Just call me Wang Jin. I don't like those empty formalities. Xiaoli blushed, and realized that her words were a bit inappropriate. She said embarrassedly, I didn't mean it. It's okay. What's your name? Where is this man? Wang Jin waved his hand, indicating that he had something to ask. My name is Minli, you can just call me Xiaoli. This is my boyfriend Lu Yongjun, you can call him Alu. Xiaoli introduced herself. Wang Jin listened silently, and suddenly interrupted, what is your relationship with these people? Xiaoli was very angry when she saw the 7 or 8 thugs, and gritted her teeth and said, these scums, Alu and I passed by here a few days ago and were captured by them. We were tortured, and they wanted to sacrifice us to monsters. Monster. Wang Jin finally heard a useful piece of information. Wang Jin guessed that the other situations Xiaoli said were almost the same. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, some people had mental breakdowns, went crazy and stupid, and some people changed their temperaments and abused the survivors for fun. This situation is not uncommon for Brother Dao and his people. It was said by the survivors who were captured by these thugs like us. They said that many people had been taken away and disappeared. Later, someone heard those thugs say that the missing people were eaten by monsters. Xiaoli saw Wang Jin's doubts and explained. What about other things? How big is the camp of those thugs? How many people are there? What weapons and supplies are there? Every time Wang Jin asked a question, Xiaoli shook her head. After Wang Jin finished asking, Xiaoli said awkwardly, Alu and I were only captured for a few days. Most of the survivors we met were the same. We don't know the other situations. We only know that there are 200 or 300 survivors who were captured like us. Oh, Wang Jin touched his chin and looked at Brother Dao who was guarded by the velociraptor. He thought that these people were still useful. They must know the situation. Take them back to the camp first, maybe we can get some secrets out of them. Thinking of this, Wang Jin told Xiaoli, take your boyfriend and come back to the camp with me. There are troops in the camp, so you don't have to worry about safety. Great. Xiaoli's face lit up, and she said hurriedly, thank you, Brother Wang. There are more than a dozen survivors who ran out. Now only Alu and I are alive. We have nowhere to go. Thank you, Brother Wang, for taking us in. Xiaoli trusted Wang Jin very much and was not worried that Wang Jin would lie to him. With Wang Jin's strength, he would not have to go through so much trouble to deal with them. And from the way Wang Jin rescued people just now, he didn't look like that kind of person at all. Let's go. Wang Jin waved his hand carelessly, got on a motorcycle, and waved to Xiaoli, hold your boyfriend and sit on it, we'll go now. Xiaoli didn't care about her tired body, and held her unconscious boyfriend on the motorcycle, and she supported him at the end. Brother Wang, what should we do with these people? Won't you kill them? They have a lot of blood on their hands. If you don't kill them, they will continue to do evil in the future. Xiaoli wanted to tear the bones, peel off their skin, and eat their flesh for these thugs. Seeing that Wang Jin didn't kill them, she was very unwilling. They are still useful. I want to take them back to the camp. I can't kill them for the time being. Wang Jin started the accelerator and ignored Xiaoli's opinion. Wang Jin was not lying. These people were indeed useful to him. If he wanted to kill them, he had to squeeze out their value. Shifting gears, releasing the clutch, stepping on the accelerator, the rear of the motorcycle spewed black smoke and began to accelerate slowly. At the same time, the thugs were also driven by the velociraptor and followed Wang Jin in a panic. As long as someone slowed down, the velociraptor would step forward and give a claw, not allowing them to be lazy. Reference mark. The sun was setting, the sky was full of red clouds, and against the backdrop of twilight, a motorcycle slowly approached a convoy of thousands of people. Looking at the camp in front of him, Wang Jin's eyes were warm. This half-day underground life made Wang Jin feel a lot. The camp is still good. At least there is no worry about food and drink. Seeing the convoy, not only Wang Jin and Xiaoli were happy, but even Dao Jie and the other thugs were overjoyed. They finally arrived. After running for more than 10 kilometers, they were almost exhausted to death. As a result, they had many scratches from velociraptors on their bodies. If the convoy had not arrived, these surviving thugs would not have died in the mouths of velociraptors but would have been exhausted to death. From a distance, the soldiers and survivors stationed near the convoy saw Wang Jin. That cold face was known to everyone in the camp, and his prestige was second only to Shu Gang. After getting the news, a large number of people gathered outside the convoy soon, including He Xin, Li Yu, Lin Shiban and others in the team, as well as Shu Gang and some officers. There were more survivors. Wang Jin's disappearance in just half a day was spread by soldiers returning from the gas station, and many rumors appeared. The most common one was that Wang Jin was killed in the cave by a mutant beast. Now with the appearance of Wang Jin, all the rumors were naturally broken. Wang Jin. As soon as Wang Jin's car stopped, He Xin rushed over, hugged Wang Jin's arm and tears fell. Don't cry, look, I'm fine, aren't I? Wang Jin didn't know whether to move or not, so he could only wipe the tears from He Xin's face dryly. At this time, Wang Jin was no longer as cold as usual. Stupid. He Xin slapped Wang Jin's hand away, carefully checked Wang Jin's body, and found that he was really not injured. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and said unhappily, it's okay, look at what you have become, a whole mud man. I will definitely pay attention in the future. Wang Jin touched his nose and smiled helplessly. How could he care so much when fighting? Who is this person? Relieved, He Xin noticed Xiaoli and Alu sitting in the back seat of Wang Jin, as well as Dao Jie and other thugs who were driven by the velociraptors and were exhausted. She wondered why Wang Jin brought back so many people after going out. These two are the survivors I rescued. They are the thugs who robbed me and were brought back by me. Robbed you, Brother Wang? Seeing that He Xin and Wang Jin were no longer talking in a lovely way, He Yushi, who came up, happened to hear this sentence. Seeing Dao Jie and several thugs' bodies covered with bruises from being caught by velociraptors along the way, He Yushi laughed and said, a few blind dogs, Brother Wang is also a thug that you can rob. Didn't you check the almanac before going out today? Brother Wang, are you okay? I haven't seen you out of the cave for so long, I thought you had an accident. Shu Gang also walked up and said, "Thank you for your concern, Captain Shu. I'm fine. It's just a pity that I didn't catch the mutant earthworm and let it escape." Wang Jin laughed and didn't believe what the other party said. He guessed that the army would be the happiest when he got into trouble. He didn't know how much he hated himself for the mutant bats that took advantage of them last time. "Don't take risks like this anymore. You don't know how many people have been staring at our dump truck during the time you were missing. If it weren't for Chen Dong's deterrence, they would have probably taken action." He Xin whispered in Wang Jin's ear, her eyes still vaguely looking at the army. Wang Jin's face sank, knowing that his half-day disappearance must have made many people have bad intentions. After all, the food in the dump truck was enough to make anyone jealous. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Jin's news was still uncertain, and there were a few guns in the team and Chen Dong, a mutant, was deterrent, I'm afraid someone would have snatched it long ago. And Wang Jin believed that those who had this intention must have the army. If he really got into trouble, the first people to attack the team would definitely be the army. Brother Wang, Lin Shibin, Jia Ding, Chen Dong and others also came up. Wang Jin nodded one by one until he saw Li Yu, but he was met with a cold back. Wang Jin felt puzzled, turned around and walked in front of Li Yu and said, "What's wrong with you?" "Me, I'm fine. What do you want to talk to me about?" Li Yu was rude and didn't give Wang Jin a good look. Wang Jin pointed at several thugs and said, "Well, help me interrogate these thugs. You are the best at this as a policeman. Think of me when there is something. What do you do normally?" Li Yu rolled her eyes at Wang Jin and said in a faint tone, "I." Before Wang Jin could explain, Li Yu turned around and said to Hiyushi, Jia Ding and others, "Hiyushi, Jia Ding, you guys, tie these people up with ropes and send them to the car. I will interrogate them one by one later." Hiyushi and others looked at the cold Li Yu, then looked at the confused Wang Jin, looked at each other, and tacitly started to work, tying up the thugs and taking them to the camp. He Xin looked at Li Yu silently, and Li Yu happened to look over. At this moment, Wang Jin felt that there seemed to be a flash of fire where their eyes met. "Captain Shu, these two are survivors I met on the road. I hope Captain Shu can help me take good care of them." Wang Jin brought Xiaoli to Wang Jin and said, "Since they are the people you brought here, Wang Jin, Shu, will not treat them badly. I think this man is seriously injured and unconscious, right? I will order the soldiers to give you an extra portion of food so that he can have a good rest." Shu Gang was just about to ask what happened, and now that Xiaoli came to his doorstep, he could naturally resolve his doubts. Wang Jin looked at Xiaoli and told her, "I can only help you up to this point, and it's up to you in the future. If you want to live a good life, you have to fight for it yourself." "Thank you, Brother Wang, I am very grateful that you can help us here. If it weren't for you, Alu and I would have died in the hands of those thugs. I don't need to thank you for your kindness. When Alu gets better in the future, we will definitely repay you." Xiaoli bowed deeply to Wang Jin and said gratefully, "You don't need to repay me, just take care of your own life." Wang Jin waved his hand and turned away. Wang Jin didn't take Xiaoli's words to heart at all. There were too many ordinary people like Xiaoli. Most of them lived in a daze, with only one meal a day and one meal a day. They didn't even know whether they could live to see tomorrow. It would be good enough for them to repay others and not cause trouble to others. At night, the stars are twinkling, and the huge convoy is inconspicuous in the night. Only the soldiers patrolling around and the searchlights show the existence of the convoy. Unlike other survivors who go to bed early after dark to reduce physical exertion and hunger, Wang Jin and his group's dump trucks are brightly lit. The light of the incandescent lamps illuminates the dump trucks in detail, highlighting the frightened faces of several thugs covered with bruises. In front of these thugs, Li Yu, who is dressed in a police uniform and looks heroic, has a cold face and looks at Wang Jin opposite and says, "I have knocked out the situation from them. What are you going to do with these people?" Li Yu said, looking at the thugs who were tied up, and they shuddered. These thugs who have several lives on their bodies have now become weak little sheep, which shows how Li Yu tortured them in the past few hours. As expected of those who are in this business, their methods are high. Wang Jin was very emotional. "Take them away first," Wang Jin said to Hiyushi, Jia Ding and others. Hearing Wang Jin's words, Dao Jie and others suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Wang Jin was going to kill people to silence them. After the thugs were taken away, only the core members of Wang Jin's team were left in the carriage: He Yushi, Jia Ding, Chen Dong, Lin Shiban, Li Yu, He Xin, Du Yuyan, and a little lowly sleeping in He Xin's arms, Wenwen. Li Yu, tell me everything you know. It's good to have someone to do things under you, so you don't have to do everything yourself. Wang Jin lay on the chair and watched Li Yu tell the information he got from torture one by one. After interrogation, the scale of the camp of these thugs is about 400 people, including 300 survivors like Xiao Li, more than 100 thugs, and their leader is a man called Dragon King, who can control mutant beasts and is also a mutant. Li Yu reported the information he got from the interrogation with a blank expression. Dragon King, control mutant beasts. Wang Jin unconsciously tapped the armrest of the chair with his middle finger, and showed Li Yu an inquiring look. The Dragon King is the leader's self-proclaimed name, and the thugs all call him that. No one knows his real name. As for the mutant beast controlled by the Knife Brother, the mutant beast controlled by the Dragon King is a huge monster that is dozens of meters long and black all over. Dozens of meters long and black all over. Wang Jin muttered to himself. His face suddenly became excited, and he stood up suddenly and stared at Li Yu and asked excitedly, "Is the mutant beast like an enlarged earthworm, and can burrow into the ground?" Li Yu was frightened by Wang Jin's behavior, took 2 steps back, and asked in surprise, "How do you know?" That's how those thugs described it. Shu Gang did not tell Li Yu and others the specific situation of the gas station, so they did not know the appearance of the mutant creature fighting with Wang Jin. Haha, God helps me. I let this beast run away, but I didn't expect that there would be a ray of hope. This time I will definitely kill you. Wang Jin laughed a few times, and seeing Li Yu and others looking puzzled, he told them about the situation he encountered at the gas station. So that's how it is. The mutant beast controlled by this Dragon King should be the one you encountered, Wang Jin. I just don't know where this mutant beast ran to. Could it be that a Dragon King controlled it to attack you? He Xin's pretty face was full of doubts. She looked at Wang Jin and said, "There's no reason for him to do this. Your strength is there. He, the Dragon King, won't ask for trouble. It won't do him any good. I know what's going on." When Wang Jin and others were wondering, Li Yu suddenly said, "According to those thugs, the mutant beasts controlled by the Dragon King are not very successful. The mutant beasts often run around without listening to orders and attack at will. Sometimes even the Dragon King himself can't do anything to attack others. Because the mutant beast likes to eat fresh blood and flesh, the Dragon King sent the survivors in his camp to the mutant beast to eat, so as to ease the mutant beast's emotions and better control the mutant beast. For this reason, the Dragon King captured survivors passing by in the surrounding area to satisfy the mutant beast's consumption. Although several survivors become the mutant beast's food every day, the mutant beast will occasionally run out of the camp. It must be that Wang Jin and you just happened to encounter the mutant beast that came out, so the battle will occur." Quote. After Li Yu finished this call, everyone looked at Wang Jin, or more accurately, at the velociraptor next to Wang Jin. The atmosphere at the scene fell into silence. They were shocked by the cruelty of the Dragon King giving humans to the mutant beast as food, and they were worried about the velociraptor controlled by Wang Jin. If one day, Wang Jin can't control the velociraptor, so everyone shuddered suddenly. Wang Jin's strength is not comparable to that of the Dragon King. Once Wang Jin is in that situation, he will kill more people, not less. As Wang Jin's confidant, whether to continue to follow Wang Jin or betray him and leave is something that he and others need to worry about. Wang Jin looked at the uncertain faces of Li Yu, Jia Ding and others, and didn't know what they were thinking. He didn't expect that he would get himself involved in the conversation. He snorted in dissatisfaction and said angrily, "What are you thinking? You know that the velociraptor I control is not unknown. How could it be out of control? If that were the case, would you still be here now?" Brother Wang is right. We have been with the velociraptors for so long. Everyone knows Brother Wang's ability. How can it be compared with that Dragon King? His inability to control the mutant beasts means that he is not capable enough. Brother Wang's words naturally do not exist. Don't you still have confidence in Brother Wang? As Wang Jin's first henchman, He Yushi has decided to follow Wang Jin all the way to the end, regardless of whether Wang Jin is kind or cruel. In the end times, if you have a powerful backer who will not be bullied, you can be superior to others. Even if you become a bad guy, what does it matter? Anyway, you are not a good person. This is Hiyushi's idea, simple and plain. Brother Wang took me out of the city. I believe in Brother Wang. Chen Dong scratched the back of his head and said naively. Brother Wang, I will give you these 200 pounds of fat meat. Jia Ding patted his big belly and said. Wang Jin looked at the people who expressed their opinions one by one. He no longer cared on the surface, but he still cared in his heart. Wang Jin's family knows their own affairs. His Zerg heritage is different from that of mutants. The Zerg itself is a fighting machine. They have only one thought, and they dominate everything, so there is no unstable control. But others don't know. Wang Jin can't shout loudly about his uniqueness. Now it seems that there are still many people who support him. As for Lin Shiban and others who are still a little suspicious, Wang Jin doesn't blame them. Anyone who encounters such a thing will hesitate. And this situation is just speculation, and it hasn't happened yet. Wang Jin knows that everyone will make the right choice. Wang Jin. He-Shin suddenly came over and gave Wang Jin only 4 words, I believe you. Wenwen also believes in Uncle. Uncle is a good person. Wenwen, who woke up at some point, said crisply, but a pair of big eyes that were still in the state of just waking up and a little confused seemed so unreliable. Wang Jin took Wenwen from He-Shin's arms, and his heart was full of warmth. He pinched Wenwen's little nose and said, Wenwen is so good. Uncle will reward you with a candy. Uncle is so nice. Wenwen cheered, and the sleepiness on her face disappeared immediately. She took the candy given by Wang Jin and happily put it in her mouth. Her big eyes were as happy as a crescent moon. Thank you. Wang Jin looked at He-Shin again. He-Shin blushed and hugged the greedy Wenwen back to her arms. She glanced at Wang Jin and did not answer Wang Jin's words. She changed the subject and said, let Li Yu continue. The information about the thugs has not been finished yet. Li Yu's eyes were a little complicated. She herself was a person who could not express her emotions. She did not say anything, but continued to speak coldly about the situation she learned. The thugs also confessed that there are still a lot of supplies, food, and a large number of zombie brain cores in the Dragon King's camp, all of which he obtained from nearby mutant beasts by controlling them. In addition to the consumption of the thugs, the food is also used to maintain the lives of the survivors, so the Dragon King needs to frequently go to the nearby area to find supplementary supplies, and the brain core is used by the Dragon King to improve his strength and strengthen his control over the mutant beasts. Brain core. Wang Jin was overjoyed when he heard this sensitive word. He was now short of brain cores to summon Hydralisks. The Dragon King was a timely help. At this time, Wang Jin already regarded the Dragon King's brain core as his own. With his own strength, even if he robbed you, what would it matter? Wang Jin didn't care about morality or immorality. You, the Dragon King, were not a good person. Just treat it as getting rid of harm for the people. Brother Wang, we will go and kill that Dragon King tomorrow and take all the brain cores. Who told them to rob you, Brother Wang? We should just pay them back. Hiyushi is very smart. As soon as Wang Jin said the word brain core, Hiyushi understood Wang Jin's idea. We can add the army. If we join forces, we can greatly reduce our pressure. We can give them the supplies in the Dragon King's camp. We have no shortage of food. We can use them as bait for the army. I don't believe they won't take the bait. We just need the brain cores. He-Shin began to give advice. Seeing that Wang Jin was somewhat tempted, he continued, those survivors are just right for the army to take over. We can also promise to give the mutant earthworm meat to the army. We want its crystal cores. In this way, we get the brain core crystal cores, the army gets food and supplies, and the two sides can also reduce casualties by joining forces. Why not? Everyone nodded after hearing this. Wang Jin also thought this was the best. Last time, he was consumed by the mutant earthworms. 20 velociraptors. This time, if there is a military to contain him, he can achieve his goal more easily. Having made up his mind, Wang Jin no longer hesitated. That night, he summoned Shu Gang to come and plan and divide the spoils in advance. Under the temptation of food and supplies, Shu Gang really couldn't help but agree. Mainly because Wang Jin said that he would deal with the mutant earthworms, and the army only needed to deal with the thugs. Without the worries of the mutant earthworms, Shu Gang didn't care about the thugs at all. What if there were more than 100 thugs? The army could easily defeat them. These supplies were simply picked up for free, and Shu Gang couldn't think of a reason to refuse. It was just that all the brain core crystal cores were given to Wang Jin. Although Shu Gang was dissatisfied, he couldn't refuse to refute. Now his army couldn't beat the other side, and Shang Haoshan was seriously injured and couldn't fight. He had no bargaining power. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied, the items that his troops needed most now were still tangible things such as supplies and food. Brain core crystal cores are good, but it will take a long time to transform them into strength. What Shu Gang lacked was time. In comparison, food was more substantial. The night passed quickly. No one except the confidants knew about Wang Jin and Shu Gang's conspiracy. Only the soldiers who checked the weapons and ammunition gave some clues to those who were interested. Early the next morning, a convoy of more than a dozen military trucks began to change routes. The trucks were full of fully armed soldiers. Led by the thugs, they headed to the thugs' camp. Wang Jin drove his own dump truck at the front of the convoy. He Yushi, Li Yu and others sat in the back car. Wang Jin's team was also fully dispatched this time, ready to receive their own spoils. The thugs' camp was not far from the gas station yesterday, otherwise the mutant earthworms would not have appeared there. Led by the thugs, the convoy began to drive into a Lois road. The Lois road was bumpy. The convoy rolled up the sky full of Lois all the way, blocking the view of the vehicles behind. As a last resort, they had to slow down to avoid accidents. Because of the slowdown, the convoy did not arrive at its destination, an occupied village, until noon. As the leading vehicle, Wang Jin was the first to see the situation in the village. The village was small and dilapidated, with most of the houses made of yellow mud. The outer wall was several meters high, made of old cars and a circle of tree stumps. On the wall, thugs armed with cold weapons were patrolling. Outside the village, many unkempt and skinny survivors were digging grass roots and peeling tree bark to fill their stomachs. Surrounding the survivors were thugs armed with cold weapons. When they saw the survivors were not satisfied, they would punch and kick them, and beat the survivors to the ground and beg for mercy, and they laughed for fun. When Wang Jin saw the thugs' camp, the thugs also found Wang Jin's uninvited guests, more than a dozen fully armed soldiers, black muzzles, and expressionless soldiers. This scene had a great impact on the thugs' psychology. The word, army, has always been a thorn in the thugs' hearts. They have committed many evil deeds, killed countless people, and bullied the survivors. They are afraid that one day the government army will come to settle accounts with them. In the minds of many people, the government will one day defeat the zombies and restore the previous life. It can be said that this is a ridiculous hope of people. It can be seen that the government still occupies a certain position in people's hearts. Although the government has no news now, we have been accustomed to the leadership of the government for many years. Even if it is the end of the world, we still cannot eliminate the influence of the government at once. Once some things are deeply rooted in people's hearts, they will not be destroyed in a short time. Now seeing the army appear, the shock and fear of the thugs can be imagined. They think that the army is here to arrest them. They are scared to death and run to the village. Confronting the army, even if these thugs have lives in their hands, it is extremely vicious to ordinary people, but they still dare not fight the army directly. After all, the army is not comparable to those weak survivors. Even if the thugs have the courage, facing the muzzle of the army, what can they do with their cold weapons? Go up and die. Unlike the thugs, the survivors cheered when they saw the army coming. The survivors who were tortured by the thugs had been waiting for a long time, and finally waited for the army to come. How could they not be happy? At that moment, they stopped digging grass roots and tree barks, threw away the tools in their hands, rushed over crying and shouting, and sued the thugs for their evil deeds. The thugs were too late to escape, so how could they stop the survivors? So the survivors on the periphery surrounded the convoy. The arrival of more than 100 survivors gave Wang Jin a headache. He quickly drove the dump truck away from the army and handed these survivors over to the army for processing. Boss, it's bad, the army is coming. In the village, a fat man in his 30s, with gold and silver on his neck and palms, like a nouveau riche, was lying on the bed, and two women who were only wearing naked clothes were serving him. This man was the leader of the village thugs, the Dragon King. After listening to the report from his subordinates, the Dragon King's face changed, and he slapped his panicked subordinate to the ground, saying angrily, "Explain to me clearly, how did the army come here? Did you see it wrong?" The fallen thug felt very aggrieved, but he did not dare to show a trace of dissatisfaction in the face of this local tyrant who dominated their life and death, and explained, "Really, I must have seen it right. There are more than a dozen large trucks in those troops. Everyone is wearing military uniforms and holding guns. They are all soldiers. Boss, I think we should run quickly. If we are caught by the army, we will definitely be shot for what we did." "Run for nothing. What about my property, and the only exit, the lowest road, is blocked, where can we run?" The Dragon King's fat face trembled, and his short legs stepped on the aggrieved thug twice, and said angrily, "Go and gather people for me, so what about the army? My pet is not afraid of bullets." The thug looked at the angry leader and swallowed the advice that was about to come out. The Dragon King was not a soft-hearted person. If he confronted the angry leader, he might be fed to his pet as a snack. This was not without precedent. The thugs left in a tumble, ready to gather other brothers and escape. They could not stay in this place. The battalion commander Shu Gang was still good. After being comforted, more than 100 survivors had settled down and stayed behind the convoy to avoid hindering the battle. At the same time, hundreds of soldiers dispersed and formed combat teams, covering each other and slowly approaching the village. The thugs on the village wall did not dare to show their heads in the face of the black muzzle of the gun. They could only utter harsh words and say all kinds of things. "If you don't retreat, don't blame me for being blind with the big knife in my grandfather's hand. This is a cowardly person. I tell you, when our boss comes, you won't know how you died. This is a backer. If you dare to take another step forward, I will kill these survivors. Doesn't your government advocate human rights? Believe it or not, we will kill all the survivors. This is a threat with the survivors." The soldiers were unmoved, and their steps were still moving forward slowly, ignoring the thugs, shouting. Under the threat of the gun, the thugs, shouting seemed so powerless. Wang Jin looked at this scene with a smile, and his mind lowered the fighting power of the thugs. What kind of fighting power can such a bluffing opponent have? They can only bully ordinary survivors, and they will wither when they encounter a stronger army. This situation did not stop until a fat figure appeared. The Dragon King distributed his few pistols to his confidants, pretended to be calm and looked at the fully armed soldiers, and said loudly to cheer for the thugs, "Everyone is scared. With this Dragon King here, I will make these big soldiers come and never return." The Dragon King responded with a few gunshots. Several bullets flew past the Dragon King, killing 2 thugs and injuring 1 thug. Faced with this fat man who was obviously the leader, the soldiers were not polite and fired a few shots from a distance to test. "Ah!" The injured thug screamed and rolled on the ground, covering his shot shoulder. The blood had soaked half of the thug's body. The Dragon King trembled with fear. The bullet that flew past his ear just now almost scared his heart out. How could he dare to stand on the wall as a target? He hid behind the bunker in a flash. Wang Jin almost couldn't help laughing out loud. What was this fat man thinking? Running to the wall to command, "There is no need to pretend like this, such an obvious target, you think the soldiers are blind. Hey, the fat guy just now is your leader, the Dragon King." Wang Jin turned his head to look at the thugs led by Brother Dao. These thugs were also brought to the battlefield to help Wang Jin and Shu Gang understand the layout and defense of the village, so as to better solve the battle. Faced with Wang Jin's question, the thugs whose lives were in Wang Jin's hands did not dare not answer, and said honestly, "Yes, that is our leader, the Dragon King. This guy is worthy of being called the Dragon King. I think it is more appropriate to call him a fat pig." Hiyushi laughed and looked down on the Dragon King's performance just now. "Don't underestimate anyone." Wang Jin glared at Hiyushi. "Yes, Brother Wang is right." Hiyushi clenched the rifle in his hand and walked forward beside Wang Jin. Next to Hiyushi, there were Jia Ding, Lin Shiban, Du Yuyan, Li Yu, Hishin and others. They all came to the battle with rifles at Wang Jin's request to feel the atmosphere of the battle of life and death. "Brothers outside, what deep hatred do I have with you? Why do you come to trouble me? Do you think that I, the Dragon King, am easy to bully?" The Dragon King hid behind the bunker and shouted with a loudspeaker, intending to imitate the ancients and have a pre-war negotiation. Dragon King, you have done many evil things. You took advantage of the end of the world to act arrogantly, kill innocent people, bully the people, despise the laws of the country, and harm one side. Today, I will represent the government to encircle and suppress you and remove this cancer of yours. Shu Gang spoke righteously, and Wang Jin felt that the Dragon King should be killed 100 times. Haha, what you said is all bullshit. It's the end of the world, but you still use the same reasoning as before the end of the world. It's none of your business if I kill someone. You're just meddling in other people's business. You want to touch me, but you don't even consider your own weight. I don't deserve the title of Dragon King for nothing. The Dragon King laughed wildly, and the thugs beside him laughed together. Shu Gang's face was ashen, and veins on his forehead bulged. He was already annoyed that the Dragon King didn't take his words seriously. In Shu Gang's view, the Dragon King, who was already trapped in a jar, dared to be so arrogant. Although he was not the main force in the battle, he could not be underestimated. Yo, Dragon King, you are so arrogant. Wang Jin walked forward with a smile and said to the Dragon King who was hiding behind the bunker. Who are you? Did you call me by my name? The Dragon King saw Wang Jin's ordinary appearance. He had no guns and was not wearing an officer's uniform. He looked like an ordinary survivor. He didn't care at all and said very arrogantly. Hey, Wang Jin chuckled a few times, stretched out his hand to stop Yushi who wanted to scold, looked at the arrogant Dragon King, and said meaningfully, you definitely don't remember me, but your pet mutant earthworm may not remember it. The injury your pet suffered yesterday should not have healed yet. The Dragon King's face darkened, and his small eyes stared at Wang Jin, saying viciously, it was you who hurt my baby, you are a mutant. You guessed right, but it was a pity that it ran away yesterday. It won't have the same luck today. And these few people, you know them all, they robbed me yesterday, what do you think? These 2 excuses are enough, we have a legitimate reason. The Dragon King took a quick look and recognized the thugs captured by Wang Jin. After hearing what Wang Jin said, he knew that there was no room for easing the tension between the 2 sides and that only victory and defeat could be achieved. He was immediately furious and shouted, you are looking for death. I will kill you today. Wang Jin and Shu Gang looked at each other and said in unison, do it. Boom, mud splashed, and a flesh pillar rushed out from the group of soldiers, instantly devouring 2 soldiers who didn't react. Finally appeared, Wang Jin's face flashed with excitement, let's see where you can escape this time. With a thought, Wang Jin controlled more than 70 velociraptors to rush forward, and summoned 5 hydralisks at the same time to provide long-range fire support from a distance. Wang Jin didn't want it to escape again. Seeing the velociraptors from a distance, the mutant earthworms suddenly dropped their heads and fled backwards before the velociraptors got close. It seems that the mutant earthworms were deeply impressed by the velociraptors that chased them yesterday. Now when they saw the velociraptors appear, they instinctively began to retreat. Wang Jin laughed, this mutant earthworm has a good memory. The soldiers were surprised to find that the mutant earthworms that were originally ferocious and kept eating soldiers actually ran away. Behind the mutant earthworm, dozens of fierce velociraptors were desperately chasing, and 5 tall hydralisks were roaming around and surrounding the mutant earthworm, chasing it up and down. The Dragon King and his gang of thugs were stunned, watching the mutant earthworm that dared not fight the Zerg at all and hid from the Zerg. They wiped their eyes and couldn't believe this scene. Is this still their patron saint, the invincible mutant earthworm? A powerful and ferocious mutant beast that needs several living people to cook every day. This is worse than a sheep. It didn't even fight, and ran away when it saw the enemy's troops. Is the world changing too fast, or are the mutant earthworms really so weak? The Dragon King's fat face was flushed, and his small eyes like green beans were round, staring at the mutant earthworm that was fleeing for his life. He controlled and ordered the mutant earthworm in his mind, wanting the mutant earthworm to turn around and fight, but all he got was waves of resistance from the mutant earthworm. The Dragon King originally had incomplete control over the mutant earthworms. Now facing powerful enemies such as the velociraptors and hydralisks, the mutant earthworms that had already developed spirituality were extremely afraid, and the Dragon King's control was even more useless. Even if the Dragon King tried his best to communicate and appease the mutant earthworms with his spirit, he still couldn't stop the mutant earthworms from escaping. They continued to run farther and farther, leaving the Dragon King and the thugs with a silly look on their faces. Unlike the Dragon King's thugs who were furious, Wang Jin, Hiyushi and others cheered and laughed loudly. They pointed at the mutant earthworms that were chased by the velociraptors and laughed. The soldiers also smiled. Without the concerns of the mutant earthworms, would they still need to be afraid of those thugs? The answer was naturally no. As the mutant earthworms ran away, the soldiers had already launched a fierce attack under Shu Gang's command. Squads 1 and 2, attack on the left. Squads 5 and 7, attack on the right. Suppress with machine gun fire, the others advance in the middle. The yellow shells were ejected, the flames of the machine guns, the piercing gunshots and the smoke of gunpowder resounded throughout the battlefield, and the small village became lively in an instant. The blood and flesh spurted out when the bullets hit the human body, the screams of the injured accomplices, and the bullets flew non-stop. When had the thugs ever seen such a scene? They were stunned by the combination of punches from the army. Some people collapsed on the spot and fled down the wall like crazy. Even the Dragon King's curses were useless. The thugs who were still holding on were also beaten so hard that they dared not show their heads. As long as someone dared to show his head to fight back, he would be beaten into a hornet's nest by the soldiers immediately. Hold on, hold on. The Dragon King's fat body trembled, and his small eyes shot out a light of fear. He didn't expect the army to be so powerful, and he didn't expect his men to be so unbearable. Just after the war started, half of them couldn't stand the pressure and ran away. How could he fight? With just a few guns, the Dragon King did not think he was a match for the powerful army. Wang Jin was also jealous from behind. With this firepower, whoever showed up would die. Brother Wang, we're going too. Hiyushi was so excited. All men have a warlike heart. Seeing the thugs so unbearable, Hiyushi did not think there would be any danger. He was eager to join the battle, and so were the others. Wang Jin brought them to the battle, so how could he refuse? Wang Jin saw the strength of the thugs, and there were so many soldiers around him, so Wang Jin was not too worried. Only those who have been baptized by war can survive better in the end of the world. The battlefield will not only kill people, but also temper people. Who of those who survived 100 battles is not a strong man in the end of the world? If you want to be a real strong man, you can't do without this kind of life and death tempering. Let them feel the atmosphere of the battlefield. This will only benefit them, not harm them. Because this is the end of the world, what is needed is iron and blood, not tenderness. Go. As Wang Jin uttered these two words, Hiyushi, Jiding and other men took the lead, and Hishin and others followed behind and began to rush to the battlefield. Squad 3, Squad 4, cover, Squad 8, climb the wall. Soon, the thugs who were beaten without any ability to fight back were unable to stop the army from approaching, and the soldiers attacking the middle road were the first to reach the wall. The thugs' wall was only a few meters high, and the soldiers were agile and could climb up as long as they cooperated with each other. Seeing that the soldiers were about to climb the wall, the Dragon King also became ruthless and beat and scolded the remaining thugs on the wall, forcing them to go forward to resist. Bang! A soldier who was climbing the wall loosened his grip, and a bloody hole appeared in his chest. He was hit by a thug who secretly shot him. Another soldier was about to climb the wall. Just as he showed his head on the wall, he was chopped off by a brutal thug. His whole head flew high. There was still a trace of disbelief in his eyes. He actually died in the hands of a thug who used cold weapons. The wall, which was only a few meters high, was strongly resisted by the thugs, and the soldiers were unable to climb it. Most of the thugs who stayed were ruthless people among the ruthless people. They dared to risk their lives. There was no shortage of such people in the end times. Many people were inspired by the ferocity in their bones by this crazy end times. As long as you have food, you can recruit people who dare to fight and kill, and you don't have to worry about not having enough people. If you meet such a desperate person, and there are walls and terrain advantages, even guns will not work. Even if the thugs were killed for showing their heads, they could still hack to death the soldiers who could not resist while climbing the wall. Once the thugs were reckless and crazy, they should not be underestimated. They withstood the attack of the soldiers with their flesh and blood. Shu Gang's face was gloomy. How could he tolerate that a mere thug blocked his well-trained soldiers? The few soldiers he had were consumed by the thugs. Shu Gang did not hold back and took out his trump card. Before the Dragon King could happily stop the army, he saw a new group of soldiers running behind the wall. Everyone held a metal ball in his hand. He pulled the ring under the wall and threw the ball onto the wall. It was Shu Gang who used up all his limited stock of grenades. Grenade! The Dragon King's eyes bulged, and his round body jumped back and fell into the walled village. At the same time, a series of violent explosions were heard, and the entire wall was shaking. Most of the thugs on the wall were blown to pieces by grenades, and their limbs and arms were scattered all over half of the wall. Wang Jin's eyes bulged, looking at the wall covered with blood. I'm afraid that even the velociraptors could not withstand such an attack. They would be torn into pieces if they were hit. Human hot weapons should not be underestimated. Attack! Seeing that most of the thugs on the wall had been cleared, the soldiers' morale was boosted, and they scrambled to climb the wall. Without the thugs' obstruction, the soldiers quickly climbed up the wall, but the first person to climb up the wall was not a soldier, but a man carrying a steel cylinder and as strong as an ox. This man was Wang Jin's #1 general, Chen Dong. Seeing someone climb up the wall, the dozen thugs who survived by chance were stunned, and then roared and rushed towards Chen Dong, intending to deal with this big guy without hot weapons. Roar! Facing the attack of several thugs, Chen Dong roared excitedly, waving a steel pillar weighing hundreds of pounds like a human-shaped beast, smashing several thugs who rushed up into meat paste. The thugs' machetes chopped at him, and Chen Dong swung the iron pillar regardless of anything, resisting the thugs' attacks with his body. Swish! The thugs' machetes chopped Chen Dong's shoulders, but only broke a layer of skin. No matter how hard the thugs tried, they could not move forward a bit. Chen Dong, whose body suddenly changed, not only had amazing strength, but also strengthened his physical defense along with his strength. Now ordinary weapons could no longer cause any harm to Chen Dong. Looking at the thugs on the opposite side who couldn't believe it, Chen Dong grinned, raised the iron pillar and smashed it hard. Bang! The thug's upper body disappeared directly, smashed into pieces by Chen Dong's strange power. Ha ha! Chen Dong's face flushed with excitement, the fire of war in his body was burning fiercely. He waved the steel pillar, took heavy steps, and fought fiercely with the thugs. The heavy steel pillar was waved with a sharp whistling sound. The knife hit, the knife broke, the man hit, the man broke, the ground hit, the ground broke. Chen Dong seemed to have turned into a human crusher, so everything that collided with his steel pillar was turned into pieces. The thugs were scared. No one left a whole body after fighting with Chen Dong. All of them became minced meat. The thugs were also human. Facing Chen Dong, a human-shaped beast, all they could do was become pieces of meat that could not be distinguished. As one thug ran away, the remaining thugs did not dare to continue fighting with Chen Dong, and retreated one by one. Bang, bang, bang. After a few gunshots, these thugs did not escape the fate of death after all, and were shot dead by the soldiers who climbed up the wall. Brother Chen, you are awesome. You took care of so many thugs in just a few shots. I wish I had this strength someday. Hiyushi looked at the thugs who were smashed into pieces by Chen Dong, and he didn't feel sick. He only envied Chen Dong. Such a strong force was the guarantee of survival. Don't dream, you should practice your shooting skills. I saw you fired so many shots just now, but you didn't hit anyone. It's really embarrassing. I killed one and injured one. Not to mention Li Yu, even He Shin killed one, unlike you, stinking. Jia Ding slapped Hiyushi on the back of his head and teased with a smile. That was a mistake. You wait, I will definitely hit you later. Don't look down on me. Hiyushi was blushing and anxious. Even He Shin, a woman, had a record, and Lin Shiban killed one Du Yuyan and injured another. The only thing missing was that I had nothing. How could I face people when the time came? How could I say what Brother Wang asked? While Hiyushi and the others were chatting, more and more soldiers climbed up the wall and attacked the village. Wang Jin knew that the situation was settled. The most difficult thugs had been dealt with. The remaining thugs who fled after fighting were not worth worrying about. They would probably surrender as soon as the army arrived. Now the only thing left to deal with was the mutant earthworms. Wang Jin began to concentrate and use micro-manipulation to finally control the velociraptors to launch the final roundup of the mutant earthworms. The mutant earthworm was not a mutant beast that was known for its speed. Facing the long-term encirclement of the velociraptor, it finally couldn't escape and was surrounded by the velociraptor. Hiss. The mutant earthworm stood up and roared intimidatingly, and its big mouth full of sharp teeth swung around, warning the velociraptor not to approach. The mutant earthworm's actions were the same as many animals. They were all promoting their own military power and warning the enemy not to provoke them easily. Like cobras, they would also stand up like this when they met the enemy and make a noise to intimidate the enemy. Wang Jin was unmoved. The mutant earthworm was just a defeated general. There was no need to take its bluff seriously. He controlled the velociraptor to approach step by step. Seeing that the velociraptor was about to attack, the mutant earthworm, who had suffered a lot, stopped pretending to be big-headed. He turned his body and drilled his head into the ground, intending to escape by drilling a hole like last time. Wang Jin had been prepared for this move by the mutant earthworm. How could Wang Jin, who had suffered a loss once, be fooled again? Seeing the mutant earthworms start to drill into the ground, they immediately controlled the hydralisk to spray bone spurs. At the same time, dozens of velociraptors bit the mutant earthworms that were exposed above the ground and pulled them back with all their might. The combined power of dozens of velociraptors is so strong that you can see it from the mutant earthworms that cannot move forward. Even if the mutant earthworms are huge, they cannot withstand the combined power of dozens of velociraptors. In addition, the hydralisk's bone spurs shot into the mutant earthworms' bodies, and the toxins took effect. The mutant earthworms' bodies began to stiffen and become weak. Gradually, they could not resist the combined power of the velociraptors and were pulled out of the tunnel inch by the velociraptors. Just like pulling out a huge carrot, the mutant earthworm's 30-meter-long body could not resist the velociraptor's huge power no matter how hard it struggled. Its entire body, from tail to head, was pulled out. At the moment the mutant earthworms were dragged out, the velociraptors moved and pounced on the mutant earthworms. Its sharp claws scratched through its flesh and blood, and its sharp teeth bit it madly, leaving the mutant earthworms covered with wounds. Roar! The injured and frantic mutant earthworm rolled around, but still couldn't avoid the ubiquitous attack. Dozens of velociraptors covered the mutant earthworm's body, giving it no chance to dodge. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of sonic booms rang out, and the 5 bone spurs opened 5 blood holes in the mutant earthworm again. The blood holes were as big as a bowl and blood flowed out. You could even vaguely see the internal organs inside. Crack! The mutant earthworm swallowed several velociraptors, twisted its body, and began to emit fiery red flames all over its body. Seeing this scene, Wang Jin immediately controlled the velociraptors to disperse. Sure enough, the next moment the mutant earthworm opened its mouth, and a column of flames sprayed out, burning the velociraptors in a straight line into charcoal. Because Wang Jin controlled the velociraptors to dodge in time, only a few velociraptors were killed. The mutant earthworm consumed a huge column of flames but did not achieve the desired result, and could only lie on the ground miserably and gasp for air. Wang Jin had no mercy. He controlled the Zerg to crawl onto the mutant earthworm and bite it. At the same time, the spurs of the hydralisks kept shooting out, opening blood holes on the mutant earthworm. The mutant earthworm was already at the end of its strength after shooting out the flame column. Now it could no longer hold on after being attacked by the Zerg and hydralisks. Blood was pouring out of its mouth. The color of the blood was red with black, which was obviously poisoned by the hydralisks. The invasion of the blood in the brain by the toxin and the attack of the Zerg finally brought the mutant earthworm's life to an end. Even its strong recovery ability was no longer useful, and it fell under the fierce attack of the Zerg troops. Ha! Wang Jin, who was commanding the battle from a distance through the Zerg's vision, breathed a sigh of relief. This battle was not easy. Even if it had all the advantages, it still suffered casualties of more than a dozen Zergs and was almost burrowed into a hole by the mutant earthworm. Now it finally won. The feeling of victory was joyful. Wang Jin wanted to find someone to share it with, but he found that there was no one around him. Only the velociraptor was on guard and protected him. He Xin, Li Yu and others had been sent by Wang Jin to attack the village, and there was no news yet. Wang Jin put away his mood that he shouldn't have, controlled the velociraptor to break the head of the mutant earthworm, and took out a thumb-sized, dazzling crystal core. The crystal clear and bright crystal core was extremely moving, like the brightest gem in the world, enough to make any woman love it. Wang Jin ignored the appearance of the crystal core in his eyes, and only cared about how much gas ore this crystal core could be converted into. After getting the crystal core, Wang Jin did not stop, and controlled the velociraptor to drag the huge body of the mutant earthworm towards him. Not long after Wang Jin resolved the battle here, the army that invaded the village also announced that it would occupy the entire village and disarm and control every surviving thug. Among them was the Dragon King, who was captured alive by Chen Dong. A large number of rescued survivors cried and flattered the army. But there were also many people who took advantage of the situation to loot. Some survivors saw the chaos in the village and secretly started a riot, looting food and supplies. Some women were even violated. The bad nature of human beings was clearly revealed at this moment. No matter what the army was, they had to rob. Otherwise, who would they turn to for justice when they were hungry? The starving survivors valued food more than their own lives, which is hard for modern people to imagine. The law does not punish the masses. Seeing other survivors looting the food of the village, the other survivors could not help it. If they fell behind, they would have no share. Anyway, so many people were looting, and one more person would not make a difference. The army could not kill all the looters. Many survivors joined the looting with this idea, which aggravated the chaos. Wang Jin saw such a scene when he just walked into the village. A middle-aged man was not far in front of him, dragging a woman to do something shameful. From the girl's crying expression, even a fool knew what was going on. With a frown, Wang Jin looked at the man in front of him who ignored his arrival, and suddenly felt annoyed. It would be better not to save such a person. He pulled out a machete from behind like lightning. In the man's stunned expression, Wang Jin had a cold face, the knife flashed, blood gushed out of the man's throat, and he fell slowly with the woman's scream. "You deserve to die." Li Yu's cold voice suddenly sounded behind Wang Jin. Li Yu, who was covered with blood, walked to the woman, put a coat on her, and helped her to the room to rest. When she passed by Wang Jin, she glared at him with her big eyes and said coldly, "Next time you get blood on someone else and scare them, you will be responsible." Wang Jin looked at Li Yu, who no longer paid attention to him and had a cold face. He felt that Li Yu seemed to have a lot of opinions about him during this period. No matter what he did, he didn't like it. He really couldn't understand it. Shaking his head depressedly, Wang Jin stopped thinking about these headaches. "Brother Wang." As soon as Li Yu left, He Yushi, He Shin and others also appeared. "Brother Wang, look at what this is. I got the brain core you wanted. There are as many as 3,000 of them." He Yushi handed Wang Jin a small box filled with crystal clear brain cores. "I don't know how long this Dragon King has been accumulating these brain cores. It takes 1 or 2 months to accumulate them slowly by killing zombies with mutant earthworms. Now they are all yours." He Shin smiled like a flower, looking happier than Wang Jin. With a smile on his face, Wang Jin looked at the complacent He Yushi, Jia Ding and others and said with a smile, "You have made great contributions this time. Tell me what reward you want." He Yushi and others were overjoyed, and Jia Ding quickly said, I want cigarettes. I want wine. I want crystal cores to improve my strength. I want women." As soon as He Yushi said the word, women, He Shin gave him a slap. Wang Jin laughed loudly, waved his hand and said, "I'll approve." "Brother Wang is mighty." He Yushi and others praised and cheered, and He Shin rolled her eyes. "Brother Wang is very happy here." Shu Gang walked over from the opposite side of Wang Jin at this time, but his face was not very good. "Captain Shu, what are you talking about? We have a double harvest. You must have gotten a lot of supplies, too." Wang Jin said jokingly, "But even if there is a lot of food, it is not yours if you can't get it in your hands. Don't worry about that, Brother Wang." Shu Gang was making trouble for Wang Jin, and he looked slightly annoyed. He left in a hurry without saying a few words to Wang Jin. "You are good at mocking and sarcasm. The chaos should stop now." He Shin glanced at Wang Jin with a smile, and responded with an innocent look. Soon, as Shu Gang's suppression order was issued, sporadic gunshots were heard again in the small village that had already ceased fire. Some people who took the opportunity to cause chaos were shot and captured by the army. Under the threat of gunpoint and death, the chaotic scene quickly calmed down. The survivors were driven to gather outside the village, and the army took over the village and counted the spoils. Outside the village, a fat figure like a ball knelt on the ground, crying with snot and tears, surrounded by many survivors with angry faces, looking like they wanted to eat people. Wang Jin listened to the Dragon Kings crying expressionlessly, without any anger in his heart. There are countless strong people after the end of the world, including great heroes admired by thousands of people, and thugs like the Dragon King who are reviled by thousands of people. In the end of the world, whether they are admired by thousands of people or reviled by thousands of people, they have succeeded and become the top part of the human pyramid. Their strength gives them the ability to despise other survivors. Their success is not only to get some material enjoyment, but also to look down on other survivors on the spiritual level, and get the right to dominate the life and death of others that only emperors and high officials could enjoy in the past. Now the Dragon King has failed, defeated by Wang Jin, the law of the jungle, and only extinction awaits him. After the end of the world, strength makes people indulge in enjoyment, but when they meet stronger people, it can only be a kind of sadness. Since you are also a strong man, please understand yourself. I will bury you in the village, so that you can stay in the place where you were most proud and glorious after death. Wang Jin squatted down and whispered in the Dragon King's ear. The Dragon King's small eyes were full of pain, struggle, and choice, until the huge corpse of the mutant earthworm outside the village was dragged back by the velociraptor. The Dragon King's face was ashen when he saw this scene, knowing that he had no chance of escaping. Ha ha! Knowing that he was going to die, the Dragon King laughed wildly, his fat face became distorted and terrifying, and the survivors around him were shocked. Although the Dragon King was defeated, his power was still there. The long-term oppression and rule could not be eliminated in one go. The survivors did not pay off the anger and curses just now, and retreated in fear. Wang Jin, I am not as strong as others this time and I lost. I have no complaints. Who told me to be born in the end of the world? However, I, the Dragon King, am a butcher. I have enjoyed what I should enjoy after the end of the world. My life is worth it. Wang Jin, remember your words. Even if I die, these lowly people cannot touch my body. The Dragon King looked arrogant, pushed away the two soldiers who blocked the road, walked step by step to the mutant earthworm, and pulled out a sharp tooth of the mutant earthworm. The hand holding the sharp tooth did not tremble, and stabbed it hard. The thick and sharp teeth pierced the heart, and the fat body fell with the gushing blood. At the last moment of his life, there was a trace of unwillingness in the Dragon King's small eyes, and more of a faint ridicule at himself. Wang Jin saw this scene and felt quite touched. He must not become a loser like the Dragon King. Strength. I need stronger, more, and greater strength. Only in this way can I not let my life be dominated by others and become a rotten skeleton sleeping underground. Although the Dragon King is a bad guy, Wang Jin knows that he is definitely not a good guy. In the eyes of some survivors, he is cold and ruthless. He will impose heavy penalties for a little fault, and he will kill those who offend him. He is not much different from the Dragon King. But what does it matter? As long as I am strong enough, I have nothing to fear. I will laugh at the scolding of thousands of people. In the end times, no weak people have the right to speak. Pack up the body of the Dragon King and bury it in the center of the village. This is the last respect we winners give him. Wang Jin ordered He Yushi and Ji Ding, with a rare trace of loneliness on his face. Will this be his fate in the future? No, my future is definitely not like this. Wang Jin secretly made up his mind. Yes, He Yushi and others responded respectfully. The Dragon King's last move won their respect, even if the other party was an enemy. With the death of the Dragon King, the battle has come to an end. No one knows that in this nameless little village, a generation of overlords has quietly risen up with their iron-blooded hearts. In the early morning, the fog was thick, and in the silent woods, there were only the chirping of insects and the sound of dewdrops dripping. Everything seemed so quiet and harmonious. But now this atmosphere was interrupted by an unexpected visitor. A young man in sportswear with a cold face slowly walked into the woods. After checking the surroundings, he stayed here. This man was Wang Jin. The smoke of yesterday's war had just disappeared. Wang Jin left the convoy early the next morning and prepared to find a deserted place to summon the Zerg. After Wang Jin made some simple warning traps nearby, he nodded with satisfaction and checked his current status. Zerg Overlord. Wang Jin. Resources. Silicon ore, 3000. Gas ore, 800. 500 mutant bats plus 50 military trade plus 250 mutant earthworms. Troops. Worker bees 2, Zerglings 70, Hydralisks 5. Currently summonable creatures. Worker bees 10 silicon ore, zerglings 25 silicon ore, hydralisks 75 silicon ore, 25 gas ore. Hatching Zerg hive 100,000 silicon ore. This is Wang Jin's current resource situation. Wang Jin gained a lot from yesterday's battle. Not only did he get 3,000 silicon ore, but he also got 250 gas ore from mutant earthworms, which made Wang Jin's wallet swell up all of a sudden. Summon. Wang Jin raised his hands, and cracks appeared in the surrounding space. One by one, zerglings and hydralisks began to appear. After summoning the existing ones, Wang Jin continued to spend silicon ore and gas ore to summon them. 1, 10, 100. In less than a few seconds, Wang Jin replenished the number of velociraptors to 100, and the number of hydralisks increased significantly, reaching as many as 35. At the same time, Wang Jin's wallet also shrank significantly. These velociraptors and hydralisks consumed a total of 3,000 silicon ores and 750 gas ores from Wang Jin. Now Wang Jin has returned to the pre-liberation era overnight, with only 50 gas ores in his body. Hundreds of velociraptors and dozens of hydralisks standing side by side gave people a very shocking feeling. In front of these Zerg troops, no one was not chilled, fearing that they would be torn apart by these hideous monsters in the next second. Wang Jin, who was surrounded by the Zerg, was not afraid, but excited. His strength was no longer afraid of anyone. Hundreds of velociraptors could tear apart all enemies blocking the way, and dozens of hydralisks were enough to shoot down any mutant beast. Haha, Wang Jin couldn't help laughing when he thought of the complacency. At this moment, Wang Jin felt that he had the capital to survive in the end times. Hiss, roar. As if sensing Wang Jin's excitement, the insect swarms roared to the sky, announcing their arrival to Wang Jin and this doomsday. After calming down his excitement and collecting the insect swarms, Wang Jin cleaned up the traces of his activities and walked back to the convoy. On the abandoned road, a large convoy stopped here, and the noise of the survivors made the desolate road lively. Wang Jin saw from a distance that the convoy was very busy. One by one, the dilapidated cars on the road were pulled back to the convoy. A dozen maintenance workers in the convoy took off the intact parts of these cars, and reassembled them into a new car after collecting the parts. This is what the army has been doing recently. Because they get a lot of oil from gas stations, the army no longer needs to worry about the consumption of oil. In order to speed up the next journey, they repaired the cars for the survivors to use. Without the burden of the survivors' legs and feet, the speed of the convoy can be greatly increased, and it will take a few days to reach the Lishan base. Now the sun has just come out and the fog has not completely dissipated. Normally, there will be no survivors at this time, but today is an exception. One by one, the survivors took their bowls and walked to the center of the camp. The army was distributing porridge here. The porridge was much thicker than before, and there was some minced meat in the porridge, which was the meat of mutant earthworms. In the past, the survivors only had 2 meals of porridge to drink every day, lunch and dinner, but now they have an extra breakfast, which is meat. The survivors who got breakfast couldn't wait to drink the porridge and lick the bowls clean. The survivors who hadn't tasted meat for a long time were extremely satisfied and seemed to have regained some vitality. All this was because the army harvested a lot of food from the thug camp, and Wang Jin gave the corpses of mutant earthworms to the army according to the original agreement, which greatly increased the army's food, so that they could afford the current consumption of 3 meals a day in meat. Wang Jin only stayed for a while and then went back. Seeing Wang Jin next to them, the survivors couldn't let go at all. They drank the porridge carefully, fearing that Wang Jin would cause trouble for them. Little did they know that the meat they were eating now was obtained by Wang Jin at his own risk, and that rice also contributed to it. All they remembered was Wang Jin's brutal side. "Brother Wang, you're back." Jia Ding, who was cleaning the dump truck, saw Wang Jin, put down his work, walked up and said, "I have done what you asked me to do." The mutant earthworms were handed over to the army. They said they would increase the food for the survivors. Wang Jin nodded. "I know, pack up everything, we will set off again today." "Everything is on the dump truck, we can set off at any time." Jia Ding pointed at the dump truck and smiled. "By the way, where is Hiyushi? I remember he worked with you. Is he lazy again?" Wang Jin asked curiously when he saw Hiyushi was not there. He saw him before he went out. How come he disappeared in a short while? Jia Ding looked very strange when he heard Wang Jin's question. He seemed to be trying hard not to laugh out loud. Why, judging from your expression, he is not lazy. Wang Jin saw Jia Ding's expression and knew that there must be something hidden. He just didn't know what He Yushi was doing. Ahem, Brother Wang, this, Yushi won't let me say it. Jia Ding's hesitant words aroused Wang Jin's curiosity. I am your leader. What can't you tell me? If you don't tell me, I will cancel the supply for this month. Wang Jin pretended to be angry and threatened Jia Ding with his life. Brother Wang, please don't. I'll tell you. Jia Ding was anxious when he heard this. If he cancelled the monthly payment, he would have no cigarettes, alcohol or food for this month. This would cost him his life as a smoker. At that moment, Jia Ding didn't care about He Yushi's instructions. It didn't matter if Brother Wang knew about it. At most, he would lose some face. Thinking of this, Jia Ding comforted himself and told him everything. After Wang Jin heard this, he was speechless for a long time. After a while, he said, You mean, where did He Yushi go with the woman? Yeah, Jia Ding nodded with a sly smile. No force. Wang Jin stared at Jia Ding's eyes. He didn't want to see such a bloody drama of forcing a woman in the team. Jia Ding shook his head repeatedly, and complained to He Yushi. No, it was a woman who came to He Yushi. He Yushi used the reward you gave yesterday to exchange 5 pieces of bread. There was no coercion. Then I feel relieved. Since it is a matter of mutual consent, let him go. Wang Jin heard the answer and said nothing. This is normal in the end times. In order to survive, many women have to use the capital given to them by God to make a living. I'm leaving first. Take care of the dump truck. I'll reward you half a pack of cigarettes this week. Ha yi o o o ha yi o o o. Ha yi o o o ha yi o o o. Ha yi o o o ha yi o o o. Ha yi o o o go wow o o. This feels so good, so good. This feels so good, feel. So good, so good, so good, so good. The sky is so bright and the land is so vast. The feelings are so rippling and the heart is so romantic. The songs are so melodious and the tunes are so wild. Everything is fun to watch. I am so happy today. Wang Jin was just about to leave when suddenly a burst of *** singing came from outside the motorcade. Wang Jin always felt that the voice was a little familiar. Before he remembered who was singing, a body had appeared outside the motorcade, followed by a slender figure. Wang Jin took a quick look and found that it was He Yushi. No wonder the voice was so familiar. He Yushi was walking with a figure-shaped step, shaking 3 steps with 1 step, with a satisfied and enjoyable expression on his face, humming a *** song in his mouth, and the smug expression on his face made people want to punch him. Beside He Yushi followed a pretty woman, about the same age as He Yushi, holding 5 bags of bread in her hand, and following He Yushi closely. He Yushi, you are in a good mood today. Tell me what's going on. Wang Jin heard the singing of this ***, and then saw the smug expression on He Yushi's face, and looked at He Yushi with a smile. Jia Ding next to him was even more flushed, his fat body kept shaking, and he almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Brother Wang, why are you here? He Yushi was stunned, and the singing in his mouth stopped abruptly, as if someone was pinching his neck, and he couldn't speak clearly. Why, I can't be here anymore, or do you have something shameful? Wang Jin walked to He Yushi and patted his shoulder and teased. Brother Wang, you. He Yushi saw Wang Jin's look and tone, and didn't know that the matter had been leaked. He turned his head and looked at Jia Ding angrily, gritting his teeth and said, Jia Ding. Ouch, Brother Wang, my stomach hurts, I'll go first, ha ha, ha ha. Jia Ding quickly found an excuse to escape. Before he was out of Wang Jin and He Yushi's sight, he couldn't help laughing, which made He Yushi's face black. Okay, it's not a big deal. As long as you don't force it, I won't stop you from doing it if you are willing. Wang Jin said, this is really normal in the end times. As long as there is food, you will not lack women. Yes, He Yushi still had a sad face, feeling very embarrassed, as if he was caught in bed. Wang Jin no longer paid attention to the depressed He Yushi, and casually glanced at the nervous woman next to him, scaring her enough. Wang Jin was notorious in the convoy, and was portrayed by many as a demon, a murderer, and a vicious person. Most survivors did not dare to look at Wang Jin, fearing that they would provoke him. This little girl was like that. Wang Jin just glanced at her casually, and she retreated and said hurriedly, "Hiyushi, I'm leaving first." I turned and ran away. Note that it was running, not walking. This shows the fear in the other party's heart. Hey, Xiaomin, wait for me. Do you remember what I said before? Come to play with me when you are free. Hiyushi hurriedly chased after him, and the words he shouted made Wang Jin's head black. You are still planning to rekindle the old relationship. You are going back to eat grass. Shaking his head, Wang Jin no longer paid attention to Hiyushi, and returned to the dump truck, waiting for the army to finish sorting and set off. The next day, the army had gathered enough cars and filled each car with gas, so that the survivors could sit in the car and set off on the previous journey again. The blazing sun emits dazzling light, illuminating the silent planet. A convoy of more than 1,000 survivors is driving on an abandoned road. In front are soldiers riding military trucks with guns leading the way, in the middle are survivors, and in the back are two modified dump trucks, which are fully armed and look extremely ferocious. This convoy is Wang Jin and Shu Gang. After 7 days of driving, the convoy has not encountered any accidents. Some minor troubles were solved by the army themselves, and the driving speed was not affected. With enough gasoline for the vehicles and less burden of the survivors walking, the convoy is moving very fast, and now it is not far from the Lishan base that people say. Wang Jin stood on the roof of the car, holding a telescope, looking at the distant horizon, eager to find the legendary destination. Like Wang Jin, many people poked their heads out of the car, hoping to see the Lishan base that is said to be extremely large and extremely safe. Brother Wang, are we about to arrive? Hiyushi stood beside Wang Jin and asked anxiously. A stable and safe base is what everyone desires. The others also looked at Wang Jin, and the information revealed in their eyes was no different from that of Hiyushi. Putting down the telescope, Wang Jin smiled and said to Hiyushi and others, "We are here. We are here." Everyone's eyes were enthusiastic. After all the hardships, they finally came to this survivor base with a scale of 100,000 people. All the efforts were rewarded. Hiyushi and others were very excited. They didn't have to worry about safety issues in the future. Wang Jin also smiled, smiling that he finally had a stable rear and could go out to hunt brain core crystal nuclei with confidence. No need to go out in the wind and rain like now, without a fixed place to live, dare not sleep deeply, and be awakened by the slightest movement. A few minutes later, the abandoned road where the convoy was driving began to change. The old and dilapidated cars were moved to both sides of the road. From time to time, survivors with alert expressions and various cold weapons could be seen on the road. Everything showed that they had arrived at the Lishan base. Lin Shibin, stop the car. Wang Jin signaled Lin Shibin to stop the dump truck. After the car stopped, Wang Jin jumped out of the car and walked towards several survivors who were roaming around the road, holding cold weapons and looking alert. These survivors had not seen such a large convoy arrive at the Lishan base for a long time. Now they were very surprised to see Wang Jin coming. But the long-term apocalyptic life did not make them relax their guard. They kept their hands on their weapons to ensure that they could fight at the first time. Wang Jin looked at the scene in front of him and felt that these people must often live outside, which was different from what he thought of living in the Lishan base, because if they had always lived in the base, they would definitely not have such a big reaction when they saw him. Only those who have often survived outside know that in the apocalypse, you not only have to face zombies, mutant beasts, but also your own accomplices, humans. Most of those who are not so vigilant are already dead. Hello, my name is Wang Jin, I am a member of this team. Because we have just arrived at the Lishan base, some situations are still unclear, so I want to ask you about the situation. Wang Jin tried to show a kind smile and said, "This is your reward. I won't let you work for nothing." Wang Jin took out more than a dozen bags of snacks, ham and bread from his backpack, put the food on the ground, and then stepped back a few steps to indicate that he had no ill intentions. Seeing so much food, the survivors' eyes turned green, and they all swallowed their saliva and looked at each other. A 30-year-old man who looked the most prestigious came out and said, "Excuse me, do you have any questions? We still know some basic situations in the Lishan base." Wang Jin was delighted when he saw that the other party agreed, and immediately said, "Just tell me some basic situations." If there is any good intelligence, I have more food for you. Several survivors were overjoyed. Under the vigilance of his companions, the man first picked up the food on the ground, and his expression relaxed, and he let down his guard and started to tell some situations in the Lishan base. Wang Jin occasionally interrupted when he heard questions. Half an hour later, Wang Jin had already understood some basic information about the Lishan base. He nodded with satisfaction, gave several survivors 2 pounds of beef, and returned to the dump truck amid the survivors. Thanks. Follow Shu Gang and the others, we're going to the Lishan base. Wang Jin, who returned to the car, ordered Lin Shiban to drive to catch up with Shu Gang and the others, and at the same time told Hishin and the others about what they had learned, so that everyone would have a basic understanding of the Lishan base. As the convoy continued to move, more and more people appeared on the road. Most of the survivors took cold weapons and dug wild grass and vegetables outside the base to catch some small animals such as mice. The survivors looked sideways when the convoy passed by. Such a large-scale escape convoy had not been seen in the Lishan base for a long time after 2 months of the apocalypse. The wild was too dangerous. If you were unlucky, you would encounter a group of zombies and powerful mutant beasts, and end up annihilated. The result of a long journey was mostly to perish on the road and become a rotten skeleton on the roadside. After driving for several kilometers, Wang Jin finally saw his destination, which was away from the mountain base. Lishan base is a small county town. Outside the county town, there is a wall more than 10 meters high. The wall is full of fire bunkers, light and heavy machine guns are arranged horizontally, and soldiers with serious expressions stand guard and patrol on the wall. There are also more than a dozen tall figures covered by rainproof cloth. Wang Jin can see that these are the king of human war, artillery. Lishan base has only one city gate for entry and exit. The gate, made of pure iron with amazing thickness, is extremely solid and has become the last barrier to defend Lishan base. The ground outside the wall of Lishan base is dug into potholes and pits within 100 meters. There are trenches several meters deep crisscrossing like a huge spider web. Only one road leading to the city gate is intact. 100 meters in front of the city gate, a huge bunker is stuck at the exit of Lishan base. There are hundreds of soldiers guarding the bunker. Survivors who come and go in and out of Lishan base need to be checked here before they can enter and leave Lishan base. Wang Jin, Shu Gang and others have also come to the bunker and accepted the inspection and questioning of these soldiers. Like the survivors, these soldiers were also very surprised because they had not seen a group of thousands of people fleeing for a long time. At the beginning of the end of the world, it was not uncommon to see a group larger than this. Now, 2 months later, let alone seeing it, they had never heard of it. What surprised them even more was that the leader of the group was still a soldier like themselves, but they didn't know which unit they were from. Faced with this situation, ordinary soldiers had no right to do anything. After several soldiers reported, a military off-road vehicle drove out of the Lishan base, and a burly middle-aged man wearing an officer's uniform and with a rough face came out. Hello, I am Lu Yuanwei, the defense officer of the southern area of the Lishan base. I used to be the commander of the 53rd Division of S City. Which unit are you a soldier from? The middle-aged soldier came to Shu Gang, saluted Shu Gang and asked. Hello, I am Shu Gang, the battalion commander of the 2nd Battalion of the 39th Regiment in H City. Shu Gang pointed to the soldiers and survivors behind him and said, "These are my soldiers, and those survivors are brought by me when I met them on the road." The 2nd Battalion of the 39th Regiment has a total of 523 people, and 67 people have actually arrived. Report to the commander, Shu Gang shouted, and the soldiers behind him snapped and saluted Lu Yuanwei neatly. It's not easy. Lu Yuanwei's eyes were a little moist, and he patted Shu Gang's shoulder and shook his head in silence. More than 500 people came all the way and only less than 100 people were left. The loss of more than 90% of the troops was really sad. The soldiers of the Lishan base also saluted, looking at the soldiers behind Shu Gang with implicit admiration. Such a large number of casualties can still not collapse, and resolutely complete the task. This unit is definitely an elite soldier. Shu Gang's eyes were also red. These are the soldiers he brought up, and many of them have had a lifelong friendship with him. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are as close as brothers. Now there are only these left. Shu Gang felt heartbroken when he thought about it. The eyes of this soldier who didn't make a sound even when he was shot blurred, and he couldn't hold back his tears anymore. It was also the first time that Wang Jin knew the number of Shu Gang's troops. When he met Shu Gang's army had only a little over 100 soldiers, and he didn't see the other hundreds of soldiers at all. Presumably, before he met him, the army had more deaths. The early stage of the apocalypse was often the most chaotic and the time with the highest number of deaths. I didn't expect these troops to be so miserable. He Xin sighed, and the others agreed. Originally, because of Wang Jin, everyone had no good impression of the army, but now this feeling has faded. At least the army fulfilled its responsibility and protected the survivors to come to the Lishan base. This achievement is enough for anyone to respect. The survivor secretly wiped away his tears, and for the first time in his heart, he sincerely praised these respectable soldiers. You have worked hard. You will be safe when you arrive at the Lishan base. I will take you down to have a good rest. Tomorrow I will take you to see the highest commander of the Lishan base, our former teacher, General Mengchen. Lu Yuanwei waved his hand and ordered the soldiers to come up to help, leading the soldiers to rest. At the same time, there were soldiers checking the survivors' luggage and arranging the survivors' entry into the city. Because there were too many survivors this time and too few people in the bunker, a group of officials were transferred from the Lishan base to arrange and sort out the survivors. As long as a survivor was checked for illegal items, an official would register, arrange housing for the survivors, and give them a new set of clothes to replace. There were also officials preaching the rules of the Lishan base, warning the survivors what they could and could not do, otherwise the survivors who had just entered the city would definitely cause a lot of chaos. Many officials were also not clean. When checking, once they found the survivors' food, they would quickly put the food into their own pockets. Then it was stated that food would be distributed to people in the base every day, so that the survivors would not have to worry about going hungry, and the food would be spent on everyone when it was confiscated. The survivors are not fools. How could they believe the nonsense of these officials? The army also distributes food every day, but people still starve to death. That little food is definitely not enough for people to eat. Now the officials have taken away some of the food that the survivors have worked so hard to get. It would be strange if the survivors don't explode. On the spot, some survivors started to make a scene, pulling the clothes of the officials to try to snatch back the food. Faced with this situation, these officials were also very experienced. One by one, they hid behind the soldiers. Come on, do you want to die? The soldiers, bullets are blind. Under the protection of the soldiers, the survivors dared not speak out. If they offended these officials, they would find an excuse not to let them enter the city. What should they do then? Continue to wander in the wild. So no matter how dissatisfied and angry the survivors were, they had to swallow their anger. The joy of reaching the Lishan base had long disappeared. When the other survivors saw it, those who had kept the food started to act. Some found a place to hide it, and some ate it on the spot to avoid the officials who were skinning them. It was okay for those with less food, but there was no way for those with more food. These officials all had a pair of fiery eyes. No matter where you hide your food, they can always find it for you, and then put it in their pockets, ignoring the fiery eyes of the survivors. Some of those whose food was taken away cried, some fought, and some cursed, but none of them could stop the officials from taking advantage of the situation. With the tacit consent of the soldiers, the process was carried out at a rapid speed, with survivors registered one by one, and food falling into the pockets of officials. Chapter 41. Wang Jin saw the soldiers watching coldly, while Lu Yuanwei and Shu Gang were talking and laughing loudly, pretending not to notice, and he knew that there must be something fishy going on. The army must have also intervened in this matter, otherwise why would they allow officials to do this? Judging from their skilled techniques, this has become an unspoken rule. Dozens of officials were very fast. Under the escort of the soldiers, they registered most of the survivors and came to the tail of the convoy, where Wang Jin's dump truck was. Seeing several officials with greedy eyes and eyes fixed on the dump truck coming over, Wang Jin sneered, folded his arms, leaned against the dump truck compartment, and just looked at them. Are these two cars yours? We are officials from the logistics department of the Lishan base. Now we are going to check your vehicles and supplies. If there are no prohibited items, you can register and enter the Lishan base. We also have to confiscate and hand over food. Please understand. A trough-nosed official grinned and said righteously. Several officials nearby had fiery eyes. Seeing Wang Jin and his group dressed neatly, with ruddy faces and 2 modified dump trucks, they knew that they had never worried about food. There must be a lot of leftover food. They could make a fortune this time, several officials thought. Try to move. Wang Jin's tone was cold, and his voice seemed to float out of the cold winter, which made people tremble and get nervous. Hiyushi and his men all stood in front of these officials with cold faces. You are resisting the law. Do you still want to enter the Lishan base? Get out of my way, otherwise, see the muzzles of those soldiers' guns. The official with the trough nose had seen many people who resisted this way, and threatened the soldiers when he saw this. He had tried this trick many times and never failed. Several soldiers also turned their heads and looked at the scene here, silently watching the official's actions. As long as someone resisted, they would take action to deal with it. With the soldiers behind him, the official with the trough nose suddenly became bolder and said proudly, "If you don't want to cause trouble, get out of here. I might be able to leave you some when I'm in a good mood." After that, the official with the trough nose walked forward with a swagger, pushed away Hiyushi, Duyuyan and others who were blocking the road, and opened the door of the dump truck. Hey, the compartment is well modified. A lot of money has been spent on the decoration, and there must be a lot of food. Brothers, let's work together to turn it upside down. The official with the trough nose was delighted to see that the compartment of the dump truck was luxuriously decorated with all kinds of clothes, bedding, fans, tables and chairs. He stretched out his hand and waved back, calling other officials to come and check together. Sundai, don't move, come back. But the other officials did not move, but shouted in fear. The man with the trough nose felt strange. What happened to the others? He turned around and was almost scared to death. 6 Type 54 pistols were pointed at his head. The gunman looked at him unkindly, as if he would pull the trigger if he moved. Cold sweat immediately broke out on the forehead of the official with the trough nose, but he was too scared to wipe it off. He said tremblingly, What are you doing? I tell you, I am an official and manager of the Lishan base. Believe it or not, I will make you pay for it." Quote. Oh, I want to try it. How can you make me pay for it? Wang Jin strode over and kicked the trough nose to the ground with 1 foot. He said fiercely, "Believe it or not, I will kill you now." Don't. The trough nose trembled with fear, holding his stomach with a distorted face, and said, I won't check it anymore. Don't kill me. Quote. At this time, the soldiers in the distance also found that something was wrong, and hurried over, calling for more soldiers at the same time. After all, Wang Jin had a gun here. Stop. When these soldiers saw the officer with a trough nose lying on the ground, their faces changed and they pointed their guns at Wang Jin and others. Help me quickly, these people are all thugs, arrest them all. The officer with a trough nose saw the soldiers, as if he saw his own father, and covered his stomach to accuse Wang Jin. Noisy. Wang Jin didn't even look at the muzzle of the soldier's gun, and kicked the officer with a trough nose in the face. Several broken teeth flew up, and the officer with a trough nose was covered with blood on his face and couldn't speak anymore. Bold. The soldier was very angry when he saw Wang Jin dared to commit a crime in front of him and others. He aimed his gun at Wang Jin and shouted, "Raise your hands, otherwise we will shoot." According to the regulations of the Lishan base, our soldiers have the right to shoot survivors who maliciously wounded others. Malicious wounding. Wang Jin laughed and pointed at the soldiers and said, "Then what about these officials who forcibly took our food? Is it malicious robbery? This is the rule of the base. We have no right to interfere. I will warn you again. Put your hands up, otherwise we will shoot." The soldiers looked slightly annoyed. They knew they were in the wrong, but others had done it this way. Why can't it work here? We soldiers still have the final say in the Lishan base. You, an outsider, are nothing. What a good sentence. We have no right to interfere. Wang Jin laughed loudly and sarcastically. I don't care about others, but here, no one can take anything from me. As soon as Wang Jin said this, several soldiers were about to take action, but Hiyushi and others had already taken a step ahead of them and pointed their guns at them, so they dared not act rashly. However, the soldiers were not just these few people. As the situation worsened, more and more soldiers began to rush over, pointing their guns at Hiyushi and his men. Even though Hiyushi and his men were no longer the rookies who ran away when they saw zombies, they were still under great pressure. Not everyone could face dozens of guns calmly. Wang Jin saw the situation of Hiyushi and his men, and he also demonstrated his ability, summoning the Zerg to confront the soldiers. Ripples began to appear in the space around Wang Jin, and lion-sized velociraptors appeared in the real world from virtual to real. Dozens of ferocious velociraptors were more imposing than the soldiers. As soon as they appeared, they bared their teeth and roared wildly. Their sharp claws, strong muscles, and crazy roars all showed the horror and power of this creature. Even if the soldiers were holding guns, they did not feel a bit safe when facing the velociraptors, as if they would be torn to pieces by these ferocious animals in the next second. They unconsciously took 2 steps back to distance themselves from the velociraptors. Mutants. Lu Yuanwei, who happened to be there, was shocked when he saw this scene. Each mutant is not simple. These ferocious animals look hard to deal with. There are so many of them that it is hard to say who will win or lose in a conflict between the soldiers and them. Moreover, the army is in urgent need of mutants and is actively recruiting them. Lu Yuanwei does not want to offend a mutant casually. If it gets to the ears of someone with ulterior motives, it will make the army's recruitment work more difficult. At that moment, Lu Yuanwei no longer hesitated, and hurriedly pushed aside the soldiers and walked forward and shouted, "Stop it, put down your guns. Brother, let's talk slowly. There is no need to be so tense." As the defense officer of the southern area of Lishan base, the direct superior of the soldiers, and one of the most powerful figures in the base, Lu Yuanwei's words are still very effective. After hearing this, the soldiers put down their guns and stood behind Lu Yuanwei. Seeing that the soldiers put down their guns, Wang Jin did not want to further intensify the conflict, so he summoned his velociraptor to his side, and the situation between the 2 sides eased. "Brother, I don't know what happened that made you so angry?" Lu Yuanwei asked, wanting to understand the course of events before dealing with them. "You should ask these officials about this, they know everything." Wang Jin curled his lips, threw the official with a trough nose over, and pointed at several officials. "Tell me, what's going on?" Lu Yuanwei's face sank, and a sense of pressure from being in a high position for a long time was revealed. Several officials did not dare not answer, and honestly told the situation again. "You deserve it. What did the division commander tell you before? Mutants must not be offended. You are so good that you offended people to death. Can you confiscate the mutants' supplies?" Lu Yuanwei was furious after hearing this, and slapped the official with a trough nose to the ground. "We didn't know he was a mutant." The official with a trough nose looked aggrieved, but he didn't dare to talk back to Lu Yuanwei, and could only mutter in his heart, "Brother, I'm really sorry. It's our mismanagement. I'm here to apologize to you. I hope you don't take it to heart." Lu Yuanwei lowered his attitude and gave Wang Jin enough face. Faced with Lu Yuanwei's low attitude, Wang Jin couldn't help but give face. In addition, Wang Jin wouldn't take small characters like the trough nose to heart, so he responded, "It's just a small matter, it's better not to talk about it." "Haha, brother, you're right. Look, I've been talking for so long, but I still don't know your name. I'm Lu Yuanwei, and I'm currently the defense officer of the southern area of the Lishan base." "What's your name, brother?" Lu Yuanwei pushed away the soldiers who wanted to follow him, walked through the group of velociraptors alone, came to Wang Jin and extended his hand to introduce himself. "My name is Wang Jin, a mutant." Wang Jin extended his hand and shook hands with Lu Yuanwei, secretly admiring his courage. Most people don't dare to approach dozens of ferocious velociraptors. "So it's Brother Wang. I'm a few years older than you. You can just call me Lao Lu. Friends call me whatever they call me." Lu Yuanwei has a careful side that is different from his rough appearance. Just Lao Lu brings him closer to Wang Jin. Faced with Lu Yuanwei's deliberate friendship, Wang Jin didn't understand, but knowing one more senior executive of the Lishan base would only benefit him, not harm him, so he agreed. "Lao Lu, what are you talking about? How about this, you don't have to call me Brother Wang. I call you Lao Lu, so just call me Xiao Wang. I won't take advantage of you." "Haha, I like Xiao Wang's personality. A man should be like this. How about I treat you? Let's go for a couple of drinks, and I'll take care of the registration for you." "I couldn't ask for more." Wang Jin saw that someone was leading the way, so how could he refuse? He just took this opportunity to get to know the Lishan base well. You guys, arrange a villa in Nanwan district for my brother, and make sure all the living facilities are in place, otherwise you won't be able to wear this official hat. Lu Yuanwei instructed several officials, and threatened them, fearing that they would be upset and not be able to do their job properly. But, Lu, there are no extra villas in Nanwan. The official with the trough nose covered his face, and because he was missing a few teeth, his voice was a little leaky. How is it possible? I clearly remember that there are several empty villas there. Lu Yuanwei frowned and looked at the man with the trough nose with a very unfriendly look. The official with the trough nose looked at Lu Yuanwei pitifully and said with a bitter face, "Those villas have been reserved by the Mutant Alliance. I can't do anything about it." Mutant Alliance. When Lu Yuanwei heard the name, his face looked very bad. He sneered. "I didn't expect them to get involved here. Don't worry about them. Just clean up the villa and let my brothers live there. Just say it's my order and rebel against them. This base is now under the control of our army." "Yes," the man with the trough nose replied dejectedly, thinking that of course you are not afraid. I, a small official, can't afford to offend the Mutant Alliance. In the end, you are fine, but I am the one who is unlucky. Thank you, Lao Lu, for your great help. I thank you in advance. Wang Jin was very satisfied when he heard that he and others were arranged in the villa. He looked at Lu Yuanwei with a friendlier look. No matter what the other party's purpose was, at least the sincerity was good. What are you thanking me for? Let's stop chatting here and go into the city to drink. Lu Yuanwei ordered the soldiers to continue dealing with the survivors and took Wang Jin and his party into the city. Led by Lu Yuanwei, Wang Jin and others drove a dump truck and passed through the soldiers' checkpoint into the city. In the Lishan base, the narrow streets were full of dirt and mess, and there was a pungent stench from the sewers. There were many numb survivors on the road, and their pale faces and weak steps showed that they were not living a happy life. Is this the Lishan base? Wang Jin glanced over and felt that it was no different from an ordinary civilian camp. Except for a larger population and a stronger military force, people's lives are still the same. They suffer for food and don't know when they will starve to death in any corner. Xiao Wang, don't underestimate our base. This is just the periphery of our Lishan base. When we get to the city center, you will be surprised. Lu Yuanwei saw Wang Jin's thoughts and turned to Wang Jin. Wang Jin was now sitting in his military off-road vehicle at Lu Yuanwei's request. Oh, really? Wang Jin looked at Lu Yuanwei. Lu Yuanwei did not answer, but said in a riddle, "You will know when you get there." Wang Jin was aroused with curiosity and wanted to see what the city center was like. After all, the Lishan base was a large survivor base with a scale of 100,000 people. It seemed that it was not as simple as he saw now. The Lishan base was originally a reconstruction of a small county town, and the area was not large. After driving Lu Yuanwei's off-road vehicle for 1 or 2 kilometers, Wang Jin finally came to the city center mentioned by Lu Yuanwei, the location of the pre-apocalyptic commercial center. The so-called city center is a city within a city. A wall separates it from the survivors outside. There are soldiers guarding the wall. Ordinary survivors can only stop here and are not qualified to enter the city center. Only some people who are well-dressed, noble, and look like powerful people in the Lishan base can enter and exit the city center after inspection. As one of the top 10 big men in the Lishan base, ordinary soldiers all knew Lu Yuanwei's car. When they saw Lu Yuanwei coming, they immediately let him in and had no courage to check him. Protected by Lu Yuanwei, Wang Jin also enjoyed VIP treatment. When others were checked by soldiers, he followed Lu Yuanwei's car and entered the city center under the salutes of the soldiers. As soon as he entered the city center, Wang Jin felt bright in front of his eyes. A row of tall trees on the roadside blocked the scorching sun, bringing a touching green to the city center. The streets were also cleaned up, and there was no odor in the nose. The people walking in them were rosy-cheeked and dressed brightly, without the nervousness and numbness that people in the end times should have. There were ladies walking cats and dogs, young men and women driving luxury cars, successful people with big bellies and suits, and officers in officer uniforms. On both sides of the street, shops that had been built before the end of the world reopened, high-end residential communities were lined up in rows, and quiet and elegant villas were scattered all over the city center. Everything he saw in front of him made Wang Jin feel like he had returned to the end of the world. Except for the fact that there were not so many people, what was the difference from the end of the world? How is it? I didn't lie to you, this is the core of our Lishan base. The people living here are all powerful people in the base and their families. Lu Yuanwei was quite proud. Everything here was conquered by their army, and they built it into a pure land in the end of the world. He had the right to be proud and proud. It's really unexpected. I didn't expect there is a pure land for humans here. Wang Jin nodded, but he was a little emotional. It was indeed the end of the world. The class differentiation of humans in the end of the world was not eliminated, but became more obvious. If Wang Jin guessed correctly, this part of the city center was built by exploiting other survivors in the city and concentrating the resources of 100,000 survivors. A city within a city, it really lives up to its name. The lives of people inside and outside the city are like ice and fire. Outside, it is hot and humid, while inside, it is warm as spring. Although Wang Jin was emotional, he had no idea of change, nor the ability to change. This is the general trend of the survivor base in the end of the world, which cannot be changed by one or two people. The end of the world gave people the opportunity to stand at the starting line again, but cruelly deprived people of the time to compete. When you are still in the preparation stage of the start, there are already a group of people standing at the finish line, laughing at your funny performance. Ordinary survivors want to catch up, only with tears, blood, and the greatest effort, to win the illusory top of the pyramid. Only by squeezing others out can you win a position at the top of the pyramid. There are high-ranking government officials, military officers above the company level, mutants, and some high-end talents here. Don't offend people here casually in the future, because everyone who can live here is not simple. Lu Yuanwei told Wang Jin about the rules here, so that he could not mess around with his identity as a mutant. Maybe there are people that Wang Jin, a mutant, can't handle. Understood. Wang Jin nodded. Although he was confident, he would not act recklessly. He could not afford to offend the thousands of troops in the Lishan base. Let's have a meal here. The food in this hotel is good. I think it suits your taste. Lu Yuanwei parked the car under a hotel and greeted Wang Jin. This is a 4-story hotel. The 3 magnificent characters of Fengju are very conspicuous. Looking at the scale, Wang Jin has not seen a hotel bigger than this one during his journey. I've been in the wild for so long, I'm not picky about anything edible, let alone food carefully prepared by the chef. Wang Jin patted his stomach, indicating that he couldn't wait. Haha, okay, I'll let you eat enough today. Xiao Wang's friends behind, come together, we won't go home until we're drunk today. Lu Yuanwei laughed, and under the reception of the waiter, he led Wang Jin and others to the hotel. Go to the Bian private room on the 4th floor, ask Xiao Chen to ask the chef to serve the best dishes, today I want to celebrate with my new brother. Lu Yuanwei is definitely a frequent visitor to this restaurant, he said to the receptionist as soon as he came in, and he didn't need the waiter to lead the way. He took Wang Jin to the 4th floor directly. He knew the layout of the hotel very well. Yes, I'll go and inform Manager Chen now, please wait for Lu Fangbei. The waiter wrote down Lu Yuanwei's request and hurriedly reported to the lobby manager. In a private room on the 4th floor with elegant and exquisite decoration, Wang Jin and Lu Yuanwei sat opposite each other. Next to them was a beautiful woman in her 30s, who poured tea for Lu Yuanwei and Wang Jin. In the fragrance of tea, she smiled and said, Lu Fangbei is coming, why didn't you inform us earlier? I didn't prepare anything. Xiao Chen, what can I say about you? You are always so polite. I have known you for a long time. Don't you know your temper? I don't care about those empty things, as long as the food is delicious. Besides, I just found a new brother today, and I forgot everything in my happiness. Lu Yuanwei took a sip of tea and deliberately shook his head and teased. The beautiful woman rolled her eyes at Lu Yuanwei, and her beautiful phoenix eyes glanced at Wang Jin. It was rare to see Lu Yuanwei so familiar with new acquaintances, and he started to call him brother in a short time. I don't know who this gentleman is. I, Chen Feng, have been in the Lishan base for quite a while, but I have never seen you before. You look very unfamiliar, Chen Feng asked with a smile, and a pair of eyes flashed with the shrewdness of a businessman. Wang Jin, I just escaped from the wild to the Lishan base today. Thanks to Lao Lu's care, we hit it off and became confidants. Wang Jin answered calmly without telling the other party too much information. Okay, Xiao Chen, if you want gossip, wait until next time. Hurry up and ask the chef to serve the food. My brother just came back from the wild and is exhausted. He can't stand your gossip. Lu Yuanwei patted the table and asked Chen Feng to serve the food quickly. The main person is not anxious yet, why are you anxious? I think you are hungry yourself. Chen Feng turned the tables on Lu Yuanwei and did not stay any longer. He twisted his slender waist and left the private room. As plates of exquisite food were served, Wang Jin and Lu Yuanwei chatted more and more familiarly. Wang Jin learned more about the base through Lu Yuanwei, and Lu Yuanwei also learned more about Wang Jin through the conversation. The two sides had a good chat. After 3 rounds of dishes and wine, Lu Yuanwei poured a cup of tea for Wang Jin and finally told him his purpose. Xiao Wang, I see that you have just arrived at the base and are unfamiliar with the people in the place. Why don't you join our army? With your strength and my guarantee, you can be a company commander and manage more than 100 soldiers, and there will be huge room for advancement in the future. Sure enough, Wang Jin has long known that there is no free lunch in the world. The reason why Lu Yuanwei is so enthusiastic is not the so-called mutual appreciation, but he wants to join the army himself and improve the strength of the army. This is the real purpose. Although Lu Yuanwei has never seen Wang Jin fighting, those dozens of velociraptors are not decorations. Their ferocious appearance makes people have no doubt about their combat effectiveness. Few mutants in the dozens of velociraptors in the base can fight alone. Wang Jin pretended to be very surprised, entangled, and hesitant on the surface, but he already had the answer in his heart. It is impossible to join the army, and he does not want to lose his freedom. Moreover, the reason why I went to Lishan base was not to become an official. I chose Lishan base because it could provide me with a stable rear, so that I could hunt for brain core crystal cores without any scruples. If I joined the army, I would not have this opportunity. Wang Jin knew that the capital for his survival was the Zerg, and it was right to increase the number of Zerg and improve his strength. Only with strong enough strength would there be a lack of power. Wang Jin's mind was very clear, and he had a scale in his heart to measure who was more important and who was less important. So after Wang Jin had done enough with his expression, he showed an apologetic look and said, "Thank you for your kindness, old Lu, but I, Wang Jin, was originally an idle person, used to wildness, and I am really sorry for letting me live a disciplined life in the army." Lu Yuanwei's face was a little stiff, and he didn't drink the tea in his mouth. Although he considered that Wang Jin might refuse, he was more confident that Wang Jin would agree. Many people are eager to join the army, with good treatment and great power. With this backer, you will have everything from money to beautiful women. Lu Yuanwei thought that Wang Jin had just arrived at the Lishan base, and with his previous enthusiastic performance, he would choose to agree, but he did not expect the result to be beyond his expectations. Xiao Wang, are you really not going to consider it again? After becoming a company commander, you can get a supply of 100 brain cores per month, which should be enough to meet your own consumption and have some left over. You just came to the base and don't know that in addition to the common barter, the new currencies such as brain cores and crystal cores are the strongest. It can buy everything you wanted before, luxury cars, famous houses and women, and the army can back you up if you encounter any trouble. Quote, Lu Yuanwei still plans to try hard and take out brain cores as a lure. This is something many mutants cannot refuse. It is precisely because of their strength that they have a good life now. Mutants pay more attention to improving their strength. 100 brain cores per month are enough for a mutant. Sorry, Lao Lu, I have thought it through very clearly. Compared with brain cores, I still desire freedom more. Quote, 100 brain cores per month. What a joke. If I go out hunting for a day, I can get more than this number of brain cores. 100 brain cores can have a great impact on other survivors. When they are placed in front of Wang Jin doesn't even glance at them. Seeing that Wang Jin really refused, Lu Yuanwei realized that no matter how much he said, it would be useless, and he stopped persuading him. The atmosphere between the two sides suddenly fell silent. Lu Yuanwei drank tea alone. Wang Jin glanced at him. For this enthusiastic soldier, Wang Jin still had some good feelings, even if the other party approached him deliberately with a purpose. At that moment, Wang Jin stood up and said to Lu Yuanwei, I know that you are kind, but I still have to refuse. If you still recognize me as your cheap friend, we will still be friends in the future. Lu Yuanwei smiled and stood up and said, since you have made up your mind, I will not force you. I only have one request. You cannot join our army, but you must not join the Mutant Alliance. If you agree, I will be your brother. Quote. Mutant Alliance. Wang Jin chewed on these 5 words and promised Lu Yuanwei, I promise you, even if the Mutant Alliance invites me with a sedan chair, I will not agree. Ha ha, good brother. Lu Yuanwei patted Wang Jin on the shoulder, reached out and took out a bunch of keys from his pocket, and said, this is the key to Villa number 3 in Nanwan District, you can move in directly. Thank you. Wang Jin almost forgot about it. He took the key and felt a little emotional. From this action, it can be seen that Lu Yuanwei is not a stingy person. Such a friend is worth making. What are you thanking me for? It's a small matter. Just come to me for a drink more often. Lu Yuanwei waved his hand, paid the bill first and left. Wang Jin went to Xin's box and briefly told them what happened. Then he left the hotel and drove the dump truck to his new home in Nanwan District. Outside a villa area to the north of the city center of Shanji, Wang Jin stopped his dump truck and handed the key given by Lu Yuanwei to the soldier for inspection. After the inspection, the soldier acting as a gatekeeper looked a little strange, but did not say anything and let Wang Jin drive in by himself. Wang Jin was a little surprised, but did not think much about it. Now it was important to see his new home, after all, he would spend a long time here. The vehicle drove slowly, drove a distance on the antique blue brick road, passed several villas hidden behind trees, and finally came to his new home, Villa number 3 in Nanwan District. This is a 3-story villa with luxurious decoration, complete living facilities and a large area. Anyway, Wang Jin and his party did not seem crowded to live there, and there were extra rooms left. Wow, this decoration, this style, it's amazing. As soon as Yushi came into the room, he drooled, reached out and touched this and that, and was amazed again and again. This house is really big, much bigger than ours. Chen Dong's requirement for a house is that it is big, and the bigger it is, the more people live in it. Wenwen held her little finger in her mouth and looked around with her big eyes, intending to find the best nest to settle down. Wang Jin observed the villa and chose the master bedroom on the 3rd floor as his room. After Wang Jin chose the room, others started to find their own rooms. Only Wenwen pouted and her cute face was about to cry. But Xin slapped her butt twice, fearing that she would not be safe sleeping alone, and asked her to sleep with her. The room she liked flew away. Could it be that Wenwen would have this expression? Soon, after a fight, everyone chose their own room. The best room near Wang Jin was vacant. People did not fight, but left it for Xin and Li Yu. Wang Jin smiled bitterly in his heart. He really had nothing to do with others. Why were Yushi and other guys so self-conscious? Although Wang Jin thought so, he was still a little happy in his heart. Alas, it was a common problem for men. What are you looking at? Xin rolled her eyes at Wang Jin, hugged the pitiful Wenwen, and closed the door with a bang. Li Yu glanced at Wang Jin and went into the room without saying anything. Wang Jin touched his nose helplessly, and glared at Yushi and others who were hiding at the stairs and laughing, which scared them away. The villa had been cleaned and could be moved in directly, reducing the labor of Wang Jin and others. After Wang Jin sorted out his belongings, he went downstairs to gather everyone and said, from today on, this is our new home. Everyone should take care of the hygiene. I don't want to live in a garbage dump. Brother Wang, don't worry, this is also our home, how can we not take care of it? Jia Ding responded. Others also nodded. That's great. Nodding with satisfaction, Wang Jin glanced at everyone present, and suddenly stood up and said, we have just arrived at the Lishan base. Although we have learned some of the situation, it is not detailed enough. If we want to live here, we must increase our understanding of the base. Now, I order. Wang Jin looked at Xin and ordered, Xin, go out and find out the layout and defense of the Lishan base, and draw a simple sketch. Yes, Xin was still quite rigorous when doing things. After receiving Wang Jin's order, he agreed without saying a word. Jia Ding, you go to understand the prices and trading markets of the base. Yes, Yushi, you go to check and inquire about the laws and regulations of the base. Yes, Lin Shibin, you go to check the living conditions of the survivors. Yes, Li Yu, your task is the most important. Go and find out about the power structure and distribution of the base, especially the Mutant Alliance. You must pay special attention. Wang Jin finally looked at Li Yu and handed this important task to the other party. Understood, I promise to complete the task. Li Yu did not give Wang Jin a cold face this time, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Wang Jin gave the most important task to herself, which just showed Wang Jin's trust in herself. Let's go, remember to come back before dark. Wang Jin gave each person some brain cores to take with them, so that they could use them to bribe when needed and obtain intelligence better. Li Yu and his team left quickly and scattered around the base to gather intelligence. Now there are only 4 people left in the camp: Wang Jin, Chen Dong, Du Yuyan and Wenwen. Chen Dong and Du Yuyan are really not suitable for this kind of intelligence work. One is too honest and the other is too timid, and they are not suitable for gathering intelligence at all. The villa, which was lively just now, became deserted again because many people left. Wang Jin was exercising in a gym on the 3rd floor, and there was a little girl who was chattering and sticky next to him. After exercising for 2 hours, Wang Jin stopped exercising when his whole body was sweating and his muscles were sore. Feeling the strength of his body gradually recovering, Wang Jin smiled. After the apocalypse, Wang Jin has been constantly exercising. Even after getting the Velociraptor Hydralisk, Wang Jin still used his spare time to exercise and improve himself. Wang Jin didn't want to be a mage in a novel who was killed by someone getting close to him. Now his physical fitness is not much worse than that of a boxer before the apocalypse. In addition to his skills honed in fighting zombies, Wang Jin is confident that he will not be easily knocked down in a one-on-one fight. Wang Jin dare not say that he is the best in single combat. Under the threat of the end of the world, many people have honed their combat skills in the test of life and death. Some talented people may be stronger than Wang Jin, not to mention the body mutants like Chen Dong. Single combat with such people is completely seeking death. No matter how skilled you are, they can beat you into pieces with one punch. Wang Jin's skills are just to better protect himself and prevent himself from being easily defeated by others close to him. The body is just an auxiliary. Wang Jin really relies on the Zerg troops. With the Zerg in hand, Wang Jin dares to face any mutant. Uncle, play with me. I want to play chess. Wenwen found a set of Go from somewhere and set up to play Gobang with Wang Jin. Play by yourself, Uncle is tired. Wang Jin has no interest in bullying others, so he lies on the chair with his eyes closed to rest. Wenwen puffed up her face, dragged Wang Jin's arm, and said angrily, "Uncle, don't look down on me. I'm really good at playing chess. My mother says I'm a genius." "Okay, you're a genius, okay. Uncle will play with you. If you pull Uncle's arm again, it will break." Wang Jin couldn't stand this clingy girl, and he played Gobang with this 7-year-old child with a smile. 10 minutes later, Wang Jin was sweating profusely, his brows wrinkled into a chuan shape, his eyes staring at the 4 white pieces in a row, and he couldn't believe that he lost again. "Ha, Uncle, you know how good I am, right? I said I was a genius, but you still didn't believe it. Look, you've lost 3 games in a row. Now you believe I'm a genius, right?" Wenwen held her head high, with an expression on her face that was about to praise me. "I admit defeat, Wenwen, you are really a genius, playing chess at this level." Wang Jin raised his thumb and did not hesitate to praise me. "Yeah, I'm so smart, Uncle, let's continue playing chess, it's fun." Wenwen nodded proudly and pulled Wang Jin to continue playing. "Forget it, Uncle can't beat you. It's not fun to keep losing chess," Wang Jin muttered secretly. "It's okay, I can teach you when playing chess, you will become better and better if you play more. Wenwen couldn't beat Mom before, but later I played more, and Mom couldn't beat me, hee. By the way, it's too boring to just play chess, take something as a bet, Take candy, Uncle, you have more of this, so you can afford to lose." Wang Jin. A few hours later, Hishin and others who came back saw Wang Jin with a dark face, beaten inhumanely by Wenwen on the chessboard, and a look of grief and anger. Seeing Hishin and others come back, Wang Jin was overjoyed. "You are finally back, Wang Jin has been scared by Wenwen's chess for a few hours. How can he survive when he is so young and has such terrifying chess skills? His IQ is so low. Wang Jin doubted his IQ for the first time. Mom, I won many games with my uncle. Look, these are all the candies I won. Wenwen showed off a bag of candies to her mother. Wang Jin covered his face and sighed, my fame. Yushi looked at Wang Jin with strange eyes, as if he wanted to see if the man in front of him was their boss. He actually lost to a 7-year-old kid in chess. If he told others, everyone would laugh. Others were the same. They looked at the candies in Wenwen's arms and then at the frustrated Wang Jin. They couldn't believe that the scene in front of them was real. Xin laughed out loud, tapped Wang Jin's arm with her green jade finger, and said with a smile, I asked you to play chess with Wenwen, and now your confidence has been hit, right? Wenwen has won the city's Gobang competition championship. You know, since I taught her how to play Gobang, I never dared to play chess with her again. It was too frustrating. So that's it. Wang Jin felt much better after hearing Xin's explanation. He lost to a champion, and it was not unfair. However, the 7-year-old champion always felt weird. Why did he want to pinch Wenwen's proud little face? Brother Wang, playing chess is not suitable for you. You should lead us. You have talent in this area. Yushi stretched his head over, and his white teeth were so dazzling. Get lost. Wang Jin kicked Yushi in the butt in a bad mood, kicking away the guy who was rubbing salt into his wounds. Brother Wang, I believe in you. When you have a son in the future, let him avenge you and defeat Wenwen to help you vent your anger. Jia Ding deliberately joked. I'm not afraid. Wenwen put her hands behind her back and imitated the heroes on TV, trying to pretend to be lonely. This cute look made everyone laugh again, and they were amused by Wenwen. Wang Jin himself laughed. Except when he was working, Wang Jin was usually very approachable. Sometimes he would joke with everyone. Xin and others who had been with Wang Jin for a long time could observe it, so they didn't mind making some jokes with Wang Jin. Wang Jin always believed that being ruthless to the enemy was a skill. If you were also ruthless to your partners and didn't care about human feelings, it was not a skill, but a show-off. Okay, now that we've had enough jokes, tell us about the information you've collected. Xin, you go first. After joking, Wang Jin's face turned serious and he started to ask about business. This is the sketch I drew after running around the base for several hours. Xin took out an A1 paper and spread it on the table to explain to Wang Jin. The Lishan base is surrounded by walls, and only the east gate has a gate for entry and exit. There are about 500 soldiers stationed on each wall. Together with the soldiers in the barracks, there are about 3,500 soldiers in the entire base. Good job. Wang Jin nodded, looked at the sketch drawn by Xin, and memorized the general layout of the base. Yushi. Wang Jin rolled up the sketch drawn by Xin and looked at Yushi. Brother Wang, look, this is the laws and regulations I wrote down about the military's troops. They are all here. Yushi took out a notebook with the rules of the base written down, what can be done, what cannot be done, and what kind of punishment will be received if done. Lin Shibin. I asked a lot of survivors today. Now the base gives porridge to the survivors twice a day, once in the morning and once in the evening. Many survivors can only rely on going out of the city to find wild vegetables and catch small animals to supplement their nutrition. The survivors with cold weapons we saw before are like this. Jia Ding. The base mostly implements barter transactions. The previous paper money and gold have become waste. In addition to food that can be used as currency, the brain core crystal core is the most precious. As long as you have a brain core crystal core, you can use the brain core to exchange for many good things at the military logistics department, including weapons and food. Li Yu stood confidently in front of Wang Jin, with a heroic spirit blowing in his face, showing the style of a policeman. There are more than a dozen forces in the base now, most of which are small forces. Only 2 forces dominate the base. One is the army that controls the Lishan base now, and the other is the Mutant Alliance. Li Yu paused here, looked at Wang Jin's interested face, and smiled. She was happy that her answer attracted Wang Jin's attention, and continued, the army has thousands of fully armed soldiers, and its strength is the strongest in the base. The Mutant Alliance is not bad either. This organization is different from the army. It is formed by the spontaneous organization of the people. Because the mutants showed various extraordinary abilities at the beginning of the apocalypse, they were jointly resisted and suppressed by the survivors and the army. Many mutants were burned and beaten to death, thinking that they were the same as zombies. They are all infected and have mutated genes, and they are afraid that they will be infected. The Mutant Alliance was established under this situation. Its purpose is to safeguard the rights and interests of mutants and protect them from harm. So far, hundreds of mutants have joined, accounting for 80% of the mutants in the base, and their strength is very strong. Quote. Later, people realized the power of mutants. As the end of the world continued, the power of the government became weaker and weaker, and their importance became more prominent. The rights of mutants in the base began to increase, and their ambitions grew day by day, which began to threaten the rule of the army, causing the army to suppress the Mutant Alliance. The contradictions between the two sides became deeper and deeper, and they wanted to eliminate each other and become the ultimate ruler of the base. It's unlikely that the Mutant Alliance can replace the army. He Shin frowned, a little unbelievable. Nothing is impossible. Everyone knows the strength of mutants. Chen Dong and I are like this. If there are 100 such mutants, it is not impossible to subvert the rule of the army. 100 Wong brothers. Hiyushi was stunned when he heard this. Thinking of thousands of velociraptors, Hiyushi shuddered and muttered to himself, that army is nothing. It can be destroyed in minutes. Li Yu slapped Hiyushi on the back of his head and laughed. It's not as easy as you think. There are many mutants whose combat power is not very strong. Their role is reflected in other aspects. As I just learned, some mutants can communicate with plants and accelerate their growth. Some can heal wounds and make injured people recover faster. The combat power of these people is about the same as that of ordinary people, accounting for a small half of the Mutant Alliance. Li Yu said here, rolled his eyes at Wang Jin and said, and not everyone is as powerful as Wang Jin. According to my inquiries, Wang Jin's strength should be ranked in the top 3 in the Mutant Alliance. The strength of the Mutant Alliance is uneven, and Chen Dong is estimated to be ranked in the upper middle. Quote. The strength of the Mutant Alliance should not be underestimated. They can compete with the army for so long, and there must be a trump card. He Shin said. He Shin, you are right. It is said that mutants also have levels like zombie mutants. Chen Dong is a level 1 mutant, Wang Jin is called level 1 peak, and Luo Chang, the leader of the Mutant Alliance, is rumored to have broken through the level 1 limit and reached the level 2 mutant, with unfathomable strength. Level 2 mutant. Wang Jin frowned. He showed the strength of dozens of velociraptors, but he was only level 1 peak. He didn't know what level a level 2 mutant was. What level 2 mutant? In my opinion, Brother Wang is the most powerful. That Luo Chang, Brother Wang can kill him with just one finger. Hiyushi jumped out to flatter others again, making others look upset. You are not the kind of person who can lie with your eyes open. Wang Jin smiled but didn't say anything. The strength he showed outside the Lishan base was only a small part. Most of the velociraptors and hydralisks were not summoned. Maybe the second-level mutants were very strong, but Wang Jin didn't take them seriously. If dozens of hydralisks sprayed one round, you would be skinned alive. Okay, everyone has a general understanding of the situation in the base. The next step is to assign work. You follow me and do the work I assign. I guarantee that you will have no worries about food and drink in the base. Wang Jin glanced at everyone and wanted to divide the work among them. It would no longer be like before, working together when there was something to do and relaxing together when there was nothing to do. Only by clearly dividing the work among everyone can the efficiency of work be improved. It was not necessary in the convoy before, but it is different now living in the base. He Shin, you will manage logistics in the future. Except for the brain core crystal core, all supplies will be under your management. Anyone who wants items needs my order. Do you understand? Wang Jin said to He Shin. He Shin was responsible for these things before, and now he is just more clear. I will definitely not let you down. He Shin's eyes were sincere, with an indescribable meaning. Li Yu, Chen Dong, from now on you will go out to fight with me and be assigned to the combat department. Yes. Chen Dong touched the back of his head and smiled happily. Fighting has always been something he likes to do. I will help you deal with your enemies. Li Yu saluted Wang Jin, his eyes shining brightly, and it seems that he is also a fighting maniac. Hiyushi, Lin Shibin, Jia Ding, you will be divided into the second combat group to assist our first combat group. You don't need to be very strong in combat. You are usually responsible for taking care of the battlefield and other work. Do you understand? I understand, Brother Wang, don't worry. Hiyushi and the other two replied happily. They were happiest that they didn't need to take risks in fighting. They knew what level they were at. If they encountered more zombies, they would be killed. Wang Jin didn't expect to rely on them to fight. They just needed to do a good job of assisting. Du Yuyan, cooperate with He Shin's work. Okay, Du Yuyan replied in a low voice, still as insignificant as ever. Okay, it's getting late. Let's go to rest after cooking and eating. Tomorrow, Li Yu and Chen Dong will go hunting with me. Hiyushi and you guys also have to do your work well. Let's go. No one spoke that night. Wang Jin spent his first night in the Lishan base peacefully. In the early morning, when the sun broke through the fog and shone the first ray of sunlight, the Lishan base began to move. One by one, the ragged and weak survivors passed through the city gate, carrying their cold weapons, and after being checked by the soldiers in the bunker, they went to the Lishan base to find food. Or dig wild vegetables, or catch some small animals and insects to fill their shriveled stomachs. The base gives too little food every day, and the survivors can only survive in this way. Rumble. The sound of the huge motor starting came, and a high and thickened dump truck with a body full of sharp weapons drove out. The heavy body carried an amazing momentum. The survivors on the road exclaimed and dodged, leaving the road to this steel monster. When passing by the soldier checkpoint, the dump truck did not stop to check, but whizzed away directly. These soldiers were impressed by the owner of this dump truck. Not only was he fine after the conflict with the army yesterday, but he also got along with their superiors. Soldiers will not make trouble for nothing and annoy their superiors. On the dump truck, Wang Jin sat in the passenger seat and smoked silently. Li Yu drove the dump truck with a focused expression, and Chen Dong was on guard in the convoy. This was Wang Jin's hunting team. Wang Jin asked Hiyushi and the others to stay in the base today and take them out next time. It was better to be careful when going out for the first time, and it was not appropriate to take Hiyushi and the others with him. Smoke less. Li Yu suddenly turned around and reached out to throw the cigarette in Wang Jin's mouth out of the window, with a cold expression and a little tenderness. Wang Jin was stunned, shrugged, and put the cigarette shell back into his pocket. The dump truck was still driving fast, and the survivors on both sides of the abandoned road were getting sparser and sparser. There were soldiers patrolling near the base, and there were fewer zombies. The farther away from the base, the more zombies there were. Ordinary survivors did not dare to leave the vicinity of the base easily. Even those mutants who specialized in hunting would not run too far. After all, there were too many dangers in the wild. Wang Jin and his team naturally did not have this problem. He would go wherever there were more zombies. It would be best if he encountered a group of more than 1,000 zombies. That would be comfortable. It would not be a problem for him to solve it with his own strength. He could make enough money at once. After the dump truck drove out for more than 20 kilometers, there were no people nearby. Mutant weeds as tall as a person were overgrown, and trees tens of meters high were everywhere. The abandoned road was mostly occupied by weeds. Looking around, there was a green between the sky and the earth, as if he had come to a sea of plants. On the abandoned road, you can see some small animals running around from time to time, mice as big as cats, hares as big as dogs, and sparrows looking for food. When the dump truck passed by, these small animals were frightened and disappeared into the grass. The road was instantly quiet again. There are so many animals here. After the apocalypse, we humans are no longer our natural enemies. With the rapid growth of plants and the accelerated reproduction of body mutations, their numbers are increasing very fast. Unfortunately, even if ordinary survivors know there is food here, they dare not come here. Li Yu was driving the car and looked at the scene in front of him with emotion. It's true that there is a lot of food here, but they have to be alive to get it. These small animals are just level 0 herbivorous mutants. Survivors can deal with them, but if they encounter carnivores, they have to transform their identities as prey hunters, not to mention that there are level 1 mutants. If they encounter them, the survivors will have no chance to run. Wang Jin sneered. Is food so easy to get after the apocalypse? Ordinary survivors want to find food here, which means they have to risk their lives. Brother Wang, there is something going on. Chen Dong on the roof suddenly shouted excitedly. He has the best vision in the convoy, and Wang Jin gave him the telescope, so he can often be the first to discover any situation. Sneer. Li Yu stepped on the brakes, and the heavy body of the dump truck slid for a distance and slowly stopped. What did you find? Wang Jin climbed onto the roof and took the telescope and asked. Brother Wang, look, there is a village a few hundred meters in front of us on the right. Chen Dong showed Wang Jin the way. Wang Jin looked through the telescope and saw a village hidden in the bushes. It was not easy to find because of the dense plants. Good job, Chen Dong. Wang Jin patted Chen Dong on the shoulder, returned to the co-pilot seat, smiled and said to Li Yu, turn right 400 meters ahead, we are going to open. Understood. Li Yu stepped on the accelerator, and the dump truck roared towards the village. Rumble. In less than a minute, the dump truck arrived outside the village. The sound of the motor attracted the attention of the zombies in the village, and they roared and rushed towards the dump truck. Although this village is not big, there are thousands of zombies. The momentum of thousands of zombies roaring and charging is extremely shocking. Ordinary survivors are probably scared to death. Even mutants have to turn around and run away when they see it. They have no courage to fight. Wang Jin smiled when he saw this scene. These zombies can only increase his brain cores and improve his strength. How can he be afraid? He is too happy. The momentum of the zombies is not worth mentioning in Wang Jin's eyes. He is no longer the survivor who was cautious when he met a few zombies. Seeing the zombies rushing over, Wang Jin laughed wantonly. As Wang Jin laughed, velociraptors and hydralisks appeared one by one. Hundreds of velociraptors and dozens of hydralisks formed a ferocious swarm of insects, roaring to meet the zombies. Li Yu was surprised to find that Wang Jin's strength had greatly increased. When he was in the convoy, there were only dozens of velociraptors and a few hydralisks. Now his strength has increased by 7 or 8 times. After taking a look at Wang Jin, she found that Wang Jin's whole mind was in the battle. Li Yu sighed slightly, and the gap between her and his strength was getting closer and closer. Hee hee, roar. 7 or 8 lurkers were looming in the zombies. Behind the zombies was a giant zombie more than 4 meters tall with bulging muscles and tendons all over his body. It knocked away ordinary zombies all the way and rushed over with a roar. Wang Jin's smile became more and more intense. Looking at these level 1 zombies that he hadn't seen for a long time, he controlled the hydralisks to attack first. Bang bang bang. More than 30 bone spurs were shot out, and 2 velociraptors that happened to show their bodies were shot in the head by bone spurs. The most conspicuous giant zombie was hit by more than a dozen bone spurs, and more than a dozen blood holes as big as bowls were opened on its body. The blood immediately dyed half of the giant zombie red. There were also more than a dozen zombies killed by the bone spurs that were shot off center. The zombies were so dense that only you were not blind and could hit the target casually. Roar. The giant zombie was seriously injured, staggered, and roared wildly. Wang Jin looked at this giant zombie that almost took his life and was killed with great effort, and his eyes turned cold. I am no longer a survivor who was almost crushed by you. Now, it's your turn to feel my power and anger. Bang bang bang. Under Wang Jin's control, dozens of hydralisks spit out their mouths, and more than 20 bone spurs hit the giant zombie's body again, drilling blood holes on its body. The toxins of the bone spurs began to attack the giant zombie's brain. After being hit by more than 30 bone spurs in a row, the giant zombie could not hold on even though it was physically strong. Its huge body pushed down a few ordinary zombies and killed them. At the same time, the swarm of insects and the swarm of corpses finally collided with each other, like 2 huge waves colliding. Blood and flesh splattered at the junction of the swarm of insects and the swarm of corpses, and the roar shook the sky. Every moment, there were zombies with their heads bitten by velociraptors, and there were also velociraptors that were drowned and dismembered by the swarm of corpses under the siege of zombies. This was a collision of power without a trace of water. Neither side of the battle had the intention of retreating. Even if they died, their companions would step on their bodies and continue to fight until one side was completely wiped out. A lurker flashed through the swarm of corpses, and quickly pressed down a velociraptor, biting its head with its fangs. When the other velociraptors reacted, the body retreated rapidly and hid in the swarm of corpses. Another lurker also wanted to imitate, but at the moment of attack, it was bitten by the velociraptor and entangled by its front legs. The nearby velociraptors rushed forward and knocked it down and tore it into pieces. There was also a lurker who had just appeared and had not yet taken action, and the hydralisk seized the opportunity. The bone spurs accurately hit the lurker's head and killed it with a headshot. The casualties of both sides continued to increase. In comparison, Wang Jin had the advantage here. The velociraptors had thick skin and flesh, and zombies often had to attack for a long time to kill one. However, the velociraptors were different. Whether it was claws or teeth, they could easily kill zombies. The single combat power of both sides was not equal at all. In addition, there were hydralisks to provide long-range firepower support. Even if the zombies were not afraid of death and attacked desperately, they were still killed by the velociraptors and retreated step by step, and were suppressed by the fierce insect tide. Kill. Chen Dong also rushed to the battlefield carrying a metal pillar. As the pillar was swung, zombies were smashed into pieces. Blood was everywhere as he moved forward. Chen Dong laughed loudly, killing zombies like a madman. Following the pace of the velociraptors, he rushed to the center of the zombie group where there were the most zombies. Bang! Li Yu was not to be outdone. She held a rifle and half-crouched on the ground with an indifferent look. She pulled the trigger with her slender fingers and accurately shot the zombies in the head one by one, without wasting a single bullet. Wang Jin even saw that after Li Yu found a lurker, he focused on aiming at the lurker's agile body, and only pulled the trigger calmly after he was sure enough. As the trigger was pressed, and the death flames sprayed from the muzzle, the bullet passed through the lurker's eyes and drilled out from the back of the head with yellow brain matter, killing the lurker that caused many casualties to the velociraptors with one blow. Faced with the powerful attack of the Zerg, especially with the death of all the lurkers, the resistance of the zombies became weaker and weaker, and they were suppressed by the Zerg step by step, and the casualties increased rapidly. The Zerg now had an overall advantage, and the Zerg's fearless and crazy attack was no match for the zombies. They could only wave their hard nails in vain, revealing their sharp teeth, causing some wounds to the Zerg, and then they were bitten to death by the Zerg's counterattack. Bang, bang, bang. The hydralisks also shot out bone spurs non-stop, and one zombie after another was either shot in the head or invaded by the hydralisks' toxins in the brain nerves, and black blood flowed out of the 7 orifices and died of poison. Thousands of zombies have been beaten to the present, and only about 200 or 300 are left. The rest of the zombies have all died in the mouths of the Zerg and fell under the attack of the Zerg. Roar, roar, roar. Even when the number of zombies was the largest, they were no match for the swarm, not to mention that they were now greatly weakened. As the swarm launched their final attack, zombies were knocked down, bitten to death, and dismembered one by one. Like a wave, wherever the swarm passed, all zombies were submerged, and the fallen zombies could no longer get up, becoming real dead bodies. 3 minutes later, the battle between the swarm and the zombies finally came to a conclusion, ending with the death of all zombies, and the swarm became the final winner. Roar. Amid the zombie corpses, the swarm stepped on the enemy's corpses and roared as a winner. The blood-stained swarm looked so terrible and cruel, as if they were going to tear apart any enemy that stood in their way. Li Yu and Chen Dong looked at the scene in front of them in shock, and were deeply shocked. Is this Wang Jin's true strength? Thousands of zombies were wiped out in less than half an hour, but they suffered very few casualties and still retained great combat effectiveness. Let's go. Let's go into the village to look for supplies. There shouldn't be a shortage of supplies in this village. Wang Jin interrupted the two people's stunned state and gave the order to look for spoils. He controlled the velociraptor to bite the zombie's head and take out the brain core. Li Yu and Chen Dong took a deep look at the swarm of insects surrounding Wang Jin, and no longer hesitated. They followed the velociraptors to the village to collect food and other spoils. After counting, Wang Jin paid less than 20 velociraptors to eliminate a huge group of thousands of zombies with level 1 zombies. This is a great harvest. After collecting and counting all the brain cores of the zombies and converting them into silicon ore, there are as many as 2,000, which is enough for Wang Jin to summon 80 velociraptors. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a great harvest. This is not over yet. Although the food in the village was lost because people fled at the beginning of the end of the world, some of it was lost. But it is like this in rural areas. Every household stores a lot of food. People fled in a hurry at the beginning and did not take all of it. Even though some food is now moldy and rotten and can no longer be eaten due to long storage time, there is still a surprising amount of food left. After collecting all the food in the village, Wang Jin was surprised to find that these foods needed to be calculated in tons. Getting rich overnight, Wang Jin finally experienced the feeling of winning the first prize before the end of the world. Bags of food were packed and loaded onto the dump truck. After all the food was loaded, the dump truck was seriously overloaded. Fortunately, there were no traffic police in the end times. Only you were not afraid of car accidents. You could load as much as you wanted. Because it took some time to sort out the food, the bloody smell of zombies outside the village spread, attracting many carnivores to wander around, including calves and big wild wolves, 3 or 4 meter long monitors, pythons as thick as human waists, and cats as big as leopards. If it weren't for Wang Jin's swarm of insects nearby, they would have rushed forward to eat. Animals with mutated bodies are not afraid of the zombie virus, but like the meat of zombies. Before, there were too many zombies in the village, and their strength was not something that these level 0 and level 1 animals could deal with. Now that the zombies have been killed by Wang Jin, this problem naturally does not exist. Looking at the mutant beasts that were eyeing them nearby, Wang Jin ignored them, but collected his swarm of insects, intending to catch them all when the mutant beasts here robbed the zombie corpses. These mutant beasts are too fast, and the surrounding jungle provides convenience for the mutant beasts. If Wang Jin directly lets the velociraptors chase and kill them, it is estimated that it will be difficult to get any harvest. It is better to take back the velociraptors, force them to come to compete for food, and then secretly control the swarm of insects to surround them. How can these mutant beasts escape? Seeing the swarm of insects disappear, many mutant beasts really can't stand the temptation of food, and move their bodies carefully towards the village. Several wild wolves arrived at the corpse of the zombie first. After observation, they grabbed the corpse of a lurker and began to eat it. Seeing several wild wolves enjoying the food, the remaining mutant beasts couldn't help it, and they all poked their bodies out of the grass to join this feast of food. It's done. Wang Jin's face was happy, and he was about to summon the swarm of insects to lurk and surround them, and catch all the mutant beasts in one fell swoop, but he didn't expect that man's plan is not as good as God's plan. Just when Wang Jin's evil plan was about to succeed and harvest the crystal core, an accident happened. Roar! A fascinating tiger roar was heard, and a colorful giant tiger with patterns all over its body appeared outside the village. As soon as this predator at the top of the food chain appeared, the other mutant beasts were shocked and no longer dared to enjoy the food in front of them. They ran away with their tails between their legs. Tigers are animals that ordinary animals cannot provoke, whether before or after the apocalypse. Roar! The mutant giant tiger roared arrogantly and walked towards the village with huge steps. Several mutant beasts who were reluctant to give up their food dragged the zombie corpses and wanted to leave before the giant tiger arrived. But the mutant beasts underestimated the speed of the giant tiger. The ignorance of these mutant beasts angered the overlord of the nearby area. The mutant giant tiger crouched down and accelerated. Before these mutant beasts could react, they were torn into pieces by the mutant giant tiger's claws and went to accompany the zombies in their mouths. Wang Jin was shocked. This mutant tiger was very powerful. Those mutant beasts were all level 1. This mutant tiger was killed at will. It was very powerful. It was probably a level 1 mutant beast, a level 2 mutant beast. How could there be a tiger here? Didn't they say that tigers were almost extinct? How could we be so unlucky? Compared to Wang Jin, Li Yu and Chen Dong were even more surprised. They stared at the mutant tiger with full power with their mouths wide open. They couldn't believe that they could encounter a tiger in the wild. Didn't they say that tigers in the wild were almost extinct? It's true that tigers in the wild are almost extinct, but don't forget that there are zoos. It's not surprising that tigers there mutate and regain their wildness. They run out of the city and dominate here. Wang Jin explained. Even if it was a tiger that ran out of the zoo, it could only be said that Wang Jin and his team were too lucky to encounter such a big tiger in the wild. After scaring off the mutant beasts around, the mutant tiger proudly roared to the sky a few times. The word, king, on its forehead was very conspicuous and looked majestic. After dealing with the other mutant beasts, the giant tiger turned around and looked at Wang Jin and others with its fierce eyes, as if it was angry that these humans did not run away. Where is its tiger power? You have to know that it is the overlord of dozens of miles. Looking for death. You beast scared away my prey, and I haven't settled the score with you yet, but now you want to take action first. As soon as Wang Jin saw the mutant giant tiger's eyes, he knew that the tiger wanted to take action. His anger rose suddenly. Even if you are a second-level mutant beast, Wang Jin, who has the Zerg army in hand, will eat tiger meat today. You retreat first and find a place to hide. Wang Jin summoned the Zerg swarms one by one, and at the same time instructed Li Yu, Chen Dong and others that the battle later was not within their strength to participate. Wang Jin asked them to hide first to avoid being injured by the battle. Be careful. Li Yu looked at Wang Jin worriedly, but she knew her strength. Staying here would not only not help Wang Jin, but also distract Wang Jin's energy and affect Wang Jin's battle. For the first time, Li Yu hated her own strength. If she could be stronger, she would not be a burden to him. Li Yu took a last look at Wang Jin, and at Wang Jin's urging, she and Chen Dong hid in the village. Roar. Since the mutant giant tiger was promoted to level 2 and became the overlord of the area, it had never been provoked by anyone. Now a human wanted to challenge its authority. For creatures like tigers, this was no less than stealing their territory. It was intolerable and must be killed to vent anger. You can't touch the tiger's butt. Although Wang Jin didn't touch the mutant giant tiger's butt, his actions were no different from this. Whether it was for its own dominant position or the food on the ground, the mutant giant tiger had to fight. Crouching low, the mutant giant tiger burst out with an astonishing speed, rushing towards Wang Jin with a fishy wind. Facing this mutant giant tiger, which might be level 2, Wang Jin did not dare to be careless. When the mutant giant tiger launched an attack, he hid behind the insect swarm to be protected by the insect swarm at the first time, and at the same time controlled the insect swarm to launch an attack. Hundreds of velociraptors formed a small insect tide, rushing towards the mutant giant tiger in a black mass. Behind the velociraptor, dozens of hydralisks' big mouth muscles squirmed and contracted, and they spit out fiercely, and dozens of bone spurs flew out at a speed faster than the speed of sound. Swish! The bone spurs that broke the speed of sound quickly hit the mutant giant tiger's body, opening a thumb-sized blood hole on the mutant giant tiger. The 10-centimeter-long bone spurs entered most of the body, and a small part was exposed outside. The mutant giant tiger's body was huge, and the bone spurs basically did not miss and hit all of them. Wang Jin was not happy watching this scene. The bone spurs that could shoot through 35mm thick steel plates and were comparable to heavy sniper rifles only caused this little damage, and the entire bone spur could not completely enter the mutant giant tiger's body. You know, even a giant zombie with thick skin and amazing defense would have a blood hole as big as a bull when hit by a bone spur, but now it was hit by the mutant giant tiger. How high is the defense of this mutant giant tiger? The direct damage caused by the bone spurs was not great for the mutant tiger, but the toxins in the bone spurs were not affected. The toxins from dozens of bone spurs invaded the body of the giant tiger, causing serious damage to the mutant tiger's body, and its movements became stiff and slow. At this juncture, hundreds of velociraptors arrived, regardless of the huge physical gap between them and the mutant tiger, and fiercely pounced on the mutant tiger. Under the strong defense of the mutant tiger, they bit shallow wounds one by one. The velociraptors are known for their swiftness, so they are naturally very swift and flexible. In a short time, most of the velociraptors jumped onto the mutant tiger's body, covering half of the mutant tiger's body. Even though the mutant tiger's defense was strong and the damage caused by the velociraptors was not deep, it could not withstand the large number of velociraptors, and the accumulated damage caused the mutant tiger to be seriously injured. As the absolute overlord of dozens of miles, the mutant tiger had not suffered such damage for a long time. The toxins from the bone spurs made his body stiff and weak, and the brain nerves were infected by the toxins, causing the mutant tiger to feel dizzy and painful. With the attack of the velociraptors, the mutant tiger was in great pain, but it also went crazy, and its huge body burst out with terrifying killing power. Snap! The mutant tiger's thick and long tail was like a steel whip. 5 or 6 velociraptors on the mutant tiger's back were not careful and were directly split into 2 by the tiger's tail. Their bodies fell under the mutant tiger with blood spraying. The velociraptors on the ground were also attacked by the mutant tiger. The huge tiger paw with sharp claws swept across, and several velociraptors that could not dodge were dismembered. Another velociraptor was stepped on by the mutant tiger's big feet, and a ball of blood mist burst out and turned into a meat pie. Roar! The mutant tiger opened its mouth and bit the 3 velociraptors. It chewed the big mouth full of sharp teeth and swallowed them. Wang Jin looked at the mutant tigers killing coldly, and his heart was unmoved. He controlled the insect swarm to launch a more fierce attack. The swarm of insects is least afraid of being consumed. A swarm of more than 100 insects will fight to the death no matter how you kill them. Under Wang Jin's control, the swarm of insects did not retreat, but launched a more fierce counterattack. The hydralisk sprayed a new round of bone spurs, and the velociraptors braved the killing of the mutant giant tiger and pounced on it frantically. If you kill one, there will be more, so you can kill them endlessly. Wang Jin also converted the zombie crystal core he obtained before into silicon ore, and summoned 80 new velociraptors on the spot. As soon as these velociraptors appeared, they rushed to the battlefield, determined to overwhelm the mutant giant tiger with numbers. The crazy attacking swarm of insects was extremely terrifying. One by one, the fearless velociraptors climbed onto the mutant giant tiger and bit and attacked. Even if they were killed the next moment, they would bite off a piece of meat from the mutant giant tiger. Nearly 200 velociraptors covered the mutant giant tiger, biting scars one after another, ignoring the attack on the mutant giant tiger, just to cause the greatest damage to the mutant giant tiger. One by one, the velociraptors were torn into pieces by the claws and swallowed by the tiger's mouth, but this could not stop the determination of the velociraptors to attack. If one died, there would be more velociraptors to make up for it. The mutant tiger would often just eat a velociraptor, and more velociraptors would be sent to its mouth, destroying its soft mouth the moment it opened its mouth, causing a lot of damage, regardless of the fact that it was about to die in the tiger's mouth. An astonishing number of velociraptors attacked frantically, and the hydralisk sprayed rounds of bone spurs, causing the body to become more and more stiff with toxins. The mutant tiger was scared and began to use its trump card to deal with the swarm. Under the crazy attack of the insect swarm, the mutant tiger opened its mouth and spit out a half-moon wind blade several meters long. This huge wind blade was so fast that Wang Jin had no time to react before 7 or 8 velociraptors were cut in half by the wind blade. The wound was smooth without a single cut, which showed how sharp the wind blade was. Is it finally a trick? Wang Jin frowned, clenched his fists, and muttered to himself. Even the mutant earthworm could control its superpowers. Wang Jin didn't believe that this stronger mutant tiger would not have a trick. He had been on guard early, but he didn't expect that the wind blade of this mutant tiger was too fast. Although he was prepared, he was still not as fast as the wind blade, and many velociraptors were killed by the wind blade. The mutant tiger's superpowers were not like the mutant earthworm, which could only launch one attack and then had no power to release it again. This mutant tiger could finally control the wind blade to fly 100 meters around itself, which was much better than the half-baked mutant earthworm. Keep attacking. Seeing the mutant tiger using its trump card to fight for its life, Wang Jin also became ruthless. Let's see whether you kill all my insect swarm first or you are killed by my insect swarm. Under the threat of the wind blade, the insect swarm did not retreat. Instead, when the wind blade killed its companions, it attacked the mutant tiger frantically, biting off pieces of flesh and blood. Although the mutant tiger used the wind blade and killed many velociraptors, the velociraptors were too big. The wind blade can only kill a few velociraptors at a time, but there are more than 100 velociraptors attacking frantically nearby, and there are waves of bone spurs from the hydralisk in the distance. The mutant tiger is now too busy and is constantly retreating by the insect swarm. Seeing the mutant tiger start to retreat, the tiger's eyes flashed with fear, as if it wanted to escape. Wang Jin was anxious and couldn't let it run away. Under Wang Jin's control, the velociraptors began to attack the mutant tiger's legs and feet, delaying the mutant tiger's escape. At the same time, more velociraptors rushed to the mutant tiger's head, determined to kill it. The mutant tiger found that it was too late to escape now. It was poisoned by too many hydralisks, and its body was becoming increasingly weak and stiff. There were still velociraptors attacking under its feet to delay its pace, and its speed could not be increased at all. At this time, the mutant tiger was covered with velociraptors, and its huge head was bitten crazily by more than a dozen velociraptors. Even if the mutant tiger controlled the wind blade to attack continuously, it still could not drive away the velociraptors on its head. A velociraptor roared, with its claws hanging on the mutant tiger's head, reaching for the tiger's eyes. The mutant tiger, who was controlling the wind blade with all his heart and soul, did not pay attention and did not close his eyelids in time. The velociraptor even took out his eyeballs, leaving only a bloody hole. Roar! The one-eyed mutant tiger roared in pain. The sound was indescribably shrill and miserable, and the huge head shook desperately, trying to shake off the velociraptor on its head. The velociraptor's claws tightly hooked the mutant tiger's fur, and no matter how the mutant tiger shook it, it would not fall down, and it was still desperately destroying the mutant tiger's head. After blinding the mutant tiger's eyes, the velociraptor bit the mutant tiger's unprotected nose and caused blood to flow, further weakening the tiger's strength. The mutant tiger is now at the end of its strength. The large amount of hydralisk venom invasion made him gradually unable to control his body. In addition, the continuous loss of blood in his body, although his huge body has amazing resistance, it can't stand it. Under the attack of more and more velociraptors, the mutant tiger's huge body was pressed to the ground, and the huge wind blade also dissipated with the wind. It was no longer able to resist and became a dying beast. Wang Jin smiled. He finally solved the problem. This mutant tiger was really difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the swarm was powerful enough. In the end, it took more than 50 velociraptors to solve it. He controlled the hydralisk to move closer and sprayed a round of bone spurs on the mutant tiger's head at close range to accelerate the tiger's death. Roar! The mutant tiger knew that its life had come to an end, and it no longer resisted in vain. Instead, it let out a long tiger roar in grief and anger, and the tiger's eyes closed unwillingly and gradually became silent. The mutant tiger died. This is the end of the world. Even the tiger at the top of the food chain cannot escape the threat of death. Who told it to meet Wang Jin? The swarm doesn't care about you, a tiger. After the battle, the huge body of the mutant tiger was lined up outside the village. The tiger was still powerful after death. Even if the mutant tiger, the dominant creature, died, the mutant beasts around did not dare to approach it, not to mention that Wang Jin, who killed the mutant tiger, was there. Even if the mutant beasts had a few courage, they would not dare to approach it. Without the disturbance of the mutant beast, Wang Jin quickly cleaned up the battlefield and took out the crystal core of the mutant tiger. A crystal core that was one size larger than the usual one was placed in Wang Jin's hand. The sky blue crystal core was like the tears of a goddess, shining with a blurred and moving light. Compared to its beauty, I still prefer gas ore. Wang Jin smiled confidently and absorbed and transformed the crystal core of the mutant tiger. Ding! You absorbed a second-level crystal core and transformed it into 1,200 gas ore. Please keep up the good work. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Wang Jin was overjoyed. He was right. This was a second-level mutant beast. No wonder it was so strong. 1,200 gas ore made Wang Jin even more surprised. It was indeed a second-level mutant beast. This crystal core was different. If it was equipped with enough silicon ore, it would be enough to summon 50 hydralisks. Although it cost 50 velociraptors, which was the value of 1,200 silicon ore, it was still worth it. The value of gas ore was much more precious than silicon ore. Only a fool would not exchange gas ore with the same silicon ore. Wang Jin, are you okay? Li Yu and Chen Dong heard that there was no movement outside, so they ran out to check and found that Wang Jin had solved the battle. The mutant tiger was dead, and only Wang Jin and the swarm were left at the scene. I'm fine, this tiger can't do anything to me. Wang Jin smiled nonchalantly. He couldn't show weakness in front of a girl. I've never eaten tiger meat, Brother Wang. This tiger is so big, it must taste good. Chen Dong patted the head of the mutant tiger and shouted happily. Wang Jin's forehead was black. In addition to fighting and eating, can you think of anything else? Poochie, you only know how to eat. Aren't you afraid that something will happen to Wang Jin? You know the strength of this mutant giant tiger. Li Yu kicked Chen Dong in anger. She couldn't say anything to this stubborn guy. In the end, she was amused. Hee hee, I believe in Brother Wang's strength. This tiger is no match for Brother Wang. Chen Dong touched the back of his head and laughed foolishly. Okay, let's have a meal first. Let's pack up the spoils and go back. We have earned enough today. Wang Jin looked at the sky. It was only noon now, but the harvest today was too big. He could go back early. There was no point in staying any longer. Even if he got supplies, the dump truck would not be able to fit them. Li Yu, cut some of the tiger's meat. Let's have a tiger meat feast today. Wang Jin shouted to Li Yu. As for the tiger meat feast, the people present had never eaten it, let alone seen it. After all, who could eat tigers, a protected animal, before the end of the world? Now that he had the opportunity, he could still treat his stomach badly. Half an hour later, under a mutant banyan tree covering an area of dozens of meters, Wang Jin and the other two sat around here. A bonfire rose in front of them, and above the flames were strings of fragrant tiger meat. Brother Wang, can we eat it? Chen Dong looked at the golden roasted tiger meat with a fragrant smell, swallowed hard, and asked impatiently. Li Yu's slender fingers turned the branches, and her eyes looked straight at Wang Jin. The smell of the barbecue was so tempting that even Li Yu was tempted. Eat it. Wang Jin's stomach was also full of greed, and he stretched out his hand to put a string of tiger meat into his mouth. Fresh, tender, and fragrant, the tiger meat just entered his mouth, and a fragrance hit his taste buds desperately. Wang Jin swallowed the tiger meat subconsciously before he could feel it. As the tiger meat went down his stomach, a hot current started from the stomach and flowed around his body. Wang Jin felt that his whole body was a little lighter, and he felt like he was floating in the air. At the same time, the physical strength consumed before was recovering rapidly, which made Wang Jin very surprised. Was he having an illusion? Wang Jin looked at Li Yu and Chen Dong and found that they were also looking at him in surprise. It seemed that he was not having an illusion. What's going on? Why do I feel that the physical strength I consumed before is recovering rapidly, and now my body has some strength again? Li Yu clenched her fists, a little bit unbelievable. I feel the same way. My physical strength has recovered a little, but the recovery speed is very slow. Maybe my physical fitness is too strong, so the effect is not so good. Chen Dong waved his fist, and with the sound of gas explosion, he also found the problem. Wang Jin thought about it for a while, and thought of a possibility. He said, maybe the mutant tiger's body is too strong, and its meat contains a lot of energy, which can replenish our body's consumption. For example, people who were extremely tired before the end of the world would speed up their recovery by eating some meat tonics, but it was not as obvious as the mutant tiger meat. In addition, tigers are a tonic, and after mutating to level 2, the energy contained in their body meat is more, so we can clearly feel that our physical strength is recovering rapidly. This is the only reasonable explanation. Li Yu listened to Wang Jin's explanation and affirmed it. Who cares? Anyway, this thing is only good for us, not bad, why bother about it for any reason? It's delicious. Chen Dong stuffed another string of tiger meat into his mouth. He was too lazy to think about the reason. He just knew that this tiger meat was a good thing. Wang Jin laughed and said, what Chen Dong said is right. No matter what the reason is, we just need to eat. Let the biologists worry about this problem. The three of them stopped worrying about this problem and focused on food. The world is big, but the stomach is the biggest. Let's fill our stomachs first. Because tiger meat is so delicious, the tiger meat cut by Li Yu is not enough to eat. Wang Jin ordered Chen Dong to cut a large piece of tiger meat for barbecue. The return time was delayed again and again. Wang Jin didn't eat until the afternoon. Patting his bulging belly, Wang Jin sighed, oh, degenerate. This caused Li Yu next to him to roll his eyes. After eating and drinking, Wang Jin controlled the velociraptor and, with the help of Chen Dong's strange strength, he finally moved the 10-ton body of the mutant giant tiger to the roof of the dump truck with great effort. The mutant tiger was so heavy that even the dump truck with an astonishing load was pressed down, and the tires half a person's height were flattened. Wang Jin felt distressed when he saw it, fearing that the dump truck would burst while driving. The food in the giant tiger's body weighed more than 20 tons, and the dump truck only had a load of 10 tons, which showed how serious the overload was. But Wang Jin was even more reluctant to discard the food. The food was so precious that he couldn't even grab it in time, so how could he just throw it away? This was something that the greedy Wang Jin could never tolerate. In the end, Wang Jin still drove the dump truck to the slowest speed despite the threat of a burst tire, and staggered on the road. Because the speed was not fast, Wang Jin arrived at the village in 1 hour, but it took him 4 or 5 hours to go back, and he didn't return to the vicinity of the base until the evening. Fortunately, the dump truck was very powerful and there was no burst tire on the road, which was a blessing in disguise. In the evening, the survivors near the Legion base dragged their tired bodies, empty-handed or holding a little food, and rushed to the Legion base. In the evening, the base would give the survivors porridge. If they came back late, there would be no more. The army would not wait for you. In the crowd, several mutants dressed in bright clothes looked arrogant and disdainful at the refugee-like survivors nearby, talking and laughing loudly with the brain cores they hunted today. Shao Kai, you have a good harvest today. I was so unlucky today. I didn't encounter many zombies today, and I only got 8 brain cores. A man with a shiny forehead and baldness just after middle age said that. Although he said that, the bald man did not have a trace of regret. Instead, he looked quite proud and spread the brain core flat on his palm to show off and enjoy the envious eyes of others. There are few zombies near the Legion base, and 8 brain cores are not a small amount. Many mutants can only earn 4 or 5 a day, and this is when they are lucky. Most of the time, only 2 or 3 are earned a day, and it is not uncommon for them to not even have one. Haha, I was just lucky today. I encountered many zombies and got 12 brain cores. Uncle Lee, you are not bad either. 8 brain cores are enough to enjoy 3 days in the Dream Tower. The young man named Shao Kai looked very proud. The 12 brain cores were placed in a transparent glass bottle, as if he was afraid that others would not see them. Dream Tower. Your uncle is not like you young people. How can I go there every day? Not to mention 3 consecutive days, then my old bones will fall apart. Old Lee said with a lewd smile. No one knew what the Dream Tower was. Haha, the mutants around laughed too. Everyone showed off today's gains to enjoy the envious eyes of the survivors around. Survivors and mutants are like people in 2 different worlds. When the survivors still need to work hard for the next meal, the mutants have already started to spend money on wine and women. The difference in their lives is as big as the difference between heaven and earth. Boom! While the mutants were talking and laughing loudly, a huge motor sound suddenly came from outside the base. 2 headlights were like the eyes of a monster, tearing through the night that had just fallen, and the heavy body of the dump truck appeared in people's sight. Beep, beep. The shrill horn sounded, and the dump truck honked and drove forward at an unslowed speed. The survivors on the road dodged one after another, not daring to block the way of this steel monster. Who is the owner of this dump truck? How dare he be so arrogant? Old Lee was very upset when he saw that the dump truck had stolen the limelight from him and others. He rolled up his sleeves and shouted loudly, he still wants us to give way. I'll stand in the middle of the road and see if he dares to hit me. That's right, no one in our mutant alliance drives a dump truck. The owner of this car is definitely not from our mutant alliance. Could it be other mutants or military personnel? Even if it's the military, so what? Do they dare to fight us? That's right, if we give way, wouldn't it be a loss of face for the alliance? Several mutants were clamoring and didn't take the dump truck seriously at all. These people just spoke big words, but as the dump truck approached the next moment, their faces changed when they saw what was pulled on the roof of the dump truck. A mutant giant tiger that was more than 10 meters long and 5 or 6 meters high lay on the roof of the dump truck, with its huge one-eyed face looking forward, making everyone who was stared at shudder, as if they would be swallowed up by the tiger in the next second. The mutants with cold hands and feet had their heartbeats jumping to 210 tenths. In front of this fierce tiger, even though they were mutants, they only felt powerlessness and fear. The huge body of this giant tiger alone was not something they could deal with. If they really fought, they might not be able to swallow it in one bite. At this time, they still remembered their previous boasts, and hurriedly jumped to the side of the road and hid with the survivors. When the dump truck got closer, they saw clearly that the giant tiger was dead, but it still looked majestic from a distance, as if it could pounce on people and eat them at any time. This is what people often say, that the tiger's power remains after death. Even if this dominant creature is dead, ordinary creatures are afraid to approach it. Seeing that the giant tiger was dead, several mutants felt relieved, but they also respected the owner of the dump truck and secretly felt lucky. Even this giant tiger could be killed, which means that the other person's strength is stronger than the giant tiger. Fortunately, they hid quickly just now, otherwise they would not know how to die if they offended such a strong man. Many survivors secretly despised these mutants, who had been showing off before. Compared with the spoils of a giant tiger, their little harvest was nothing. You still show off as if it was so great. The old saying is true, people are K when compared to people, and goods are thrown away when compared to goods. The dump truck drove along, causing amazement and onlookers along the way. No matter ordinary survivors or mutants, no one had ever seen such a huge mutant beast. And this mutant beast was the king of animals, a tiger. People couldn't help being surprised and curious. Wherever the dump truck went, people followed it. The area around the dump truck was crowded, but no one dared to go to the road in front of the dump truck, for fear of blocking the way of the dump truck. As long as people are not stupid, they will not go to trouble a strong man who can kill a giant tiger. In the dump truck, Wang Jin shook his head with amusement. He made such a big splash just by entering the city. He was watched by people like a monkey. Who told the dump truck not to speed up? He had to let them go. At the bunker inspection station, the soldiers saw the situation here from a distance. Because they had searchlights and telescopes, they did not make a big fuss like the survivors. But they were still shocked to see the giant tiger. The visual impact of the giant tiger was too great. They had been on duty here for so long, and they had never seen such a huge mutant beast, let alone the king tiger among mutant beasts. To the surprise of the soldiers, the dump truck came to the bunker, the window opened, and a beautiful face stretched out of the window. Li Yu shouted to the soldiers, "Don't open the door yet, you will be in trouble if you delay our time." The soldiers had some impression of this beautiful face, and when they saw the cold man sitting in the co-pilot seat, they immediately remembered the identity of the owner of the dump truck. Hurry up and open the door to let him pass. Whether it is the relationship between the owner of the dump truck and their superiors, or the powerful strength to kill the giant tiger, they are not small soldiers who can afford to offend. Soon, the dump truck passed the checkpoint and entered the Lishan base, causing even greater surprise along the way. The survivors in the base crowded in, making the scene very chaotic. The soldiers had to come out to maintain order so that the dump truck could continue to drive. Under the maintenance of the soldiers, it took Wang Jin and his team half an hour to pass through the dense crowd, return to the city center, and finally reach their new home, Villa number 3 in Nanwan district. Brother Wang, you were really awesome. You went out and became a tiger fighting hero. You brought back a big tiger. As soon as the dump truck stopped, Hiyushi ran out, with a look of amazement on his face, and flattered Wang Jin. Wang Jin, are you okay? Unlike Hiyushi, when He-shin saw Wang Jin, the first thing he cared about was Wang Jin's health, fearing that Wang Jin was injured in the fight with the giant tiger. I'm fine, don't worry. Wang Jin comforted He-shin, patted his chest and said, although the process was a bit dangerous, I still took down this fierce tiger, which made a good start for our hunting operation. If I had known, I would have gone out with Brother Wang today. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to see such a wonderful scene. Jia Ding shook his head, seeming to be quite regretful. Humph, who was so happy that he couldn't sleep yesterday because he didn't have to go hunting? Now you are talking after the fact. Hiyushi didn't give Jia Ding face at all. Hiyushi still remembered the last time he visited prostitutes. You're still the same. Jia Ding, who was exposed, was angry and started to fight back without mercy. Wang Jin didn't bother to pay attention to the two guys, and began to direct people to take the things off the car and sort them out, and put them away in different categories. Wang Jin didn't know that the news that he brought back the giant tiger had spread to the ears of those who had ulterior motives, causing some people to be greedy and plan to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. At night, several Hummers traveled through the city center and headed north. Several military vehicles also drove out of the barracks, aiming at Nanwan district. Even the Qifengju Hotel had vehicles dispatched, which shows how many people Wang Jin touched tonight. 3 Hummers with special license plates arrived in Nanwan district first. The guards saw the license plates on the Hummers and did not dare to stop them for inspection. They just let the Hummers enter the Nanwan Villa district. Swish! The Hummer stopped in front of Villa number 3. 7 men in black suits escorted a young man with a graceful demeanor, handsome face, and aristocratic demeanor to the villa. These people did not ring the doorbell. They only saw a man in a black suit put his hand on the iron door. In less than a second, the iron door opened automatically. It can be seen that this is also a mutant, and his ability should be to manipulate metal. The 8 people entered the villa unimpeded and saw the huge body of the mutant tiger in the yard at first sight. Even though the giant tiger lying on the ground was dead, it still left people with lingering fear. When the handsome man saw the mutant tiger, greed flashed in his eyes, but it was hidden in an instant, and he regained his elegant appearance, and walked towards Wang Jin and his group with a gentle smile. Who are you and how did you get in? Don't you want to live? He Yushi, who was arguing with Jia Ding and was full of anger, saw a few strangers coming in. He was surprised and very angry at the same time. It happened that I was in a bad mood, and you guys who came to my door just took it out. Haha, I'm Luo Fei, the law enforcer of the Mutant Alliance. Please forgive me for coming here uninvited just now. The handsome man Luo Fei introduced himself, and his gentle attitude made it difficult for people to feel bad. Wang Jin stopped his work, looked at these uninvited guests, frowned, and secretly thought that they were not kind. He Yushi doesn't care about your Mutant Alliance. With Wang Jin as his backer, he is very bold. He doesn't dare to provoke Li Yu and He Xin, but he is afraid of others. Now after hearing what Luo Fei said, he was very dissatisfied and reached out to grab the other party, cursing viciously, "What bullshit are you talking about? Tell me, did you climb over the wall to get in?" He Yushi, stop. Wang Jin reached out to stop He Yushi. Before the matter was clarified, Wang Jin did not want to make enemies. Humph. He Yushi did not dare to disobey Wang Jin's order. He could only glare at him and stand with Jia Ding and the others. Luo Fei, right, you are from the Mutant Alliance. Why are you here? Wang Jin walked up to the other party and asked directly. Hello, Mr. Wang, let me introduce myself again. My name is Luo Fei, one of the 4 law enforcers of the Mutant Alliance. Luo Fei smiled, as if he didn't mind Wang Jin's directness at all, and said, my purpose is very simple. I invite you, Mr. Wang, to join our Mutant Alliance and fight for the future of mutants together. I refuse. Wang Jin gave his answer the next second after Luo Fei finished speaking. Luo Fei's face froze, and he was irritated by Wang Jin's directness. He had never seen such a person before. Even if other mutants refused the invitation of their alliance, they would consider it. Unlike Wang Jin, Luo Fei doubted whether Wang Jin had thought about this question. Mr. Wang, you really don't think about it carefully. We know that you are a strong man. We will not treat you badly if you join our Mutant Alliance. Only if you can join, the position of the next law enforcer will be yours. Luo Fei took out his heaviest reward and became the existence of the Mutant Alliance, second only to the first person and above 10,000 people. No one would refuse, but Luo Fei was destined to be disappointed tonight. Wang Jin's answer was still the same as before, I refuse. For this Mutant Alliance, Wang Jin really had no idea of joining. In addition to restricting his freedom, Wang Jin didn't care about the benefits given to him by the Mutant Alliance. As for the so-called, second only to the first person and above 10,000 people, Wang Jin would not agree to it in a hot-headed way. He would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. How could Wang Jin, who has the inheritance of the Zerg, be inferior to others? If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have enough resources now and there were too few silicon mines and gas mines, Wang Jin would have gone out to mix by himself long ago. If there is nothing else, Mr. Luo, please go back. I have some private matters to deal with here. I'm sorry I can't entertain you. Wang Jin began to order the guests to leave. He still had a pile of food to sort out. How could he accompany you here? Since Mr. Wang disagrees, forget it. I have another thing to trouble Mr. Wang. Can you sell us the body of this mutant tiger? Our alliance is in urgent need of this kind of supplies now. Luo Fei failed to invite him, so he had to settle for the next best thing and thought of the mutant tiger. It turned out that they were thinking of getting both people and money. Wang Jin sneered in his heart. If they had succeeded in inviting him just now, they could get the body of the mutant tiger for free, and they could also add a master. They really made a good calculation. If the price you offer is right, I can sell you this mutant tiger. Although Wang Jin was not happy, he was happy to accept the business. This mutant tiger weighs 10 tons. Even if he and others use it as food, they can't use it up. It's better to sell it in exchange for brain core crystal cores to increase their strength. We can offer this number. Luo Fei stretched out 2 fingers. 20,000 brain cores, deal. Wang Jin was overjoyed when he saw it, and he immediatei made the decision, thinking that he was indeed the second-ranked power in the base, and he was really rich, and he could slaughter the fat sheep today. Ahem. Luo Fei looked embarrassed, shook 2 fingers, and said, Mr. Wang, you are wrong, it's not 20,000, it's 2,000. 2,000. Wang Jin's face turned black, and he almost kicked Luo Fei away on the spot. You dare to tell me 2,000, what do you think I'm selling? Rotten cabbage. Since Mr. Luo is not sincere, then we don't need to talk. Wang Jin turned his face and didn't recognize him. He originally thought that the other party was a fat sheep, but he didn't expect that he was the fat sheep. Mr. Wang, although this price is a bit low, we have a reason for this offer. After Wang Jin refused, Luo Fei's expression turned cold. Wang Jin's repeated rejections finally made him tear his face and reveal his true face. Mr. Wang, the villa you are living in now was booked by us a long time ago. We didn't ask you to return it before. Do you know how much we spent when we booked this villa? 2,000 brain cores, plus the price has risen in more than a month. Now you can't even think about getting it without 3,000. Now I'll sell you one for your sake. We will not take back the villa from you. We will directly discount it by 3,000 and count it into the purchase of the mutant tiger. In this way, the money we actually spent is 5,000 brain cores, which is almost the same as the actual value of the mutant tiger. So, Mr. Wang, you did not suffer any loss, but made a lot of money. Quote. Wang Jin looked at Luo Fei deeply, winked at Hiyushi and others, and shouted, Hiyushi, get out. Wang Jin was too lazy to defend Luo Fei's nonsense. Not to mention that this house was given by Lu Yuanwei, this villa alone is worth 3,000 brain cores. You are kidding, I can buy 2 villas at a 10-fold reduction in price. Do you think we don't understand the market because we are new here? I asked Jia Ding to collect the prices of the base a long time ago. You want to blackmail me? You are still a little naive. Wang Jin no longer paid attention to Luo Fei and others, and turned around to go back to work. Hiyushi began to chase the guests away, saying in a rather hostile tone, Go away, our boss doesn't welcome you. Mr. Wang, you have to think carefully. You can't afford the consequences of offending our mutant alliance. Luo Fei narrowed his eyes, no longer as gentle as before, and began to threaten Wang Jin. Haha, Wang Jin, was not brought up by being scared. Do you think I came to the camp after going through so many hardships and succeeded by flattering others? If you have the guts, come on. I'm not afraid of your mutant alliance with real swords and guns. Faced with Luo Fei's threat, Wang Jin smiled disdainfully and shouted at Hiyushi, Why are you still standing there? I said to show you a way. Did you hear me? Our boss told you to get out. Hiyushi was scolded by Wang Jin for no reason. He was even more unhappy when he saw Luo Fei. He stretched out his hand to grab Luo Fei, intending to vent his anger on Luo Fei and throw this ungrateful guy out of the villa. Seeing Hiyushi's hand grabbing, Luo Fei smiled confidently and didn't dodge at all. A man in black behind him moved his eyes, and his eyes suddenly turned silver white. At the same time, Hiyushi's legs left the ground and struggled desperately in the air, as if he was caught by an invisible giant. Since the relationship has been torn, Luo Fei is no longer polite. He plans to give Wang Jin a warning first, let him know how powerful the mutant alliance is, and see if you will hand over the body of the mutant tiger. Hiyushi, brother Yushi, Xiao Shi. Seeing this scene, Jia Ding and the others were shocked and shouted anxiously, wanting to run over to save Hiyushi. While the others were exclaiming, Wang Jin's eyes turned cold, dare to be presumptuous in front of me. Roar, roar, roar. The terrifying roar sounded in the villa, and the ferocious velociraptors crawled out of the void like hellhounds. Under Wang Jin's summons and control, hundreds of velociraptors surrounded Luo Fei and his party of 8, crouching low and ready to pounce. Master, be careful. The 7 men in black were shocked and pulled Luo Fei to protect him in the middle. The velociraptors put too much pressure on them. Seeing hundreds of velociraptors, they felt their scalps numb and their hearts were chilled. Luo Fei no longer cared about his elegant manners, his face changed drastically and he hid among the men in black. With a curled mouth, Wang Jin controlled the velociraptors to slowly approach the men in black. The velociraptors with bared teeth roared intimidatingly and surrounded them tighter and tighter. Ha! The muscles of the three men in black burst through their clothes, and their bodies suddenly rose more than 10 centimeters, holding a short axe to block in front. The two men in black were extremely fast, holding two daggers in their hands and wandering around the periphery. A man controlled 7 or 8 iron swords to dance in the air, and the last man had silver eyes, and he was the one who controlled Hiyushi. Even Luo Fei was emitting cold air all over his body, and the 3 feet of ground around him was completely frozen. All 8 people were mutants. Tricks. Wang Jin smiled coldly and controlled the velociraptors to rush forward. Roar. The 3 muscular men should be like Chen Dong, with their bodies mutated and their strength greatly increased. When the velociraptor pounced on them, they raised their axes and chopped them. The powerful axe instantly split the velociraptor in half, and its colorful internal organs flowed all over the ground. But before they could swing the axe for the second time, the velociraptor threw them to the ground, pressed its sharp mouth against their throats, and captured them. The two men in black who also had physical mutations but increased their speed were even more miserable. The velociraptor's speed was not much worse than theirs. They could not use their flexible skills and were captured by the velociraptor as soon as they entered the field. The man who controlled the iron sword was quite capable. He controlled the iron sword to fly around him, stabbed the velociraptor to death, and resisted for a while before he ran out of strength and was pounced on by the velociraptor. The silver-eyed man's ability seemed to be able to control the air. The velociraptor approaching him was like being bound by invisible air and had difficulty moving. But there were too many velociraptors, and his ability to control more than 10 velociraptors was already the limit, and he was pounced on by the velociraptors behind him. In the end, only Luo Fei, who controlled the power of ice, was left. Even though his supernatural power was very powerful, many velociraptors were frozen into ice sculptures by him, but he still couldn't resist the attack of the velociraptors. After suffering some casualties, he fell under the bite of the velociraptors. At the end of the battle, all 8 people were suppressed by the velociraptors and became Wang Jin's captives. You are so brave. You dare to attack me in my villa. Do you really think that I dare not kill you because you are from the Mutant Alliance? Wang Jin kicked Luo Fei to the ground with a cold voice. Wang Jin, if you dare to touch our young master, our Mutant Alliance will not let you go. The mutant with silver eyes ignored the threat of the velociraptors and threatened Wang Jin to come in to protect Luo Fei. Looking for death. Seeing that the silver-eyed mutant dared to threaten him at this time, Wang Jin was furious and shouted to Hiyushi, "Kill him for me." Okay, brother Wang. Hiyushi was furious. He had long wanted to kill the mutant who bound him. After hearing what Wang Jin said, he was overjoyed and was about to chop him with a machete. Wait, don't do it. Just then, footsteps sounded again outside the villa, and a loud voice came. Along with this loud voice, a group of soldiers jumped off the military cart, led by a middle-aged man, who was Wang Jin's cheap brother, Lu Yuanwei. Brother Wang, stop it. Lu Yuanwei quickly ran to Wang Jin and stopped Hiyushi's butcher knife. What does brother Lu mean by this? Wang Jin was a little unhappy, thinking that Lu Yuanwei was speaking for the other party. This Luo Fei is the only son of Luo Chang, the leader of the Mutant Alliance. You don't want to fight to the death with the Mutant Alliance, do you? Lu Yuanwei whispered in Wang Jin's ear. What? Why would I lie to you? If you really do it, you will have a hard time staying in this base. Luo Chang will fight to the death for revenge. Lu Yuanwei was afraid that Wang Jin would get into trouble, so he quickly reminded him again. Wang Jin glanced at Lu Yuanwei, then at Luo Fei, thought about it, and then said, "In this case, I will give you a face, brother Lu, but this silver-eyed man dared to touch my people. The death penalty can be exempted, but the living crime cannot escape." Hiyushi cut off one of his arms. Yes, brother Wang. Hiyushi was afraid that Lu Yuanwei would stop him, and he immediately swung his knife after receiving Wang Jin's order. Ah! As one arm fell, the silver-eyed mutant screamed loudly, and the sound was extremely shrill. Wang Jin, you. Lu Yuanwei sighed, shook his head and had nothing to say. Brother Wang, this is the brain core I found on them. Hiyushi searched Luo Fei and his men thoroughly, and handed hundreds of brain cores to Wang Jin as if to ask for credit. Not bad. Wang Jin shook the brain core in his hand, looked at Luo Fei and his party, and roared, "Get out of here." Wang Jin waved his hand, and the velociraptor approached again with its teeth bared, scaring Luo Fei so much that he rolled and crawled, and ran away without even daring to fart. Wang Jin, I won't let you go. From a distance, Luo Fei's angry roar came from outside the villa. Coward, why didn't you dare to say anything harsh just now? He Yushi laughed, despising Luo Fei's behavior. I'll wait for you. Wang Jin scratched his ears and looked down on him. He was just a defeated general. If you didn't care about your father and didn't want to fight him to a draw, do you think you could walk out of this villa alive? Let's not talk about that spoiler. By the way, Lao Lu, you came to my place so late. You didn't come here for the tiger's body, did you? Wang Jin looked at Lu Yuanwei with a smile, and guessed the purpose of Lu Yuanwei's visit. Haha, you are worthy of being my brother. You really understand me. Our military plans to buy this tiger's body to improve the soldiers' food. Lu Yuanwei smiled and patted Wang Jin's shoulder. He was not embarrassed at all when someone pointed out his intention. Let's make a deal first. I can sell it to you, but we are brothers and we should settle accounts clearly. The price we should give can't be low. Wang Jin wanted to quickly get rid of the giant tiger and exchange it for the brain core. As long as he had enough strength, would he be afraid of not being able to hunt mutant beasts? The price is negotiable. I'll pay. Oh, why is Lu Fengbei here too? It's fate. Before Lu Yuanwei finished speaking, he was interrupted by a charming female voice. Wang Jin's villa welcomed the third group of people tonight. Wang Jin knew this group of people. The woman who was talking was the lobby manager Chen Feng, who he saw at Qi Fengju last time. Why, your superiors also want to intervene in the giant tiger corpse? When Lu Yuanwei saw Chen Feng, he naturally understood that the other party would not come to the temple for no reason. It must be the same purpose as his own. Want to get a share of the giant tiger corpse. What are you talking about, Lu Fengbei? Our Qi Fengju originally opened a hotel. Isn't it okay to want some tiger meat to expand its reputation? Chen Feng denied with a smile. Humph, don't think I don't know what those government officials above you want. Aren't they just greedy for this benefit? I tell you, this tiger meat is in our army. If you want to make money, Qi Fengju, find another way. Lu Yuanwei was not polite. When it came to seeking benefits for the soldiers, he could not make concessions even if he had a friendship with Chen Feng. That won't do, Lu Fengbei. It's not good to eat alone. If you do this, I won't be able to explain to my superiors. Chen Feng also sank his face and planned to fight to the death. Hey, you two, I'm the buyer here, why don't you ask for my opinion first? Wang Jin inserted himself between the two of them, looking helpless, but secretly happy in his heart. The more intense the fight, the better. Who would be afraid that you wouldn't raise the price? I think this is a good idea. The one with the highest bid will win based on our strength, and we won't do those empty things. Wang Jin said with a smile, and was immediately rolled his eyes by the two of them. Brother, you are not kind enough. What kind of friendship do we have? You are just trying to get me by offering the highest price. You little vixen, you are always thinking of taking advantage of your sister, and you are offering the highest price. You are treating us like fat sheep. Hee. I am not trying to trick you. It is because the corpse of this mutant giant tiger is too precious. This is a genuine second-level mutant beast. Do you know how much effort I put in to kill it? Wang Jin began to introduce the benefits of the mutant giant tiger, and the meat of the giant tiger corpse is not only the top food, but it can also quickly restore people's physical strength after eating it. It is really a must-have for home travel, murder and arson. What? This is a second-level mutant beast. Lu Yuanwei and Chen Feng were shocked. Their mouths were wide open enough to fit an egg. They grabbed Wang Jin's arm and said in unison, "Where is its crystal core?" The crystal core was absorbed by me. Wang Jin couldn't figure out what the two were thinking. He left the corpse alone and asked about the crystal core. What a prodigal son. Lu Yuanwei sighed, looking at Wang Jin with a look of regret, shaking his head, as if Wang Jin had done something evil. You. Chen Feng looked at Wang Jin with a face full of resentment, which made Wang Jin's skin bulge. Sister, I didn't do anything to you, please don't look at me like that. Wang Jin subconsciously looked behind him, but didn't see the figures of He Xin and Li Yu. He was slightly relieved. Fortunately. What are you doing? Could it be that the secondary crystal core is particularly precious? I don't think it's a big deal. It just absorbs more energy and improves the efficiency of strength. Wang Jin didn't understand, frowned and looked at the frustrated two people and asked. Of course it is precious. Compared with the crystal core, the body of the giant tiger is nothing. Chen Feng sighed and said, you don't know that if ordinary people absorb the crystal core of a second-level mutant beast, they have a great chance of becoming mutants. This is the only way for ordinary people to become mutants except for natural mutants. Do you think the crystal core is precious? Didn't you see Luo Fei? His ability to control ice is because his father Luo Chang killed a second-level mutant beast and gave him the crystal core to absorb. Lu Yuanwei was also very emotional. Becoming a mutant has always been his dream, but it's a pity that a second-level mutant beast is so easy to encounter and kill. Luo Chang was the only one who succeeded once in the entire camp, and Wang Jin succeeded but took the crystal core to absorb it himself. It was really a waste of natural resources. Absorbing it yourself only increases some strength, which is better than turning ordinary people into mutants. I really don't know this. If I had known that the crystal core was so precious, I would have sold it for money. The resources I gained would be much more cost-effective than absorbing them myself. Wang Jin looked innocent. If he had known that the second-level crystal core had this function, Wang Jin would have used it for his own people. Selling it for money was just a joke. Alas, it's too late to say anything now. Fortunately, there is a corpse of a second-level mutant beast as compensation, which is not too bad. The effect of the second-level mutant beast restoring physical strength is exactly what our army needs, which can greatly extend our army's sustained combat capability. Lu Yuanwei had no hope of getting the crystal core, so he had to set his sights on the giant tiger corpse. It is better not to think about the illusory things like the second-level crystal core. It is right to take down the giant tiger corpse honestly. Lu Fengbei, you may not be able to bully a little girl like me now. Listen to who is calling. Chen Feng took out a walkie-talkie and said triumphantly. Just now, Wang Jin found that Chen Feng was whispering something with the walkie-talkie. Now looking at Chen Feng's confident face, it must be that the conversation just now was effective. Division Commander. Lu Yuanwei was very surprised when he took the walkie-talkie and listened. He couldn't figure out how Chen Feng's boss persuaded the division commander. Yes, I understand. After the call, Lu Yuanwei was very disappointed. He glared at the complacent Chen Feng and said unwillingly, you are happy now that I gave you 1/3 of the corpse of this mutant giant tiger. Hee. Don't be discouraged, Lu Fengbei, this is a win-win situation for us, so as not to raise the price against each other and let this kid take advantage. Chen Feng smiled with her hands covering her mouth. She regained her previous charming appearance after getting the benefit. Since you have divided it, then make an offer. Let me make it clear in advance that I will not buy it at a low price. Wang Jin saw that the two had negotiated and walked forward to bid. Don't worry, you won't lose money. We will give you a real price of 8,000 brain cores. You can't find a higher price than this in the base. The price quoted by Lu Yuanwei made Wang Jin very satisfied. He was right. Even if Wang Jin took the giant tiger to the market to sell it himself, the price he got would not be much higher. It would be better to sell it to the military and government officials, and have some friendship. In the future, it would be easier to sell any prey he got. Deal. Wang Jin stretched out his hand and shook hands with Lu Yuanwei, and laughed together. By the way, I have a batch of food I found today. Do you want it? Wang Jin happened to remember the dozen tons of food and asked the two casually. Yes, of course, we will take all the food you have. Lu Yuanwei was overjoyed. The army was in charge of the lives of 100,000 people, and there was never enough food. How could he refuse? Chen Feng did not argue with Lu Yuanwei this time. Their Qi Fengju was doing business for rich people and was not very interested in these ordinary foods. In addition, the government officials above her had already stored a large amount of food. Wang Jin's food was dispensable to her and was not as important as the mutant giant tiger corpse. Come with me. I have a lot of food here. Wang Jin took Lu Yuanwei to the dump truck to negotiate the price. After some bargaining, Wang Jin sold all the dozen tons of food to the army and got 2,000 brain cores, an average of 5 kilograms of food for one brain core. After negotiating the price, Lu Yuanwei and Chen Feng could not wait to call for help to divide and pack the mutant tiger and food. Because there was too much food, they did not finish until the sky cleared. Wang Jin left the mutant tiger's fur and several hundred kilograms of tiger meat, and gave them all to Lu Yuanwei and Chen Feng. As the army and Qi Fengzhu's troops left, the villa, which had been noisy all night, finally quieted down. Wang Jin looked at the tired eyes of the crowd and announced that they would rest today and not go hunting, which caused everyone to cheer and run back to their rooms to catch up on sleep. Wang Jin called He Xin, and after everyone left, he handed the mutant tiger's fur to her and said solemnly, "I remember you said before that you can make clothes. This tiger skin is given to you. It can be made into leather armor to increase our safety. The sooner you make it, the sooner Li Yu and Chen Dong will be safe. Just give it to me, I will make it as soon as possible." He Xin took the tiger skin, stroked the pattern on it, and loved it very much. "If you have extra fabric, you can also make a tiger skin coat yourself." Wang Jin's heart moved, and this sentence suddenly came out of his mouth. He Xin's pretty face was red to the root of her neck, her heart was full of sweetness, her eyes were like rippling green waves. She glanced at Wang Jin coquettishly and ran upstairs holding the tiger skin. "What's wrong with me?" Wang Jin slapped himself. Did he really fall in love? Wang Jin didn't know. He wanted to shake off the fantasy in his mind, but it was impossible to succeed. He Xin's coquettish appearance became clearer in his mind, and finally even Li Yu's cold and pretty face appeared in his mind. The two pretty faces appeared alternately. Wang Jin's head was sweating, and there was a word in his mind, two-timing. Wang Jin despised himself fiercely, but why was he still a little excited in his heart? Hey, a common problem for men. Wang Jin patted his head, stopped thinking about these tangled things, and went upstairs to sleep. Chapter 51. Dad, that Wang Jin rejected our invitation. Luo Fei stood beside a table in a splendid high-end club and said to a middle-aged man with an indifferent face, "HMPH, I know you messed up when I saw your dusty look." The middle-aged man slapped Luo Fei and cursed, "How could I, Luo Chang, give birth to a waste like you who can't even do a small thing? I asked you to invite people, not to fight. You are such a waste." This man is Luo Chang, the leader of the Mutant Alliance, Luo Fei's father. "Dad, this is really not my fault. It was Wang Jin who was so ungrateful that he didn't take our Mutant Alliance seriously. I was so angry that I taught him a lesson. Who knows? Who knew you were no match? Right, you really embarrassed me." Luo Chang was so angry that he pointed at Luo Fei's head and cursed, "Don't even use your brain to think about it. You can easily beat someone who can hunt a giant tiger that is more than 10 meters long." "Dad, enough, I don't want to listen to your quibbling anymore. If you fail, you fail. Go down and reflect on yourself." Luo Chang interrupted Luo Fei's explanation and drove him out of the room. "Leader, you don't have to be so angry. Young people are like this. Only by experiencing more setbacks can you get rid of your impetuousness." After Luo Fei left, a person suddenly appeared in the shadow of the room. His sinister eyes were scary, and his voice was hoarse and unpleasant. This person was dressed in black, even with a hood on his head, with only a pair of cold eyes exposed. It was obvious that he was also a mutant. Shadow, in this end times, how can he have time to adapt? This bastard relies on my name to cause trouble everywhere. If I hadn't protected him, he would have died countless times. Luo Chang drank a sip of water and said with regret, "Leader, although Luo Fei handled it improperly this time, part of the reason is the same as what the young master said. That Wang Jin is really arrogant. He relies on his own strength and doesn't give our alliance face at all. He thinks we can't deal with him." Shadow frowned and said coldly, "I have collected some information about him. This Wang Jin has some friendship with Lu Yuanwei, the defense officer of the South District. The Nanwan villa where he lives happens to be under the jurisdiction of the South District. It is not easy for us to solve it directly by force." Shadow took out a piece of paper with some information about Wang Jin written on it. It can be seen that the Mutant Alliance has put a lot of effort and intelligence. Wang Jin, humph, he's just a young man, so what if he has some strength? Since he doesn't know how to appreciate my kindness, I'll let him know that some people in Lishan are not people he can mess with. Luo Chang crushed the teacup in his hand with a snap, and ordered Shadow, "Shadow, he is in your hands. The intelligence department of the Alliance will fully cooperate with you. I want him to stay in the base for less than 3 days. Do you have any solution? Don't forget, Chief, we also have people in the army. Director Shui of the Logistics Department and Kong Fangbei of the East District are very familiar with us. The villa occupied by Wang Jin is under our name, and we can make a paper from here. Chapter: Let the Logistics Department take action. If he dares to resist, we have an excuse and can use Kong Fangbei to arrest him. Then we can deal with him at that time. Even if Lu Yuanwei finds out later, Wang Jin resisted the law first, so he can't do anything to us. Quote. Okay, you take care of the details. I will greet Director Shui and Kong Fangbei. I hope you will start the action tomorrow. If Wang Jin dares to resist forcefully, let Kong Fangbei not hold back and kill him directly. Leave the rest to me. Hee, I obey the order. Shadow laughed evilly a few times, retreated to the shadows and disappeared. The room fell into silence again, and only the atmosphere of conspiracy gradually brewed in it. Reference mark. 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 The afternoon sun was very hot. The day after the transaction was completed, Wang Jin drove a dump truck alone in the wild. After driving 10 kilometers, Wang Jin stopped the dump truck in a remote place. Pop! The trunk opened, and Wang Jin took out a small box. After opening it, the box was filled with crystal clear brain cores. These were the brain cores obtained from yesterday's transaction, as many as 10,000. Wang Jin's eyes lit up as he looked at these brain cores. As long as he absorbed and summoned the Zerg, his strength would increase dramatically. Absorb. Wang Jin could not wait to absorb the brain cores one by one. Half an hour later, the game interface in Wang Jin's mind had changed dramatically. Zerg Overlord, Wang Jin. Resources: silicon ore, 10,000. Gas ore, 1,200. Troops: drone 2, Zergling 130, Hydralisk 35. Currently available Zerg summons: drone 10 Silica Zergling 25 Silica Hydralisk 75 Silica 25 Gas Host 100 Gas. Hatching Zerg Hive, 100,000. Host. Wang Jin was overjoyed when he saw these two words. There was a new soldier that could be summoned. Although the host in the game has no combat power, it can fly, conduct reconnaissance, see invisible units, and transport Zerg troops. It is of great use to the Zerg. I just don't know if the host's ability is still there in reality. Summon the host. Wang Jin silently recited in his heart, consuming 100 silicon ores, and wanted to summon a host first to see. Whoosh! The 100-meter space around Wang Jin began to ripple, and a strange wind blew out, blowing the surrounding trees. Wang Jin covered his eyes with his hands, and was shocked. Why is the movement so loud? In the past, the summoning was just a ripple in the surrounding space of more than 10 meters, but now the range of summoning the host is nearly 10 times larger. How big is this host? Whoosh whoosh! The wind blowing out of the space is getting stronger and stronger. Wang Jin can hardly open his eyes. At this time, the space finally moved. A wrinkled, meaty head that is tens of meters in size rose up. The meaty head is covered with countless blood-red eyes, which makes everyone who sees it scalp numb and goosebumps all over their body. Under the meatball are more than a dozen tentacles that are 100 meters long, swaying slightly with the wind. This is the Zerg's reconnaissance and transportation unit, the host. Why is it so big? Wang Jin's mouth can swallow a duck egg. He didn't feel anything when he saw the host in the game, but who knew it was so huge in reality? Even without the host's tentacles that are hundreds of meters long, the elliptical head with a diameter of 50 or 60 meters alone is comparable to a large passenger plane. The host floating quietly in the air gave people an extremely shocking feeling. The sky was blocked by the host, and Wang Jin, who stayed below, was covered by the shadow. Looking at the huge host in the sky, he seemed to have become a tiny ant. Take off. After the shock, Wang Jin retracted his mind and began to test the host's ability. The host had no combat power, and no matter how big it was useless. Reconnaissance and transportation were its main functions. Under Wang Jin's control, the host began to slowly float upwards. At the same time, Wang Jin's mind connected with the host and saw the field of vision that the host could see. As the countless eyes on the host's head turned, every blade of grass and tree within a radius of several kilometers came into Wang Jin's sight, and the smallest one could even see the spots on the body of an ant. And as the host gradually rose, the scope of this reconnaissance continued to expand. Within the host's detection range, everything is visible, whether it is a mutant beast hiding in a branch or a mouse hiding in a hole. The host can see it clearly, which may be the reason why the host can detect invisibility. Under Wang Jin's control, the host flew higher and higher, and the huge body gradually became smaller, becoming a small black dot that was looming. When the host flew to the stratosphere 10 kilometers above the ground, the host could no longer fly up and reached its limit. The host at this distance can detect the situation within a radius of 10 kilometers nearby. No matter how deep you hide, the host can find you. Wang Jin smiled with satisfaction after a large-scale detection of 10 kilometers. Sure enough, he did not waste his huge body. The detection range is still very large. In the future, if there are sufficient resources, more hosts can be summoned to meet their own detection and alert needs. After testing the host's detection, Wang Jin tested the host's transportation. Unfortunately, although the host was huge, it could not be transported now. According to Wang Jin's game experience, if he wanted to enable the host's transportation function, he had to wait until the Zerg mother nest was hatched. After taking back the host, Wang Jin looked at the huge amount of resources in the game interface. Of course, since he had money, Wang Jin would use it to improve his strength. He lost 50 velociraptors in the battle with the mutant tiger, and now he could make up for it with interest. One by one, the velociraptors appeared and stood quietly beside Wang Jin. The 3-meter-high hydralisk opened its mouth and twisted its thick and long tail to swim behind Wang Jin. Because there were many swarms of insects summoned this time, it took half an hour for Wang Jin to consume all the resources and complete this summoning. 48 hydralisks, 256 velociraptors, Wang Jin consumed 9,900 silicon mines and 1,200 gas mines, and summoned 300 Zerg. Including the previous Zerg, Wang Jin now has 83 hydralisks and 382 velociraptors. The number of Zergs under his control is close to 500, and his strength has increased sharply again. Think about how I was fighting for a piece of bread a month ago, and the Zerg around me was only a low-powered worker bee. Now I have upgraded my weapons and can eat a lot of fish and meat every day. The Zerg troops are nearly 500, and the strength is among the best in the base of 100,000 people. As for other mutants, even if they are super geniuses who absorb 10 brain cores a day, even if you give them 100,000 brain core crystal cores, their achievements are only the peak of the first level, and at most they can break through to the second level. How can they compare with Wang Jin's strength? The fear of the Zerg is not only reflected in the battle, but also in their number, which is beyond the reach of the enemy. Wang Jin has accumulated 500 Zerg swarms in just 1 month, and this is without a mother nest. If one day Wang Jin hatches a mother nest, the number of Zerg will definitely grow explosively, which is not comparable to the current summoning. Unfortunately, too much silicon ore is needed to hatch the mother nest, and he is far from being able to collect 100,000 silicon ore, so he can only accumulate it slowly. After taking back the Zerg, Wang Jin wiped out the traces, drove the dump truck, and returned to the villa in the base. Wang Jin, who had just returned to the villa's living room, lay down on the sofa to rest when Wenwen, who had received the news, ran over. "Uncle, tiger meat is delicious. Let's eat it tonight, okay?" Wenwen lay on Wang Jin's thigh, biting her lips, and looked at Wang Jin with a pitiful look. "Oh, Uncle's thigh is sore. What did you say just now? Didn't Uncle hear it?" Wang Jin pounded his thigh and looked at Wenwen with a smile. "Uncle, I'll help you pound it, and you won't be tired in a while." Wenwen blinked her cute big eyes, and soon understood what Wang Jin meant, and clenched her little fist to pound Wang Jin's thigh. "Wenwen, your Uncle Jia Ding's thigh is also sore, how about pounding it for me later?" Jia Ding, who was maintaining his rifle, saw this scene and smiled and interrupted. "Humph, Wenwen won't pound you." The cunning Wenwen would not be fooled, and she would firmly resist things that were not beneficial. "Ha ha, it seems that Jia Ding, you are not well received." Yushi laughed, he knew it would end like this. "Tisk, if you're good, come and do it." Jia Ding looked contemptuous. "Forget it, I still have work to do." Yushi smiled awkwardly, and would not go looking for trouble. "Two bad guys." Wenwen curled her lips and gave the two a cute eye roll. Jia Ding and Yushi looked at each other with a bitter smile, and were actually despised by a child. "Uncle, Are you done? My hands are sore. Wenwen only beat for a few minutes and raised her hands to go on strike. Okay, uncle's legs are not sore anymore, go play by yourself. Wang Jin yawned and was about to lie down to sleep. Uncle, are we going to eat tiger meat tonight? Wenwen's eyes lit up, and there seemed to be a hint of crystal at the corner of her mouth. Ah, what tiger meat? Eating is not my business. If you want to eat tiger meat, ask your mother. Wang Jin pinched Wenwen's little face and said deliberately. Uncle, you are such a bad guy. I've already massaged your legs, how can you do this? You don't keep your promise. Wenwen was anxious, and rolled around in Wang Jin's arms, angrily saying, I don't care, I want to eat tiger meat, or I'll ask my mother to ignore you. Puff. Jia Ding and He Yushi almost laughed out loud when they heard this, but under Wang Jin's fierce gaze, they could only hold it back, and their faces kept twitching. Wang Jin. He Xin, who happened to come in, heard Wenwen's words, glared at Wang Jin fiercely, and hugged Wenwen in her arms. Ahem. That, Wenwen was just joking. Wang Jin was a little embarrassed. No, uncle, you. Wenwen wanted to say more, but Wang Jin quickly covered her mouth and said, okay, let's eat tiger meat tonight, you're so greedy. You only know how to tease Wenwen. He Xin rolled her eyes at Wang Jin and went upstairs with Wenwen in her arms. Brother Wang, the army is here. Wang Jin's embarrassment had not yet subsided when Lin Shibin's voice suddenly came from outside the house, and the voice was a little urgent. The army, could it be Lu Yuanwei and the others? Wang Jin was a little surprised, because he had nothing to sell here. When he walked outside, he saw 3 men in military uniforms standing at the gate of the villa. They were all a little fat and did not look like regular soldiers. Who are you? Wang Jin opened the gate of the villa and looked at the 3 people and asked. My surname is Shui, and I am the director of the military logistics department. These 2 are my assistants. Director Shui shook hands with Wang Jin and introduced himself. Hello, Director Shui, I wonder why you are here. Wang Jin was even more surprised. I don't seem to have much friendship with your logistics department. It's like this. Director Shui puffed out his chest and said with a serious face, according to our records, the owner of this villa is not you. Your current behavior is suspected of breaking into a private house and illegally occupying other people's houses. Please move out of the villa immediately and go back with us to accept investigation and interrogation. Illegal occupation of the house. Wang Jin saw that the other party had a serious face, and his heart moved. Lu Yuanwei had already greeted the people in the logistics department and cancelled the reservation of the Mutant Alliance. Now this house should be ownerless. These people judged his crime as soon as they came. It was obvious that they were here to cause trouble. Thinking of Luo Fei's warning yesterday, Wang Jin didn't know who the other party came for. This house is handled by Lu Fangbei. If you have any questions, go to him first. If it is really me who illegally occupied it, I will move out of this house immediately. Wang Jin sneered. Want to accuse himself? He still has a cheap brother in the army. What Lu Fangbei? Now the real estate of the entire base is under the management of our logistics department. If I say this house is not yours, then it is not yours. No matter how you quibble, it is useless. When Director Shui saw Wang Jin carrying out Lu Yuanwei, his face tightened and he said firmly, now you come with us. If you resist the law, even if you are a mutant, the army will deal with you according to the law. As soon as Director Shui finished speaking, the 2 assistants behind him came forward and tried to grab Wang Jin's arms. You don't know what you are talking about. Wang Jin directly knocked them to the ground with 1 punch each, staring at Director Shui and said coldly, you have no right to arrest me. Call your superior, the director, and I will take him to Lu Fangbei's office to ask who this house belongs to. You dare to resist the law and attack our staff. Get out, or I'll take care of you too. Wang Jin glared at him, scaring the other's fat body to tremble. He pointed at Wang Jin but didn't dare to say a word. Facing the mutants, he knew that even 10 of himself were no match. Bang! Wang Jin closed the door and turned away. Wait, you want to resist the law, right? I tell you, don't beg for mercy when the army comes. If you have the guts, don't run. After Wang Jin walked away, Director Shui left with 2 stumbling assistants. Wang Jin, what's going on? Why are those troops looking for you? In the hall, He Yushi and others were waiting here. When they saw Wang Jin coming back, Li Yu asked first. A bunch of clowns, using our house as an excuse, want to drive us out of the villa. I guess it's revenge from the Mutant Alliance yesterday. Wang Jin found a seat and sat down, saying casually. I didn't expect that the Mutant Alliance and the army are also colluding. It seems that the army is not of the same mind. He Xin frowned and was a little worried. They won't send troops here, will they? Will we fight or not? Probably not. This is Lu Yuanwai's defense zone. He won't send troops. Wang Jin smiled confidently. The South District is Lu Yuanwai's territory. The soldiers need Lu Yuanwai's signature to send troops, so Wang Jin is so confident. The logistics department is just arrogant verbally. They don't have the right to send troops. As for asking Lu Yuanwai to send troops, at that time, it will be exposed immediately, and they will be unlucky. Compared with the director of a district's defense and the director of the logistics department, the latter can only carry shoes for the former. The two sides are no longer on the same level. Okay, let's go to work. We have to go hunting tomorrow. Get the preparations done early. Wang Jin clapped his hands, indicating that everyone don't have to worry. After listening to the explanation, the others put down their hanging hearts and went to work. Reference mark. Old Lu, are you free today? Come with me to farm number 5. I heard that there is a bumper harvest of vegetables there. How about we go and try some fresh vegetables? Said a middle-aged man with a missing ear in Lu Yuanwai's military district office. Opposite him was Wang Jin's cheap brother, Lu Yuanwai. Old Kong, you are corrupt. What? Your East District is no longer in charge. Be careful that the division commander will remove you from your position as the East District defense officer. Lu Yuanwai laughed, stood up and punched Old Kong on the shoulder, greeting him in a military way. This middle-aged man with a defective ear is the East District defense officer, Kong Guan. What can happen in the base now? Those petty thieves can be dealt with by the people below, otherwise why keep them? Kong Guan also punched Lu Yuanwai and said with a smile, just tell me whether you are going or not. If you don't go, you can blame me for enjoying it all by myself and staring at myself with envy. Go, why not? I haven't eaten vegetables for several months. My mouth is full of meat. Now I want to vomit when I see meat. These vegetables can't be let go. Lu Yuanwai smiled and agreed. Then let's go. My car is waiting downstairs. You are so anxious. It's still early now. Wait for me to deal with the documents on hand. Lu Yuanwai was a little surprised. Farm number 5 is not far away. It takes an hour to run back and forth. There is plenty of time. You don't know that people from other troops have already been dispatched. Even my soldiers have gone to collect money. If we go slower, they will pick up all the good things and we will only have rotten leaves to pick up. Kong Guan explained with a smile, and a trace of inexplicable meaning flashed in his eyes, which disappeared in a flash. What are you waiting for? Let's go quickly. We can't let those little bastards get there first. Lu Yuanwai got anxious when he heard this, and he pulled Kong Guan's hand and left. After leaving the door, Kong Guan deliberately walked behind Lu Yuanwai, made a gesture to the chief of staff in the distance, and opened his mouth to say something. If someone who can read lips saw it, they would understand that what Kong Guan said was, action. Brother Wang, something bad has happened. The army has sent many soldiers to our villa. Wang Jin was still resting in the room when there was a sudden knock on the door. Hiyushi's anxious voice reached Wang Jin's ears through the door. The army is coming. Wang Jin opened the door and stared at the pale Hiyushi. Really, I saw it all. There were many large trucks coming, loaded with fully armed soldiers. I also saw tanks. Brother Wang, I think they have bad intentions. Will they come to arrest us? Hiyushi was very panicked. It seemed that the number of troops was definitely not small. Let's go and see. Wang Jin's heart was shocked. Even tanks were dispatched. That was really bad intentions. Strange, he had a good talk with Lu Yuanwai yesterday, why did he change his face today? When he came to the roof of the villa, except for Wang Jin and Hiyushi, everyone else gathered here waiting for Wang Jin. It seemed that they got the news before him. Brother Wang, Wang Jin. So everyone was very worried. When they saw Wang Jin appear, they crowded around him. Don't worry, my strength is not for show. Even if the army wants to move us, it won't be that easy. Let me see the situation first. Wang Jin asked everyone to be patient, walked to the side of the building, and looked out of the villa. Dozens of military trucks were parked in Nanwan district, and hundreds of fully armed soldiers with serious expressions surrounded Villa Number 3. Wang Jin didn't see the tanks, but only saw 3 armored vehicles. The small caliber artillery of the armored vehicles had been aimed at the villa, and the anti-aircraft machine guns on them had also opened the safety, which could shoot the flame of death at any time and anywhere. One by one, cordons were set up, and many residents in Nanwan district were taken away by soldiers. At the same time, there were many survivors watching outside Nanwan district. Chinese people always like to watch the excitement. It's serious. Seeing this scene, Wang Jin's heart skipped a beat, thinking it was not good. His strength had just skyrocketed, and he was not worried about these soldiers at all. If they really fought, he would have a certain advantage. Wang Jin didn't want to fight for no reason. He didn't want to waste his family's wealth in a battle with the army, which would hurt others and himself. Brother Wang, we won't really fight, will we? Jia Ding walked to Wang Jin with a frown, glanced at the army outside the villa, and asked anxiously. It's possible. Judging from the army's posture, they are not here with good intentions. Wang Jin's eyes flickered, and he ordered Jia Ding and the others, go prepare your weapons first, just in case. I may not be able to take care of you if the battle really starts. We are really going to fight. Lin Shibin couldn't believe it, and said in a trembling voice, Brother Wang, didn't you say that the army would not come? Why now? What, are you questioning my decision? Or do you plan to surrender? Wang Jin's eyes swept over like a knife, frightening Lin Shibin's face pale, and he waved his hands repeatedly to deny, no, I'm just curious. A pair of delicate little hands rested on Wang Jin's shoulders, and Shin's pretty face appeared in front of Wang Jin. She looked at Wang Jin with a firm face and said, no matter what, I will go with you. Your enemy is my enemy. Li Yu had a blank expression on her face. She pressed the yellow bullets into the magazine, snapped the magazine shut, opened the safety, and stood quietly beside Wang Jin. A dangerous aura emanated from Li Yu, like a ferocious female leopard. Brother Wang, you saved my life. If anyone dares to hurt you, I will crush him. Chen Dong was rarely serious. He stood beside Wang Jin with his metal pillar, showing his determination to follow Wang Jin. Brother Wang, although I, Yushi, am just a small gangster, we are the most loyal in the gang. If we abandon our friends, we will kill them. Today, I will also be brave. Isn't it the army? Let's fight him. Yushi rolled up his sleeves, revealing the tattoo on his arm. He carried a machete and looked fierce and vicious. At this time, when Yushi went to collect protection fees, I am afraid no one would dare not pay. My fat body is not for nothing. Let those big-headed soldiers taste my power. Jia Ding's fat body trembled, and there was a sense of madness in his small eyes. I, Wang Jin, really didn't recognize the wrong person, haha. Wang Jin looked at his companions standing beside him one by one, and his eyes were a little moist. In times of crisis, people's hearts are revealed. It takes great courage to dare to accompany me to fight madly with the army. Listen, people in the villa, you must surrender quickly, otherwise we will impose military sanctions, please don't make unnecessary resistance. An officer stood on the armored vehicle and shouted to Wang Jin with a loudspeaker, his voice was very cold. Where is Lu Yuanwei? Let him come out to see me, I want to ask him why he attacked me, don't let me fight an unclear battle. Quote. Wang Jin stood on the roof of the villa, hiding behind the balcony and shouting, it's not that Wang Jin is timid, there must be snipers in the army, if he is careless and is shot in the head, he will cry to his grandmother's house. Wang Jin, not only did you resist the law and ignore the base laws, but you also attacked military personnel. What else can you say now? Surrender quickly, maybe you can still have a way out. The officer ignored Wang Jin's words and judged Wang Jin's crime. Haha, it was some shitty logistics department that complained, you guys are really awesome, as a military but you speak for the Mutant Alliance, I think you might as well take off your uniform and join the Mutant Alliance. Wang Jin laughed, surrendered. Do you really think you are a fool, can you still survive after surrendering? The officer's face changed, staring at the place where Wang Jin spoke with gloomy eyes, and said coldly, don't cry until you see the coffin, get ready to move, flatten this villa for me. You can try. Wang Jin's face turned cold. Come on, do you really think I, Wang Jin, am easy to bully? Hundreds of soldiers began to move. These soldiers had indifferent faces, without the fear and excitement of the upcoming battle, and they were veterans of hundreds of battles. Almost every soldier who can survive to the present in the apocalypse has experienced more than one battle. Although the apocalypse killed many soldiers, it also made the surviving soldiers mature quickly and become an elite veteran. The war years are the ripening agent for elite soldiers. The end of the world, which is 10 times more cruel than the war years, can be said to be the cradle of soldiers. Every survivor facing the end of the world where they can die at any time, as long as they can survive in the battle, they are terrifying fighting machines. Ordinary survivors can do this, not to mention soldiers who have mastered many combat skills. Soldiers who have not seen blood are not real soldiers. No matter how well they are trained, they are not as good as the life and death training on the battlefield. Even if two soldiers of the same strength fight, the winner must have seen blood, and the beliefs and wills of both sides are no longer at the same level. Don't underestimate soldiers in the end of the world. Wang Jin has always believed in this sentence. Now seeing these soldiers in action, he dare not be careless and immediately summons his insect swarm. Roar! One by one, the swift beasts with bared teeth began to appear, guarding and alerting around the villa, ready to attack the soldiers at any time. The 3-meter-high hydralisk also appeared behind the velociraptor with its tail as thick as a human waist, occupying the commanding height of the villa. Its abyssal giant mouth kept expanding and contracting, and its poisonous bone spurs were ready to provide fire support for the velociraptor in battle. Nearly 500 swarms of insects spread out, and the villa could not accommodate them at all. Many swarms of insects had already gone out of the villa, roaring and heading towards the soldiers. So many, the intelligence is wrong. The officer standing on the armored vehicle was stunned. Didn't they say that the other side only had 100 mutant beasts? How could there be so many now? Looking at this number, let alone 100, there are probably 500. Are the people who provided the intelligence all idiots? The officer cursed the person who provided the intelligence. How could he fight with so many mutant beasts? If he forced it, it was still unclear whether the troops could win, but if he didn't fight, he had already said the harsh words just now. If he withdrew his troops like this, wouldn't it be a loss of the army's reputation, and his entire East District soldiers would become a joke to others? The officer was now in a dilemma. Without receiving orders, the soldiers stopped attacking and confronted the insect swarm at a distance. Go back and transfer 500 soldiers to support me, and bring 5 armored vehicles. Remember to bring enough ammunition. This mutant is not easy to deal with. The officer thought about it and could only think of the only way to increase the troops. He was not sure that the soldiers in his hands could deal with Wang Jin, so he ordered people to go back and transfer troops, which could reduce some casualties and capture Wang Jin. Even if it took some time, it would be fine. As long as it could be solved before Lu Yuanwei came back, everything would be easy. Brother Wang, these soldiers retreated. Seeing the soldiers shrinking and retreating, Hiyushi became excited and shouted, could it be that they saw Brother Wang's insect swarm and retreated? It's not that simple. You see, they just retreated but didn't retreat. It is very likely that they are not sure and are calling for reinforcements. Li Yu guessed the army's thoughts in one sentence, which made the excitement of others subside again. HMPH, in that case, I'll strike first. Wang Jin's face was grim. He controlled the swarm of insects to approach the soldiers, wanting to take the initiative. Since they had already met, Wang Jin no longer thought about holding back. By the way, there is also a host that needs to be summoned to gather intelligence, so that I can take the initiative on the battlefield. Wang Jin's heart moved, thinking of his new host, which would greatly increase his chances of winning. Roar! Under Wang Jin's control, the velociraptors spread out and surrounded the soldiers. The hydralisk also began to contract its mouth muscles, waiting to shoot out the bone spurs of death. Within 100 meters of Wang Jin's villa, circles of ripples began to appear in the space, strong winds blew out, and a huge head began to slowly stretch out. A huge head of 50 or 60 meters, with blood-red terrifying eyes all over the body, and thick tentacles 100 meters long. As soon as this huge monster floating in the air appeared, it scared everyone present. It was unbelievable that there was such a large mutant beast. What is this? The officer wiped his eyes. his eyeballs almost bursting out of his eye sockets, and the fingers pointing at the host trembled violently. "Captain, I think we should retreat and hide first. This Wang Jin is too strong. His trump card is actually this behemoth. We are no match for such a huge mutant beast." The assistant beside the officer spoke with fear. The strength of mutant beasts is usually proportional to their size. The larger the mutant beast, the stronger it is. Wang Jin's mutant beast is so huge and terrifying, and its strength must be amazing. The host is not only huge in size, but also covered with blood-red eyes, and has more than a dozen thick tentacles that are hundreds of meters long, which makes everyone who sees it shudder. They don't even think that the host has no combat power. This assistant didn't know that he had entered a misunderstanding. The strength of the host was exactly the opposite of what he guessed. The combat power was 0, but it was just huge and scary. If Wang Jin heard what this assistant said, he would definitely laugh his belly off. "Run!" The survivors who were watching the excitement outside Nanwan district exclaimed. Many people were scared to death by the host. How could they care about watching the excitement? They ran away quickly to avoid being affected by the fish pond. Even the brave ones didn't dare to approach Nanwan district, but hid far away, looking at the giant in the sky, and their hearts were hard to be shocked. Many soldiers were also shaken. It was not that they were not brave, but the weapons in their hands could not bring them any sense of security in the face of the giant host. With such a big body, bullets would probably just tickle it. So as the velociraptor approached, the army's position became a little chaotic, and some people began to slowly retreat, leading the entire team to retreat. Some people tried to stabilize, but it was difficult to stop the fear of the host in the hearts of the soldiers. No matter how the officers cursed and shouted, the troops began to be in chaos. It has been like this since ancient times. Once the army is in chaos, it is difficult to restore order. The situation began to slowly tilt towards Wang Jin. Wang Jin was stunned. He just wanted to summon the host to investigate, but he didn't expect to achieve unexpected success. The huge size actually scared the army, which was beyond Wang Jin's expectation. Originally, he thought there would be a war between humans and insects. Looking at the current situation, he could win without fighting. Facing the huge host, the army that didn't know the details would never dare to fight rashly. "Brother Wang, is this your trump card? It's really awesome." Hiyushi was so excited that he couldn't speak clearly. Looking at the host floating in the air, he admired Wang Jin very much. With such a mutant beast, what was there to fear about the army? Now the army has to retreat, right? Brother Wang's trump card is fine if it's not played, but it will be earth-shattering once it is played. Jia Ding also began to flatter Wang Jin. At this moment, Jia Ding's confidence was overflowing. With such a powerful mutant beast, the army would definitely not be able to do anything to him and others. It's safe now. He-Shin hugged Wenwen, and finally let go of her worries. She was most afraid that Wenwen would be hurt, and she cared more about her than herself. Wang Jin was speechless. If they knew the real situation of the host, I wonder what they would think. Today, I will take advantage of the host's light and use the power of the tiger to bully others. Wang Jin, I found a problem. These soldiers don't seem to be Lu Yuanwei's soldiers. Things may not be as simple as we think. Li Yu suddenly said something shocking, and her beautiful eyes looked at Wang Jin. What, you said these soldiers are not from Lu Yuanwei's South District? Wang Jin looked at Li Yu suddenly, very surprised. Yes, the shoulder straps of these troops are different from what we saw before. The shoulder straps of the soldiers in Lu Yuanwei's South District are not of this style. So, these people are likely to be soldiers from other areas of the base. Li Yu said her guess, and Wang Jin took a telescope to see that the shoulder straps of these soldiers were indeed different from what he had seen before. So that's it. Wang Jin closed his eyes and thought for a while, and figured it out. He originally thought that Lu Yuanwei was colluding with the Mutant Alliance to deal with him, but now it seems that he misunderstood Lu Yuanwei and there was someone else colluding with the Mutant Alliance. No matter who it is, I will make you pay the price. Wang Jin secretly made up his mind and sentenced the person who sent troops to death. At this moment, the host has risen to a height of hundreds of meters. The host, which is larger than your passenger plane, attracted the attention of everyone in the city, and gossip began to spread rapidly and entered the ears of some people. In the high-end club, Luo Chang stood on the roof, looking at the giant host in the sky, and muttered in shock, "Is this Wang Jin's true strength? It seems that he is also a second-level mutant. Leader, it's okay that the strength of this mutant beast is not strong." The shadow appeared silently on the roof and said in a hoarse voice, "You don't have to say anything. I have already got the information about Wang Jin. In addition to this giant, he has hundreds of mutant beasts. His strength must be level 2. Leader, Wang Jin is just a lonely man. You control more than 100 mutants. The overall strength is not comparable to Wang Jin. I know that Wang Jin is nothing. I am worried that he will have a relationship with the army, which will have a great impact on us." Luo Chang waved his hand and signaled Shadow to leave first. "We failed this operation. There will definitely be a lot of troubles in the future. You go and deal with it first." "Yes." Shadow retreated into the shadows as he came, and disappeared silently. On the roof, only Luo Chang was left alone. He looked at the host in the sky quietly, and his face turned cold and sneered, "Wang Jin, let you be proud for a while, and you will regret it later." Reference mark reference mark reference mark. Reference mark reference mark reference mark. At the westernmost end of the city center, at the original government building, a group of tough soldiers were stationed here. There are machine gun bunkers and sentries everywhere, and soldiers patrolling with military dogs. The entire government building is heavily guarded, and ordinary people dare not approach it. At this moment, in a study in the government building, a 60-year-old man in military uniform stood upright at the window and looked at the sky. His eyes were not gentle as an old man should be, but very sharp and serious, which made people feel oppressive. "AFU, have you found out what is going on?" The old man spoke, and his voice was stern. "We have checked it out." A middle-aged officer stood behind the old man. Hearing what the old man said, he said respectfully, "Commander, the whole incident was instigated by the Mutant Alliance. Luo Chang's son Luo Fei provoked the mutant Wang Jin, so Luo Chang was jealous and colluded with Director Shui of the Logistics Department and Kong Fangbei of the East District to frame and attack Wang Jin." A Fu said here, pointing to the host floating in the sky, with a strange expression, that Wang Jin is very powerful. Not only can he summon and control hundreds of ferocious mutant beasts, but he also summoned this behemoth. His strength is unfathomable. Humph, the Mutant Alliance has become more and more arrogant recently, and its claws have even reached into our army. Although Kong Guan and I are not from the same faction, since he is staying in the base, he will not be allowed to betray us. The Mutant Alliance is very ambitious, but they are not the ones who decide the base. Pass my order to seal up their shops. I want to see whether they are more powerful as mutants or my bullets. Yes, the Mutant Alliance has 5 shops in the city center. Do we need to seal them all? A Fu said. Seal 3 of them. We can't let Luo Chang go crazy now. The base is the most important thing. Also, call Kong Guan and Lu Yuanwei back to see me immediately. Director Shui should withdraw directly. The old man was very angry and dissatisfied with this farce. Not only did he get angry about the arrogance of the Mutant Alliance, but he was also chilled by the division of the army. This 60-year-old man hasn't been so angry for a long time. Okay, I'll do it now. A Fu saluted and turned to leave. Wait, the old man suddenly called A Fu. His face softened and he said, "That Wang Jin, you should bring him along too. There is such a strong man in the base, and I, an old man, have not met him yet. Remember to be polite when you see Wang Jin. This time it was our army that was wrong first, so we should apologize. Young people are hot-tempered and easily get angry, so you have to persuade them kindly." Yes, A Fu looked at the old man strangely. The division commander had not had contact with mutants for a long time, but he did not expect to make an exception today. Let's go, get things done quickly. After A Fu went out, the old man stood alone at the window, looking in the direction of Nanwan district, muttering to himself, "Wang Jin. I hope you don't let me down. The base can no longer withstand the blow of another mutant alliance." Reference mark reference mark reference mark. Reference mark reference mark reference mark. Reference mark reference mark reference mark. In Nanwan Villa district, the army has withdrawn from the community and is only staying on the periphery. The presence of the host in the sky made the army dare not act rashly, and Wang Jin did not force the other side anymore. The two sides remained in a stalemate until a convoy arrived. Wang Jin had been watching the situation of the army. Through the host's vision, Wang Jin saw several military Hummers heading towards Nanwan district from a distance. When the Hummers entered the temporary checkpoints set up by the army, they did not stop for inspection, but drove into the army unimpeded. The soldiers had no intention of checking. When they saw these Hummers, they quickly moved the checkpoints away, and their faces were a little surprised. Tisk! The Hummer stopped in the middle of the army, and 7 or 8 soldiers got off. The surrounding soldiers made way for these new soldiers to pass. These soldiers asked and soon found the commander of hundreds of soldiers, the officer who threatened Wang Jin. I don't know what they talked about. Soon, the officer was handcuffed by 2 soldiers and taken to the Hummer. The surrounding soldiers seemed very angry when they saw it. They suppressed their anger and did not take action under the suppression of other officers. After these soldiers escorted the officers, they did not leave, but dispersed them, asked the soldiers to withdraw their guards and go home, and then these soldiers walked towards Wang Jin's villa. These people are. Wang Jin was very surprised to see this scene. It is certain that these soldiers must not be in the same group as before, and they have much more power. Wang Jin can only think of one person who has more power than the soldiers in the first area defense, the controller of the Lishan base, the highest commander of the base army, Division Commander Meng. After thinking this through, Wang Jin did not stop these soldiers from coming. When the soldiers passed by, he controlled the swarm to make way so that they could reach their villa smoothly. These soldiers walked in fear when passing by the swarm, and were stared at by hundreds of ferocious swarms. It was good that these soldiers did not weaken on the spot. After passing the swarm, the soldiers quickly came to Wang Jin's villa and were taken to the villa by Jia Ding, who received Wang Jin's order. Hello, let me introduce myself. I am Fu Chunghua, the director of the intelligence department of the Lishan base. I am here to invite Mr. Wang to the government building tonight under the instruction of the division commander. Can we have a chat tonight? As soon as the soldiers entered the villa, the middle-aged officer with the highest military rank walked up to Wang Jin, introduced himself and explained his purpose. HMPH, can you trust the army? Our boss will not go to your hangman banquet. Hiyushi interrupted, saying that the army's actions had scared him half to death before, and now he was not in a good mood when he saw the army. It was our fault before. There were some situations in the army, and I am not convenient to disclose them to you. I solemnly apologize to you here. Please understand that our division commander has no ill will towards you. Please rest assured. Fu Chunghua saluted Wang Jin with an apologetic look on his face. Hiyushi, step back. Wang Jin blocked Hiyushi, stood in front of Fu Chunghua, and guessed, if I am not mistaken, the army before was in collusion with the Mutant Alliance, right? I am not convenient to disclose this. If you meet the division commander, you will understand everything. Fu Chunghua's expression changed slightly, but he neither confirmed nor denied it. Okay, I will go to meet your commander tonight, and I hope you can give me an explanation. Wang Jin looked at him deeply and decided to meet the controller of the base tonight. Wang Jin, who was confident in his own strength, was not worried. Even if it was a hangman banquet, he was sure to escape. Mr. Wang, you will not be disappointed. Fu Chunghua was delighted. He did not stay for long after completing the task. He saluted Wang Jin and left soon. The Lishan base was very quiet under the night. Most of the base was dark. Except for the brightly lit city center and the walls, other survivors could not enjoy electricity. Without light, humans could only do primitive sports at night, so the survivors would fall asleep early when it got dark, waiting for the dawn to come again and continue to fight for their survival. At this moment, in the Nanwan Villa district in the city center, the fighting atmosphere during the day gradually disappeared, and many villa owners gathered together and returned to their villas. Boom! A strong engine sound sounded, and a heavy dump truck drove out of Villa number 3 with its lights on. Amid the discussions of many people, it drove out of the community and headed towards the government building. Wang Jin did not let anyone follow him this time, but drove the dump truck himself to the banquet as agreed. Although the city center at night was not crowded with people, it was not deserted either. 2s and 3s of dignitaries walked together on the street. The lights of the shops and street lamps on both sides made the city center seem like daytime, making people unable to feel the coming of night. There were no vehicles on the street. Wang Jin drove the dump truck very fast and soon arrived at his destination, a 5-story government building with strict security. Swish. With the sound of brakes, the heavy dump truck slowly stopped in front of the checkpoint. Wang Jin, wearing simple sportswear and with a cold face, got off the dump truck and walked towards the soldiers. I am Wang Jin. Your division commander asked me to come here tonight. Before the soldier asked, Wang Jin told his situation. Please wait a moment, I will check it first. A soldier saluted Wang Jin, picked up the walkie-talkie and said a few words, then received the order and respectfully said to Wang Jin, Mr. Wang, please follow me. Wang Jin did not speak, and followed the soldier to the building. Along the way, Wang Jin secretly observed the surrounding defense situation, in case of a real battle, so that he could get away more calmly. Following the soldiers all the way up, as the floors got higher and higher, the security became more strict. To enter these places, not only a work permit is required, but also a fingerprint scan. After the pupil scan, the leading soldier led Wang Jin to the 5th floor, the highest floor of the government building. Mr. Wang, the division commander is in the study, please come in. The soldier took Wang Jin to a door, opened the door and gestured to Wang Jin. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Jin nodded politely, took a step, and before Wang Jin entered the room, a fierce quarrel came from inside. Kong Guan, I trusted you so much, but you colluded with the Mutant Alliance and jointly framed my friends. Kong Guan, if you forget your identity, take off this military uniform. Wearing this uniform on you is a shame for our army. An angry voice floated to Wang Jin's ears. Wang Jin was very familiar with it. It was the voice of his cheap brother Lu Yuanwei. Lu Yuanwei, who I want to associate with is my business, you should just take care of yourself. You keep saying that the Mutant Alliance is not yours, but you are on good terms with a mutant. It's just like the thief crying thief. A sinister voice sounded, scolding Lu Yuanwei fiercely. You are confusing the public. I am not against mutants. I only reject mutants who rely on their own strength to do evil things, and the Mutant Alliance is just such an organization. Lu Yuanwei was even more angry and cursed. As a soldier, you flatter this kind of organization and deliberately frame my friend. Today I will ask you for an explanation. HMPH, whatever you say, you can always find a pretext to accuse someone. It was obviously your friend who resisted the law first, so I had no choice but to take action. Bullshit, I have already transferred the house to Wang Jin, you. Before Lu Yuanwei finished speaking, he was interrupted by Wang Jin who came in. You are the commander of those soldiers today, you are so brave. Wang Jin sneered a few times and glanced at the room, and found that there were only 3 people in the room. In addition to his cheap brother Lu Yuanwei, there was a middle-aged man with a missing ear and hostile to Lu Yuanwei. Behind a desk, there was also a serious-looking old man in his 60s. After observing, Wang Jin locked his sight on the middle-aged man with a missing ear. The man who was cursing with Lu Yuanwei must be the leader of the soldiers today, and the one who was seduced by the Mutant Alliance to deal with him. Who are you? Is there any place for you to talk here? Get out of here. The middle-aged man was furious when he heard Wang Jin's words, and was about to drive him out. Wang Jin, why are you here? Seeing Wang Jin, Lu Yuanwei was very surprised. He turned his head to look at the old man sitting behind the desk, walked up to pat Wang Jin on the shoulder, and said ashamedly, Brother, I'm sorry for putting you in danger today. It's not your fault. I roughly guessed what happened. If you want to blame someone, blame the Mutant Alliance and the guy in front of you. Wang Jin pointed at the middle-aged man with an extremely cold look in his eyes. So you are Wang Jin, and it's right as the intelligence said. You are really arrogant. Haha, you should know that arrogant people often die quickly. The middle-aged man sneered at Wang Jin with a very disdainful expression. Don't waste time talking to this kind of person, Wang Jin, let me introduce you. This is our base's division commander, the controller of the base's army, the person I respect the most, General Meng Quan. Lu Yuanwei stood between Wang Jin and the middle-aged man and introduced Wang Jin. Hello, young man, well, it seems that you are quite punctual. You are late by 11 seconds. I like people who are punctual. Meng Quan glanced at his watch, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he pointed to the chair next to Wang Jin. Please sit down. Hello, my name is Wang Jin, a mutant. I think my sense of time is pretty good. Wang Jin didn't feel embarrassed at all. He pulled the chair and sat down, looking at Meng Quan. You must have guessed what happened. Let me tell you now. Meng Quan's face returned to seriousness. He pointed at the middle-aged man and said, "This is Kong Guan, the East District Defense Officer. It was his soldiers who surrounded your villa today. You also saw that our army is not all of one mind. The Mutant Alliance intervened in our army, so what happened today happened. Commander, I want to correct one thing. I just went to arrest those who resisted the law. Don't throw all the dirty water on me." Kong Guan had no respect for Meng Quan. After hearing this, he immediately defended and refuted. Bang! Lu Yuanwei slammed the table and stood up, angrily saying, "Kong Guan, you have to be respectful. What anti-law people? Even if there are real anti-law people, Nanwan District is under my jurisdiction. When is it your turn to send troops to arrest people? Yuanwei, sit down," Meng Quan scolded, looking at Kong Guan, with an angry and helpless look. "Since you are wearing a military uniform, you have to obey my orders. I don't care which unit you belonged to before. Now I am the boss of the base. If there is a next time, I will take you down even if I risk a mutiny. HMPH, we are on different sides of the road. We have different numbers and have not received orders from our superiors. Why should I listen to your command? I am just a small defense officer. If you provoke me, I will take the troops out to fight alone." Kong Guan stood up and turned away, looking a little guilty. Wait, seeing Kong Guan was about to leave, Wang Jin stood up from his chair and stopped him, sneering, "You want to leave like this? If you don't give me an explanation today, I will let you leave this door lying down. Brother, don't mess around." Lu Yuanwei pulled Wang Jin's hand. Seeing Wang Jin's anxious attitude, Kong Guan was a military man after all. What would others think if he threatened him like this? "Young man, don't be too impulsive, you still have a long way to go, don't be anxious." Meng Quan frowned. He was optimistic about Wang Jin's strength, but not Wang Jin's character. Too impulsive, after all, he was still young. As a man, who can bear it in the face of such a situation? Anyway, Wang Jin couldn't bear it. Wang Jin knew what they were thinking. In addition to venting his anger, he also had confidence in his own strength. Even if Kong Guan sent all his troops to deal with him, Wang Jin, who had the swarm in his hands, would not be afraid. "Boy, who do you think you are? If you don't let me out, I will send someone to flatten your villa." Kong Guan was not afraid. Even if Wang Jin was a mutant, how could he fight against thousands of well-trained soldiers alone? "You dare to threaten me?" Wang Jin laughed. This was a smile of extreme anger. A rage rose in his heart. "Today, I will let you know that some people are not something you can threaten casually." Looking for death, Wang Jin roared, and rushed forward, punching Kong Guan in the chest with his right hand. Bang! Kong Guan was quite skilled, and he actually blocked Wang Jin's attack with both arms. Ah! But the next second Kong Guan screamed. When Wang Jin attacked his chest with his fist, his leg also followed with a knee, hitting Kong Guan's stomach heavily, causing him to scream. While the opponent was unable to fight back at this time, Wang Jin did not hold back, and twisted the opponent's right arm with his left and right hands. Crack! A crisp sound of fracture rang out, and Kong Guan's arm was directly removed by Wang Jin, and he could no longer move. "Fall for me," Wang Jin shouted, grabbing the opponent's arm, and his ordinary body showed amazing explosive power, lifting the strong man Kong Guan, and throwing him far away with a non-standard shoulder throw. Bang! Ah! Kong Guan, who fell heavily to the ground, had blood at the corner of his mouth, curled up and screamed. His face was distorted in pain, and with a missing ear, he looked extremely terrifying and disgusting. "Wang Jin, you!" Lu Yuanwei was stunned. In addition to being shocked that Wang Jin dared to hit Kong Guan, he was also surprised by Wang Jin's skills. He was able to knock down Kong Guan, who was not weak in skills, in an instant, which was really beyond his expectation. He originally thought that Wang Jin was only good at summoning mutant beasts, but now it seems that his skills are also top-notch. Haha, the young man is quite skilled. It seems that he has fought a lot, and he is a master. Meng Quan laughed, looking at Wang Jin with admiration. "Let's teach him a lesson today and teach him a lesson." Wang Jin stopped looking at Kong Guan, patted his wrinkled clothes, and sat back in his chair. Wang Jin felt that there was nothing to be proud of in defeating Kong Guan. He had trained himself by fighting zombies every day. As long as he didn't meet those masters, Wang Jin could easily knock him down. Yuanwei, take him down first. Meng Quan signaled Lu Yuanwei to help Kong Guan, who was screaming, down. Yes, Lu Yuanwei responded reluctantly and dragged Kong Guan, who was screaming, out. I'm sorry to make you laugh, young man. This Kong Guan is not from RS City Army. He joined us later by accident. Because he has thousands of soldiers under his control, he has never taken us seriously. I apologize to you for what he did today. After Lu Yuanwei left, Meng Quan stood up and saluted Wang Jin with an apologetic look on his face. I understand everything. There will be termites everywhere. It is better to deal with such people as soon as possible, otherwise it will only cause greater trouble. Wang Jin nodded and accepted Meng Quan's apology. It's easier said than done. Kong Guan's soldiers only listen to him. If we force action, I'm afraid it will cause a mutiny. When that happens, our army will fight among itself, and it will be easy for outsiders to take advantage of it. Meng Quan smiled bitterly, and his upright body bent slightly. It's not easy for him to be a division commander. General, you should rest. At this moment, the door was pushed open, and a doctor in a white coat walked in and said, it's not good for your body to rest too late. You handle so much work every day now, and you can't do it without a good body. It's getting late, Division Commander Meng, I'll take my leave first. Wang Jin stood up and said when he saw this situation. It's not good to disturb the old man's rest. Alas, I'm old and my body is useless. When I fought the Vietnamese devils, I couldn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights and still carried a gun to kill people. Now I can't do it. Meng Quan sighed, a little nostalgic and sad. But Meng Quan's expression eased as he glanced at Wang Jin, and he smiled and said, the Yangtze River's waves behind push the waves ahead. From now on, it's up to you young people. Young people, I'm optimistic about you. Really, Wang Jin touched his nose and silently added in his heart, I'm optimistic about myself too. Master Meng, goodbye, goodbye, young people. Leaving the room, Wang Jin did not see Lu Yuanwei, so he went back downstairs and drove the dump truck back to Nanwan Community. Late at night, in Villa Number 3 in Nanwan District, the dump truck slowly stopped. Wang Jin calmly got off the dump truck and returned to the villa. At this time, the lights in the villa were bright, so no one slept and waited for Wang Jin in the hall. Bang! Just as Wang Jin was about to open the door, He Shin opened the door first, took a leather jacket and put it on Wang Jin, complaining, it's so cold at night, don't you know to wear more clothes? I'm in good health, it's okay. Wang Jin patted his chest, indicating that he was very strong. Ahem, Brother Wang, what does the army say, who framed us? Jia Ding looked at Wang Jin and He Shin with a strange face and asked. The matter has been clarified. It was the East District Defense Officer Kong Guan who colluded with the Mutant Alliance and joined forces to frame us. Wang Jin talked about business and explained with a serious face. East District Defense Officer, actually teamed up with the Mutant Alliance to bully us, we can't let Kong Guan go. He Yushi cursed with anger. I've already beaten him up, I'm sure he'll learn his lesson. Wang Jin sneered, sat on the sofa, glanced at everyone and said, whether it's the Mutant Alliance or Kong Guan, they know our strength and won't trouble us in a short time, but it may not be the case over time. Therefore, our main task now is to hunt zombie mutants and collect brain core crystals to improve our strength. As long as our strength goes up, we won't be afraid of any conspiracy of the enemy. That's right, if the host hadn't shocked those soldiers this time, I'm afraid we would have fought today. Li Yu spoke while maintaining the gun, and it seems that he is still frightened by the scene in the morning. Speaking of improving strength, Wang Jin, I have made 3 sets of clothes with the tiger skin you gave me, which can be used by you, Chen Dong and Li Yu, the 3 main combatants. He Shin took out a pile of clothes made of tiger skin from the room and said, there are still a lot of tiger skins left, enough for each of us. So fast. Wang Jin looked at the tiger skin clothes in He Shin's arms and was surprised. It had only been a short time since he gave the tiger skin to He Shin, and she had already made 3 sets. Mom is staying up all night to make clothes every night now, and she has no time to sleep. Wenwen hugged He Shin's thighs, her little face full of heartache. Although she was naughty, Wenwen was still very sensible and caring. Why didn't I ask you to rush? Just do it when you are free, why stay up late? Wang Jin listened to Wenwen's words, grabbed He Shin's delicate hand and saw that there were still many traces of needle punctures on it. This must be because it was difficult to concentrate late at night. Wang Jin was distressed. The joy he had just felt when he saw the tiger skin coat had long since disappeared. He was full of self-blame. If he had known, he would not have given the tiger skin to He Shin. When Wang Jin grabbed her hand, He Shin blushed and quickly retracted her hand, explaining, I just wanted to make the tiger skin coat as soon as possible so that your safety would be guaranteed. What's the point of my suffering? What do you mean by this? If you don't feel sorry for me, I do. Don't do this again in the future. You can make the rest of the tiger skin when you have time. Don't tire yourself out. Wang Jin stared into He Shin's eyes and said word by word. Got it. He Shin's pretty face was already red. Looking at the strange eyes shot from others, her head was almost buried in her chest, and her words were as soft as mosquitoes. If Wang Jin hadn't been close, he wouldn't have heard them. Ahem, brother Wang, you guys. Hiyushi laughed strangely, touched his thumbs together, and had a lecherous expression on his face. Get lost, what are you thinking about? This is just a concern between friends. Wang Jin kicked Hiyushi away, and cold sweat instantly flowed down. The action just now was misunderstood. Seeing He Shin's little woman's attitude, it's no wonder that others would think about it. Hee, brother Wang, we all understand, so don't try to cover up the truth. Jia Ding also laughed like Hiyushi. Jia Ding, believe it or not, I will peel your skin. After being teased again and again, He Shin finally exploded and threw her clothes at Jia Ding. Wang Jin looked at the furious He Shin and smiled bitterly. Aren't you trying to cover up the truth? Others will misunderstand him more deeply. At this moment, Wang Jin felt a chill on his back, and a murderous aura was staring at him. Turning his head, Li Yu's eyes seemed to want to kill someone. Seeing Wang Jin looking at her, he snorted coldly and glared at Wang Jin fiercely. Ahem, well, let's try the quality of this tiger skin first. This is related to everyone's personal safety in the future. Everyone must pay attention to it. If there is anything that needs to be improved, you can raise it and strive to make the tiger skin coat perfect. Wang Jin saw this atmosphere and quickly changed the subject. If he continued to talk about it, how would he and He Shin meet in the future? Brother Wang, let me try if it fits. This biggest one will definitely belong to me. Chen Dong listened to Wang Jin the most. Seeing Wang Jin say so, he stood up and took the biggest set of tiger skin clothes and put them on, which in disguise relieved Wang Jin. The tiger skin coat has a total of 5 sets, including leather armor, leather pants, leggings, gloves, and hats. It basically protects all important parts of the human body and greatly improves safety during combat. Soon Chen Dong put on the tiger skin coat. The well-dressed Chen Dong looked like a human-shaped tiger, with the whole body wrapped in tiger skin, and only a few places exposed. Because the fur of the mutant giant tiger is extremely gorgeous and shiny, when a person wears it from a distance, he really looks like a tiger standing upright. Brother Wang, this tiger skin is really good. It is very warm to wear, not hot at all, and very soft. It will not hinder our battle. Chen Dong moved his body a little, feeling the tiger skin on his body, and was very satisfied. Okay, let me try the defense of this tiger skin. Wang Jin took a tiger skin glove, took out his machete and chopped it down fiercely. Snap! A crisp sound rang out, and the sharp machete was like cutting into golden iron, and the tiger skin was not damaged at all. After all, even the swift beast with amazing bite force could hardly break this tiger skin. Wang Jin could guess how high the defense of this tiger skin was. Let me try. Li Yu also stepped forward, holding a rifle and firing a shot at the tiger skin. Bang! After the gunshot, the bullet head fell to the ground. Looking at the tiger skin again, there was nothing wrong with it except a small black spot, let alone penetration. Good baby. Li Yu's eyes lit up. If it can easily block bullets, then future hunting battles will be much safer. Brother Wang, can each of us have a set of this tiger skin coat? Seeing that the tiger skin coat was so powerful, Hiyushi came forward with a greedy face, his eyes were very eager. Who doesn't want to have such a life-saving weapon? A life is a life at a critical moment. There are still a lot of tiger skins, we can make a set for each person. He Xin nodded and said, "Long live brother Wang, long live sister He." He Yushi cheered and laughed happily. "Okay, Chen Dong and Li Yu, take your own set of tiger skin coats, wear them and go hunting with me tomorrow. He Yushi and Jia Ding, you should also go to rest and go hunting with me tomorrow." Wang Jin distributed the tiger skin coat to Chen Dong and Li Yu, and instructed everyone. "Because of the delay of the Mutant Alliance, I haven't gone hunting for a few days. Now that the matter has been resolved, I naturally can't waste time. It is important to go hunting quickly to obtain brain cores to increase my strength." "Understood." He Yushi and the others responded with a smile and went back upstairs to sleep. Reference mark reference mark reference mark. Reference mark reference mark reference mark. Reference mark reference mark reference mark. Kong Fangbei, why are you like this? Did Meng Quan do something to you? In a medical tent in the East District military camp, Luo Cheng looked at Kong Guan, who was lying on the bed with a bruised face, with a surprised look on his face, thinking that it was Meng Quan who retaliated against Kong Guan. "Bah, it wasn't that old guy who did it. I fell into the hands of Wang Jin this time and was beaten up by him. I will not be a human being if I don't take revenge for this." Kong Guan on the bed gnashed his teeth and roared with a ferocious face. Wang Jin. Luo Cheng was delighted. Wang Jin had offended Kong Guan so badly that he had a helper. Originally, he was worried that Wang Jin would be difficult to deal with, but now with Kong Guan's strong support, his chances of success had increased significantly. "It's that arrogant guy. When I recover from my injury, I will lead my troops to raze his villa and cut him into pieces to feed the zombies." Quote. Kong Guan's eyes were full of hatred. Wang Jin's beating had offended him completely. He had never been so cowardly since he became the head of the regiment. Now he was beaten by a young boy, and he was beaten in front of others. The news must have spread throughout the base, and his reputation might have been ruined. Such a big hatred can only be repaid with blood. Kong Fangbei, please be patient. We have to think about this matter in the long run. That Wang Jin is not simple. If you rely on your soldiers alone to deal with him, it will be difficult for you to take him down with Wang Jin's strength. According to my guess, that Wang Jin is probably also a second-level mutant with very strong strength. In addition, he has Lu Yuanwei as his backing. If you take action, Lu Yuanwei will definitely intervene, and things will be unpredictable at that time. Luo Cheng patted Kong Guan's bedside, pretending to consider the other party and said, "If we want to take down Wang Jin, we have to wait for the opportunity. Wang Jin is just alone after all. Even if he is strong, what does it matter? We can overwhelm him with numbers." Quote. That makes sense. What should we do, Chief Luo? Tell me what you think. Kong Guan's eyes darkened at first, but when he heard Luo Cheng's words, his eyes lit up again and he asked hurriedly. "What we lack most now is time. Only with enough time can we recruit more people. Then, when we deal with Wang Jin, who is alone, it will be easy, right?" Luo Cheng said confidently. "As long as Kong Fangbei recruits more survivors to expand your army, I will also actively recruit the remaining mutants in the base to consolidate and strengthen my second-level strength. By then, let alone a small Wang Jin, even the entire Lishan base will be ours." Kong Guan's eyes lit up, his breathing became heavy, and he said greedily, "Chief Luo is right. Why should that old guy occupy this base? As long as the two of us join forces, the Lishan base will be ours. My soldiers are equipped with your mutants. What can that old guy do to resist? Okay, Kong Fangbei, just do as I say, recruit the survivors and train them into qualified soldiers. It won't take too long. Once we pass this development period, this base will be named Luo and Kong, haha." Luo Cheng laughed proudly, as if the Lishan base was within his grasp. Haha. Kong Guan also laughed, with unstoppable greed and hatred in his eyes, greed for the Lishan base and hatred for Wang Jin. Luo Cheng and Kong Guan had a good plan, but they didn't know that what Wang Jin lacked now was also time. As long as there was enough time for Wang Jin to develop, with the speed of the insect swarm increasing, he would definitely make the other party feel desperate in the future. Half-human high weeds, trees tens or hundreds of meters high, small animals running around, this is the wild scene of the end of the world, the paradise of mutant animals. Tang, 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 the forest in the wild suddenly commotion, and violent collision sounds came from it, as if a giant beast was galloping. Crack, Several thick trees broke, and a 10-meter-long, wounded, and weak mutant rhinoceros rushed out. Wow! Wow! After the mutant rhinoceros rushed out of the woods, there was another commotion in the woods. Countless birds took off, and many small animals ran out of the woods like fleeing, and panicked and got into the grass. Lion-sized, hideous-looking animals rushed out of the woods, grinning with their bloody mouths full of sharp teeth, and chased the mutant rhino fiercely and swiftly. There were as many as 1,000 of them. Behind these animals, hundreds of 3-meter-tall terrifying creatures with waist-thick tails appeared. They spit out bone spurs from their abyss-like mouths, flying towards the mutant rhino, piercing bloody holes on its body. In the sky, a small black dot floated slowly, its body the size of a passenger plane appearing and disappearing in the clouds, only countless blood-red eyes staring at the running mutant rhino. Chirp chirp. At a distance of hundreds of meters, only a few of the hundreds of bone spurs hit, but the number of bone spurs was too large. Even if there were a few, there were still dozens of bone spurs. The mutant rhino, which was already seriously injured, was no longer able to resist. It let out a scream, and its huge body softened, falling heavily to the ground, crushing countless trees. The ferocious animals following closely behind rushed forward and submerged the mutant rhino, ending its life completely. After the mutant rhino died, 6 humans wearing tiger-striped leather armor walked out of the woods, looking like tigers standing upright from a distance. The 6 humans were led by a young man with a cold face and a murderous aura. When he approached, the ferocious animals lowered their ferocious heads, like subjects paying homage to the emperor, and protected him. This person was none other than Wang Jin, who had left the base to hunt in the wild. The 5 people next to him were Li Yu, Chen Dong, He Yushi, Jia Ding, and Lin Shibin, who followed Wang Jin out to hunt. At this time, more than a month had passed since the last conflict with Kong Guan. Wang Jin went out to hunt in the wild every day, hunting brain core crystal cores to improve his strength, without stopping for a day. Compared with a month ago, Wang Jin's current strength has increased to 1,500 velociraptors, 300 hydralisks, and nearly 2,000 swarms of insects. He is strong and fearless. The host is the biggest contributor to his rapid growth. The indiscriminate reconnaissance of 10 kilometers can detect prey early and reduce the time wasted in searching. With the advantage of occupying the sky, the mutant zombies targeted by the host have no chance to escape and are surrounded and killed by the swarm of insects. With the existence of the host, Wang Jin can arrange the swarm of insects calmly. No matter how hidden the mutant beasts or how fast they run, they can't escape the hunting of the swarm of insects. The host is like a small satellite, which can provide Wang Jin with the enemy's movements at any time, greatly improving Wang Jin's hunting efficiency. In 1 month, he has accumulated nearly 2,000 swarms of insects. Brother Wang, this mutant rhino's horn is good. It can be used as a weapon for mutants. I think it can be sold at a good price. A tiger skin coat can't cover Li Yu's attractive curves. She patted the mutant rhino's horn with her slender white hands and said to Wang Jin. This horn plus the body can be sold for about 1,200 brain cores. Brother Wang has been selling mutant beasts to the base frequently in the past month, causing the price of mutant beasts in the base to plummet. Although the mutant rhino is huge, it is only a first-level mutant beast after all. It can only be sold at this price now. Jia Ding observed the mutant rhino and quickly quoted a price. Jia Ding is very good at dealing with people. In addition, he is smart and sensitive to numbers. He never loses money in business. Wang Jin lets him negotiate the price of the mutant beasts he hunts with the army. Every time, he can earn a price that satisfies Wang Jin. Therefore, Jia Ding is the person who knows the market best in the team, and the price he says is almost accurate. You can't blame me for this. We can't finish eating these mutant beasts, and they are not easy to preserve. We don't have so many people to deal with them. We can't just let them get moldy. We can only sell them to the base. It's okay if the price is a little bit lower. Wang Jin touched his nose and smiled bitterly. This dumb man suffered a loss. It's getting late. You guys deal with the mutant rhinoceros and put it on the dump truck. Let's go back to the base. Wang Jin looked at his watch and told Chen Dong and the others. Understood. Chen Dong and the others took out the iron chain that had been prepared long ago, which was as thick as a wrist, and tied up the mutant rhinoceros skillfully. Then hundreds of velociraptors put on the reins, dragged the heavy body of the mutant rhinoceros with force, and slowly went to the abandoned road. It was still a few kilometers away from the dump truck. Wang Jin and the others sat directly on the mutant rhinoceros and took a ride. Thousands of insects were walking in the woods, and all animals were hiding, even the first-level carnivorous mutants. They had no resistance in front of such a large number of insects. With the vision of the Sky Host, Wang Jin found the nearest road and spent an hour to return to the abandoned road. He moved the huge body of the mutant rhino onto the dump truck and ordered a retreat. With the roar of the motor, the dump truck dragged the heavy body of the mutant rhino along the road to the mountain base. "Brother Wang, I saw Lu Yuanwei wearing the tiger skin coat you gave me yesterday. That guy actually went to the brothel in a tiger skin coat and even hired a top prostitute. He was really a show-off," Hiyushi said with envy and jealousy in the back of the dump truck. PFF, Hiyushi, you are just that capable. You still dare to say that others visit brothels. Did you go there too? Otherwise, how could you know so much? Haha, I was wondering why you sneaked out last night. It turns out you went to see a prostitute. Jia Ding laughed and pointed at Hiyushi and laughed. Hiyushi's face flushed red, and he said angrily, "Who went there?" "I didn't. I just happened to pass by and saw it. Don't make up rumors to ruin my reputation." "Brother Chen, do you believe it?" "I don't believe it anyway." Jia Ding was very disdainful of Hiyushi's behavior of being a prostitute and putting up a memorial archway, and he also dragged Chen Dong into the water to cheer him up. I don't believe it either. I saw Hiyushi go out with the brain core given to him by Brother Wang yesterday." Chen Dong scratched the back of his head and said honestly. "Haha, it leaked." Jia Ding heard Chen Dong say this and laughed wildly, holding his stomach. Hiyushi snorted twice, unable to find words to refute, and his lips turned white in anxiety. Wang Jin looked at Hiyushi and Ji Ding with amusement, and was too lazy to pay attention to the two guys who quarreled every day. Touching the tiger skin coat on his body, a month proved how correct Wang Jin's original decision was. Although this tiger skin coat did not work on Wang Jin, who was protected by the insect swarm and rarely faced threats. But it really saved Li Yu, Chen Dong and others several times. If it weren't for the excellent defense of the tiger skin coat, they would not have been only slightly injured when fighting with mutant beasts, but would have been in danger of their lives. Thinking that Lu Yuanwei actually wore a tiger skin coat to visit the brothel, Wang Jin felt a sense of humor. This guy saw that the tiger skin coat of Wang Jin and others was so useful, and begged Wang Jin for a long time, spending thousands of brain cores to buy one. Unexpectedly, this tiger skin coat was not used in battle in Lu Yuanwei's hands, but was worn to visit the brothel. Wang Jin was speechless when he thought about it. Why didn't he discover Lu Yuanwei's showy side before? "Brother Wang, there's something going on ahead. What's wrong with these bushes?" Wang Jin was watching Hiyushi and the others playing around. Suddenly, Lin Shibin's anxious shout came from the cab, and the dump truck slowed down and stopped. "What's going on?" Wang Jin heard Lin Shibin's anxious shout, and before the dump truck completely stopped, he jumped out of the car and into the cab. "Brother Wang, look, a large area of grass and bushes in front have fallen down, and there are the corpses of mutant beasts in them." Lin Shibin pointed to the bushes beside the road ahead and said strangely. Wang Jin followed Lin Shibin's finger and found that he went to the front 100 meters away. A large area of half-human high weeds fell to the ground, as if they had been trampled countless times. In these trampled weeds, many small animals were eaten to the point of only bones, and the corpses were scattered in the weeds. "This is it." Wang Jin saw this scene, and his heart trembled. He rushed to Li Yu and Chen Dong, who got off the car, and said, "Chen Dong and Li Yu, come with me, and the others stay in the dump truck and be careful." Could it be? Li Yu seemed to have thought of something, and his face changed. He followed Wang Jin to the leaning weeds. 100 meters passed by in a flash, and Wang Jin led Chen Dong and Li Yu to the weeds quickly. When he got closer, Wang Jin found that this area of leaning weeds was in a straight line, extending far away, and Wang Jin could not see the end due to his limited vision. The smell of decay, as expected. Wang Jin smelled the decayed smell floating in the air. For Wang Jin, who often deals with creatures with this smell, what this means is obvious. It's certain that there must be a large group of corpses passing by here. Look at these footprints, they are all human. Li Yu pointed to the messy human footprints on the ground and said with one final word. And judging from the extent to which these weeds have been trampled, and the extent to which they have been damaged, the number of corpses must be astonishing, and it is likely to be over 100,000. Li Yu continued, with a solemn expression on her face. A corpse group of this size is simply a disaster. Let's go back first, I'll use the host to check it out. Wang Jin's heart tightened, and while walking back, he controlled the host in the sky and chased in the direction of the weeds that fell. Looking down from high in the sky, one can feel the power of this corpse group even more. A trampling mark of hundreds of meters wide and unknown length appeared in the grass, as if a knife had been cut in the endless grass, leaving an ugly scar. The host flew all the way. After an hour, the degree of damage to the weeds on the ground became more and more obvious. The blood left by some small animals had not completely dried up, and Wang Jin knew that he was not far from the corpse group. Zombies are not fast, except when they are hunting. Their speed is about the same as that of normal people. They can only burst out at a good speed when fighting. Before Wang Jin set out today, he had not seen the grass destroyed. The zombies must have passed by here today. In one day, with the speed of zombies, the host with the advantage of flying can quickly catch up. Seeing that the bodies of the small animals were getting fresher and fresher, it was obvious that they had just been killed by zombies. Wang Jin spent a few more minutes and finally found a black patch in the grass in the distance. This is when you look down from 10,000 meters in the sky, you will think it is just a small patch. If you zoom into the ground, you will find that this patch covers an area of several kilometers and is composed of rotten zombies. Seeing the scale of this zombie group, Wang Jin was shocked. It must be over 100,000, a large zombie group. Zombies moved one by one with their fangs and claws bared. The small animals that didn't have time to escape on the road were unlucky. They were caught and dismembered by the zombie group and became the dinner of the zombie group. In this zombie group, Wang Jin also saw more than 100 giant zombies. Compared with the height of other zombies, these tall giant zombies are very conspicuous. They stand out among the zombies. Wang Jin knew it by just counting them. Compared with the giant zombies, there are more swift and agile lurkers. These hunters move and jump in the zombie group, like flexible fish swimming in the ocean of zombies. Wang Jin didn't count the number of lurkers carefully, but judging from the number, there are at least more than 1,000, and it will only be more, not less. Seeing the zombies, Wang Jin compared his strength with theirs and found that he was no match for them. The first-level zombies alone were enough to make him uncomfortable, not to mention the huge number of ordinary zombies. His strength would be about doubled. This large zombie group was heading northwest. Wang Jin was relieved when he saw this. Fortunately, it did not go to the Lishan base, otherwise the Lishan base would have suffered a heavy blow. It would not be destroyed, but it would definitely be seriously injured. The zombies did not notice that there was an eye watching their every move at an altitude of 10,000 meters. They slowly moved northwest, killing all the mutant beasts they met along the way. Wherever the zombies passed, there was only chaos. The mutant beasts flew all over the place and hurriedly moved away from the zombies. At this moment, even the carnivorous mutant beasts that like to eat zombies did not dare to act recklessly in front of the zombies. When they saw the zombies coming, they ran away from a distance to avoid becoming the zombies' dinner. The zombies went farther and farther away. After Wang Jin observed for a while, he controlled the host to fly back to him. After quitting the shared vision with the host, Wang Jin shook his head. The terrifying number of zombies in his mind still lingered. Brother Wang, what's wrong? Did you see the zombies? Seeing Wang Jin come back to his senses, Yushi squeezed next to Wang Jin and asked nervously. Well, it's a large zombie swarm of 100,000. It's very scary. Wang Jin's brows gradually relaxed. He would be able to defeat this zombie swarm one day. Wang Jin was very confident with the swarm in his hands. 100,000, Yushi exclaimed. He said with a pale face and trembling, it won't be so unlucky. The zombies are coming to the base, right? Although the others were mentally prepared, they were still shocked. This number of zombies is too scary. They were scared just thinking about it, not to mention facing the impact of the zombies. That would scare people to death. Seeing everyone's nervous look, Wang Jin stopped worrying them and said with a smile, luckily, the zombies are heading northwest, and the zombie siege you thought of will not happen. Great, Yushi jumped up happily. Zombie siege. It's better not to happen, otherwise your life will be in danger. Others also smiled and put their hearts at ease. As long as the zombies don't come to the base, you can go anywhere else. It's best to run into the forest and fight the mutant beasts to the death. Let's go back. We have wasted too much time just now. If we don't drive now, we will have to spend the night in the wild. Wang Jin signaled everyone to get in the car and leave. It's okay to watch the corpse group is a fun thing, but it's more important to hurry on. The dump truck started again, and the powerful motor roared, heading towards the Lishan base. Reference mark reference mark reference mark. Reference mark reference mark reference mark. Reference mark reference mark reference mark. The sun sets, and the Lishan base at dusk is like a gorgeous coat, welcoming the coming night. In the dusk, a dump truck is pulling a huge mutant rhino corpse and slowly moving towards the base. The survivors on the road are no longer as surprised as they were at the beginning. They are walking as if they are used to it. In this month, this scene happens almost every day. The only difference is that the mutant beasts are different. Anyone who sees this scene every day will lose their curiosity, and all that is left is respect for the owner of the dump truck. No matter what, this is a real strong man. Not everyone can hunt a level 1 mutant beast, and he can harvest it every day. If he is not a strong man, then what is he? In the respectful eyes of the survivors, the dump truck drove to the checkpoint set up by the soldiers. Seeing the dump truck coming, the soldiers quickly opened the roadblock to let the dump truck pass. The owner of this dump truck, the top strong man in the base, was known to all the soldiers. There are mutant beasts harvested every day, and he can leverage the meat price of the entire base with his own strength, and dare to challenge the Mutant Alliance head-on. All of this made Wang Jin famous. If you tell the survivors in the base who Luo Chang is, many people may not know him. But if you tell him Wang Jin and mention the dump truck to him, everyone can answer it. Isn't Wang Jin the super strong man? Every day you can see him driving a dump truck to pull mutant beasts back. He is so powerful. For the survivors who can see Wang Jin every day when they go out of the city and come back to the city, Wang Jin's name has long been spread throughout the survivor group and has become the most mentioned person by the survivors. Now it has spread among the survivors that if we see the dump truck leaving the city, we should go out of the city to find food, and if we see the dump truck returning with a full load, we should call it a day and go back to the city to rest. Unconsciously, Wang Jin and his dump truck have become the benchmark for the survivors' daily activities, just like the crowing of a rooster. The roar of Wang Jin's dump truck in the morning is the survivors' alarm clock. Wang Jin has also heard about all this. Every time Lu Yuanwei talks about it, he has an expression of envy and jealousy, saying that he has been a defense officer for nothing, and no hunter has become famous. Passing the checkpoint, Wang Jin returned to the Lishan base. As soon as he entered the city, Wang Jin found that the atmosphere in the base was a little wrong. Teams of soldiers ran by in a hurry, and the faces of the survivors were full of fear, as if they had seen something terrible. When passing by the high-end club where the Mutant Alliance is located, Wang Jin saw that it was already heavily guarded. Mutants were patrolling around with various weapons, their faces full of fear and panic, not showing their usual pride. Strange, what happened in the base? Did the Mutant Alliance fight with the army? Seeing this scene, Jia Ding was puzzled. Why did the atmosphere of the base change after going out? Impossible. If the army and the Mutant Alliance fought, the base would not be so peaceful now, but would be in a war. Li Yu denied this speculation. Indeed, if the Mutant Alliance really fought with the army, these mutants would not be stupid enough to stay near their nests. In that case, they would all die if the army fired artillery. The Mutant Alliance is not stupid, so there must be something else going on. Wang Jin also agreed with Li Yu. It was really impossible for the two sides to fight in this situation. Brother Wang, look, isn't that Kong Guan? Those are his soldiers from the East District. There are so many people. Wow, even the new recruits were pulled out. What does he want to do? Yushi turned his head and pointed at the large number of soldiers in the square in surprise. Wang Jin turned his head and saw that, as expected, there were nearly 3,000 fully armed soldiers gathered in the square. Everyone was fully armed and looked serious. In front of these 3,000 soldiers, a middle-aged man with a broken ear was giving a speech. He was Wang Jin's rival Kong Guan. Wang Jin couldn't hear what Kong Guan was saying because he was far away, but looking at the nervous faces of those soldiers, he thought it was not a good thing. Humph, this Kong Guan has been very dishonest in the past month. He has been desperately recruiting survivors to train them as his soldiers, and got a batch of arms from the Mutant Alliance to arm the new recruits. Anyone can see his ambition. Li Yu told her information and looked at Kong Guan in the square with disgust. That's right, only 1,000 of the 3,000 soldiers in the square are real soldiers, and the others are recruits recruited from the survivors in this month. Brother Wang, you see, many of them can't even get together military uniforms. They are all made of temporary fabrics, slightly processed and dyed green, and used as military uniforms. It looks very funny. Is this also called a soldier? Lin Shibin looked at the army in various clothes on the square and laughed loudly. Wang Jin looked at the soldiers in the square and sneered, a clown. He has been in frequent contact with Luo Chang recently. They have close contacts. Not only is he recruiting soldiers, but the Mutant Alliance is also recruiting mutants with huge sums of money. Now Luo Chang has more than 200 mutants, and almost all the mutants in the base who have not joined the army have been recruited by him. But even if they want to fight the army, they will definitely not choose to do it at this time. First, the recruits have not been fully integrated, and the soldiers have not been trained. Second, the army is very strong now. Although there are only 3,000 people, which is equivalent to the number of Kong Guan's soldiers, the army has more heavy firepower, which is not comparable to Kong Guan's new recruits with rifles. Wang Jin said that because of Lu Yuanwai's relationship, Wang Jin knew about the actions of the Mutant Alliance and Kong Guan. The Mutant Alliance and the army are now like fire and water, like a taut string. As long as one side can't help it, a war will break out to decide the ownership of the Lishan base. Compared with the Mutant Alliance, Wang Jin naturally prefers the army. If a fight really breaks out, he is likely to be involved in the battlefield. Even if he escapes, the Mutant Alliance will not let him go. It is better to unite with the army to deal with the Mutant Alliance together. Therefore, not only the Mutant Alliance and Kong Guan are closely connected, but even Wang Jin is cooperating with the army. Lu Yuanwai invites Wang Jin to drink every now and then, and introduces Wang Jin to military generals one by one. Meng Quan and Wang Jin have met several times. Even Li Yu and He Yushi have military and government officials to make friends and talk about relationships. Wang Jin also reciprocates, making clear his intention to sell all the mutant beasts he hunted to the army. Although both parties did not say it explicitly, everything is self-evident. As soon as Wang Jin returned to the villa in Nanwan district, he saw a familiar figure standing in the yard. A gorgeous and mighty tiger skin coat with a rough face, like a majestic tiger, is Wang Jin's cheap elder brother Lu Yuanwai. Brother Lu, why are you here? Are you asking me to drink again? Wang Jin, who got out of the car, greeted him with a smile, thinking that the other party was looking for him to drink again. Wang Jin, I'm not here to take you to drink this time. Come with me to see the commander. There is something urgent to discuss. Lu Yuanwai said anxiously, his face rarely serious. What happened? Wang Jin suddenly thought of the abnormal atmosphere in the base today. Could it be this problem? I'll tell you in the car. Now follow me. Lu Yuanwai grabbed Wang Jin's arm and pulled him into the car. He didn't even care about the mutant rhino's corpse. He was very anxious. Li Yu and Chen Dong, you stay in the villa. I'll be back soon. Wang Jin was very surprised, but he didn't refuse. He gave Chen Dong and the others an order and followed Lu Yuanwai into the other party's Hummer. Boom! The tires turned suddenly, and the Hummer drifted and turned around on the spot, quickly drove out of Nanwan community and headed towards the government building. On the Hummer, Wang Jin frowned slightly, looking at Lu Yuanwai who was concentrating on driving, and asked his doubts, can you tell me the situation now? The atmosphere in the base is very tense today. Did something big happen? Lu Yuanwai slowed down the speed of the Hummer. His face was very painful. Just this afternoon, a company on patrol encountered a group of 10,000 corpses. Except for a few people, all 139 people were killed. Moreover, Lu Yuanwai's expression became gloomy, and he slowly said, other soldiers on patrol also found multiple large groups of corpses, ranging from 10,000 to tens of thousands, and no group of corpses was less than 10,000. According to investigations, there are 50,000 corpses around the base. 19 zombie groups appeared within kilometers, with a total of 450,000 zombies. Quote. What? There are 450,000 zombies within 50 kilometers of the base. Wang Jin's face changed drastically, and he said in disbelief, "What a joke, it was fine before, how come there are so many zombies suddenly around the base?" Lu Yuanhui's hands holding the steering wheel trembled slightly, and he said with a depressed mood and a hint of panic, "It should be the zombies in S City who left their nests. Only S City has so many zombies within hundreds of kilometers. I'm afraid we are finished." S City. Wang Jin's body turned cold, and a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to his forehead. That is a city with millions of zombies. Once they really go out, the Lishan base will have no ability to resist at all, and will only be overwhelmed and destroyed by millions of zombies. No wonder I saw that 100,000 scale zombie group today, it turned out that the source came from here. The Hummer fell into silence, with only heavy breathing. After a while, Wang Jin was the first to break the silence, his face uncertain. Things may not be so bad. If it really comes to that, we have no choice but to evacuate the base. I hope so. Lu Yuanhui's voice was a little bitter. Now he could only take one step at a time. The Hummer was still driving, and the bright lights could not dispel the haze in Lu Yuanhui's heart. Something called fear gradually grew in his heart. The Hummer was driven very fast by Lu Yuanhui. Wang Jin's mind was still thinking about the consequences of this matter. The Hummer had already arrived in front of the government building. Awakened by the sound of brakes, Wang Jin came back to his senses, opened the door and got off the Hummer, and followed Lu Yuanhui to the top floor of the government building. In a large conference room in the government building, Wang Jin just followed Lu Yuanhui in and found many familiar faces. Brother Wang, Little Wang, Brother Wang. The conference room was full of generals, and more than 20 positions were battalion commanders and regiment commanders. When these people saw Wang Jin, they all spoke up to say hello. Old Li, Old Chen, Old Xie, you are all here. Wang Jin was led by Lu Yuanhui. He had seen these people several times and was familiar with them. He also greeted them. Commander, I brought Wang Jin here. Lu Yuanhui saluted Meng Quan, who was sitting at the top, and pulled Wang Jin over. Commander Meng, I haven't seen you for a while. You are still as strong as ever. Wang Jin smiled and bowed. Wang Jin was not afraid of Meng Quan like other soldiers. He was just like facing an ordinary old man. Wang Jin is here, please take a seat. Meng Quan saw Wang Jin, his serious expression relaxed, and pointed to a chair for Wang Jin to sit down. After Wang Jin sat down, Meng Quan looked around at everyone present, slowly stood up, and said with a serious face, "A tragic incident happened in the base today. A company of 139 people were devoured by the zombie swarm, and this zombie swarm is not an exception. Around our base, we have found that there are 19 zombie swarms with 450,000 zombies. We don't know how many more have not been found. Conservatively estimated, our base is now facing the threat of at least 500,000 zombies." As soon as Meng Quan finished speaking, the soldiers present became nervous and talked to each other. No one asked if this was true. They probably knew about it a long time ago. After all, it was impossible to hide so many zombies, and there was no need to hide it. The soldiers discussed it over and over, but they couldn't come up with an effective solution. Some said they should evacuate, and some said they should divide and annihilate the zombies, but none of them could stand up to scrutiny. Evacuate? Where to evacuate? The migration of 100,000 people is not a joke. Food, supplies, vehicles, fuel and weapons must be prepared in sufficient quantities. Even if all these are available, there will inevitably be many dangers on the road. Whether it is the threat of mutant beasts in the wild or being discovered by the zombies, without the support of city walls and heavy firepower, there will definitely be a lot of casualties, and there is even the possibility of annihilation. Fighting against the zombies, not to mention the problem of casualties, even if you use up all your ammunition, you can't kill half of the millions of zombies in S City. It is not realistic to destroy them separately. The zombies have a keen sense of hearing and smell. If you fight, the noise will be loud. If the number of dead people increases, the bloody smell will become stronger. At that time, it will only attract more zombies and be annihilated by the zombies. The officers could not think of a reasonable solution. Meng Quan had a few wrinkles on his forehead. He shook his head and sighed. Stop, listen to me. I have some clues about the abnormal movement of the zombies this time. What we need to do now is not to retreat or fight, but to find out the reason for the abnormal movement of the zombies. Only by figuring out this, we can know clearly whether to retreat or fight. Fu Chunghua, you, the director of the intelligence department, tell them what you have learned. Meng Quan motioned an officer sitting below him to stand up and speak. Wang Jin had met this man once. He was the officer who invited Wang Jin to the government building. Yes, Fu Chunghua stood up and saluted everyone present. Then he told the intelligence that only a few people in the army knew. According to the instructions of the division commander, after we decided to settle down in Lishan, we sent the top 24 Special Forces soldiers in the army to the vicinity of S City, stationed around the city to monitor the zombies in S City, to prevent the zombies from leaving the city and causing a devastating blow to our base. When Fu Chunghua said this, the officers present suddenly realized, and Lu Yuanwei next to Wang Jin whispered, could it be that I said why those Special Forces masters disappeared? It turned out that they were all sent to S City by the division commander. After everyone digested these words, Fu Chungwa's face showed a trace of sadness, and then said, these Special Forces instructors, the strongest in the army, have died in these 2 months. 15 people have died, but their sacrifice is not meaningless. Just this evening, a Special Forces soldier broke through the encirclement of the zombies and returned to the base, bringing us an important intelligence. Hearing Fu Chungwa's words, the other officers had a hint of sadness on their faces. These people are the wealth of the army. Each of them is a real soldier king in the army, a rare existence, and now 15 people have died, which greatly reduces the top force of the army. Wang Jin also sighed. S City is too dangerous, even though the Special Forces are good at camouflage and lurking, and they are stationed outside the city suburbs for surveillance. But in S City where zombies are everywhere, it is still difficult to guarantee life safety. Zombies have too sensitive hearing and smell. As long as you reveal a flaw, you will be discovered by the zombies and become a meal for the zombies. Fu Chunghua, continue. Meng Quan secretly wiped his face, and the sharp-eyed Wang Jin found that the other party's eyes were a little wet. These Special Forces are all his direct lineage. I don't know how many times they have saved his life and helped him deal with many enemies. It can be said that he is the person with the deepest feelings for the Special Forces. Now these Special Forces have suffered heavy casualties, and he is the saddest person. Fu Chunghua glanced at Meng Quan and continued, according to the intelligence brought back by the Special Forces, there is a reason for the zombie riots out of the city. They observed that a special zombie appeared in City S. This zombie is very strange. He can control and command other zombies. A big factor in the zombie riots out of the city is caused by him. The Special Forces call him. Fu Chunghua took a deep breath and said solemnly, Zombie King. Control other zombies. Zombie King. Lu Yuanwei's face was very ugly. Zombies were scary enough. If there was another zombie that could control the zombies, Lu Yuanwei didn't dare to think about it anymore. An organized zombie group is definitely a nightmare for humans. Zombie King. The other officers also looked embarrassed. After thinking a lot, they didn't expect that the zombie riots were caused by a zombie. Zombie King. Wang Jin silently recited these 3 words in his mind, nodded and said, very vivid, this zombie can control other zombies, command millions of zombies, like the king of zombies, this name is so good. Why do you care about the name now? Lu Yuanwei rolled his eyes. It's time now, his life may be in danger, and he is still entangled in the name issue. Yes, the Zombie King, the Special Forces are actively collecting information about this Zombie King, in order to find out why the Zombie King controls the zombies to go out. But now the zombies around S City are active, and they are preying everywhere under the influence of the Zombie King. In addition, the Special Forces have lost too many people, and it is difficult to detect more information about the Zombie King, so we need to send more troops to support the Special Forces. Fu Chunghua said, but his eyes drifted towards Wang Jin. That's right, we must send reinforcements to S City now, so that we can calm the restlessness of the Zombie King before the zombies find the base, so that the zombies will not continue to approach the base. If possible, it is best to snipe the Zombie King. This is the only feasible way for us now. Meng Quan suddenly interrupted, looking at Wang Jin with a pair of bright eyes and said, and we can't send too many people, so as not to attract the attention of the Zombie King, so the number of reinforcements is small, maybe only one, but the strength of the reinforcements must be strong enough to meet the requirements of monitoring and sniping the zombie king. The other officers followed Meng Quan's gaze and looked at Wang Jin, even Lu Yuanwei, who was sitting next to Wang Jin. Why are you looking at me? Seeing everyone looking at him, Wang Jin's heart skipped a beat, and he secretly thought it was bad. Don't look for me. You should ask someone else for help for such dangerous things. Wang Jin shrank his neck. He didn't want to be a hero. Wang Jin hated the thankless work the most. Wang Jin, if we talk about who is the strongest in the base, it's you except Luo Chang. Luo Chang can't help us, so you know. Lu Yuanwei glanced at Wang Jin, and his expression seemed to be sorry for the heaven and the earth if Wang Jin didn't take action. Wang Jin, the ancients said that those who are capable should work harder. Although your current strength in S City is a little threatening, you should work hard for the base and the 100,000 survivors. You don't want to live a life without a stable place. Fu Chengwo was sincere and played the family card with Wang Jin, even bringing up the ancients. Yes, Wang Jin is relying on you now. You can't let him down at the critical moment. Think about so many innocent people in the base. Wang Jin, can you bear it? Wang Jin, this is the job for you. As long as you succeed, the whole base will remember your kindness. Other officers also persuaded him, looking like Wang Jin was the only one who could do it. Wang Jin was not moved at all. Although he was confident in his own strength, he could not beat the zombies under the protection of nearly 2,000 insect swarms, but he could still escape. But although the danger is not great, there are always exceptions. It's better to be safe than sorry. I'm so idle that I want to be a shit hero. If I have this time, I might as well hunt more to increase my strength. Wang Jin. Meng Quan saw Wang Jin's expression of dying rather than surrendering, but smiled instead, and said with confidence, our army is not asking you to work for nothing. As long as you agree, we will give you 30,000 brain cores as a reward. What do you think? What? 30,000 brain cores? Wang Jin's body shook, his eyes lit up instantly, and a sense of excitement rose quietly from the bottom of his heart. It was time to kill the fat sheep. Everyone present felt that Wang Jin had turned into the most greedy jackal, and he was just about to show his fangs. Although 30,000 brain cores had already made Wang Jin very excited, it would be unfair to his own strength if he didn't kill the fat sheep. At that moment, Wang Jin narrowed his eyes, stretched out 6 fingers, and said cunningly, 60,000, as long as your army bids 60,000, I promise to complete the task for you. Wang Jin directly doubled the price. When everyone present heard it, their faces turned green. There was no need to be so cruel to kill people. No, our army's brain cores are not blown by the wind. I can give you a maximum of 40,000. Meng Quan's face was also a little black, and the doctor who was taking care of him next to him glared at Wang Jin fiercely, don't make the division commander angry. 55,000, as long as you agree, I can prepare to leave for S City now. 50,000, this is already half of our army's brain core reserves, if it's more, I can only ask for help from someone else. Deal. Wang Jin laughed and walked forward, stretched out his hand to shake hands with Meng Quan, his face full of excitement. This time he made money. It took him nearly a month to earn so many brain cores, but now he can get them just by investigating the situation of a zombie. Wang Jin couldn't help but be happy. Meng Quan shook his head and smiled bitterly. If it wasn't related to the life and death of the base this time, he would definitely not give out so many brain cores. Now the situation is critical and he can only use brain cores to exchange for a glimmer of life. Wang Jin, you are so greedy. Now I doubt whether you are my brother. I don't see you like this normally. Lu Yuanwei felt distressed when he thought of so many brain cores. This is all money. It's enough to train 100 mutants for a year. Brother, you don't know. I'm short of money recently. My family can't even afford to eat. So these brain cores are very important to me. I had to take so many of your brain cores this time. Wang Jin was not embarrassed at all. 50,000 brain cores. If he used them to summon velociraptors, he could summon 2,000. If 2,000 velociraptors were placed in front of Wang Jin, could Wang Jin not be greedy? The answer is naturally no. Lu Yuanwei hit Wang Jin on the shoulder and said unhappily, you're just bragging. If you, who harvest mutant beasts every day, can't even afford to eat, then we have to beg on the street. Every family has its own problems. Brother, you don't understand even if I tell you. Wang Chuko prevaricated, causing everyone in the scene to roll their eyes at Wang Jin. It's obviously taking advantage of the situation, but you still have to say it with righteousness. Do you think everyone is a fool? Wang Jin, I'll prepare the brain core for you. Only if you can complete the task, find a way to calm the zombie king, or snipe the zombie king, I will give you all the 50,000 brain cores. If you fail, don't blame me for not giving you the brain core. Meng Quan knocked on the table, reminding Wang Jin to work hard, so as not to end up with nothing. Leave it to me, and rest assured. Wang Jin patted his chest and said confidently, his strength is here, I don't believe that he can't deal with a zombie. That's the best. Meng Quan smiled, as long as the base can be safe, all these efforts are worth it. If the brain core is gone, you can earn it again. If the base is gone, then you will lose everything. Time is urgent, go back and prepare, it's best to set off tomorrow. Meng Quan said to Wang Jin, his eyes revealing anxiety. He will not be at peace until the zombies are resolved. Now his hope is on Wang Jin. Meng Quan naturally wants Wang Jin to resolve the threat of the zombies as soon as possible. Okay, I'll go back and prepare. It's not a problem to set off tomorrow. Wang Jin nodded. If he could solve the problem earlier, he could get the brain core earlier. Wang Jin wanted the brain core more than anyone else. They were all swift beasts. Don't let me down. Meng Quan sent Wang Jin to the door and said to Wang Jin. Sure, Wang Jin said confidently, Zombie King, right. For the brain core, I will come to meet you. Sitting in the soldier's jeep, Wang Jin quickly returned to the villa. When he told the situation, everyone was shocked. Surprised at the threatening situation of the base, and even more surprised that Wang Jin went to S City to take risks for the brain core, which is a paradise for zombies. It is possible to be discovered and surrounded by the zombies at any time, and the life will be in danger. The danger is too great, and everyone persuaded Wang Jin. Wang Jin, it's too dangerous. Why don't we go out hunting? Not to mention safety, we can get a lot of brain core crystal cores. Why take risks? He Xin looked at Wang Jin nervously, worried about Wang Jin's decision. There are millions of zombies in S City. Even if she is confident in Wang Jin's strength, she will feel worried and scared when facing a zombie group of this scale. Wang Jin is her backbone. Without Wang Jin, He Xin doesn't know how to survive. Don't worry, don't you know my strength? Wait for me for a while, I will definitely return to the base intact, don't worry. Wang Jin looked at He Xin, who was red-eyed and trying hard to hold back tears, and felt an inexplicable pain in his heart, and hurriedly comforted her. Woo, uncle, Wenwen doesn't want you to leave, Wenwen is scared. Just then, a small figure hugged Wang Jin's thigh, with a cute little face crying. It was the elf Wenwen in the team. Wenwen, don't cry, uncle has something to do and will be back soon. You and your mother wait for a few days. Uncle will come back as soon as he finishes his work. Uncle will bring you delicious food. Wang Jin held Wenwen in his arms, wiped away Wenwen's tears, and coaxed the little girl. Uncle, you must come back. Wenwen will miss you. Wenwen doesn't want to eat. Woohoo, uncle, you must come back soon. Wang Jin's food didn't work. Wenwen still cried non-stop, holding Wang Jin's clothes tightly with her little hands, fearing that Wang Jin would never come back. In Wenwen's young heart, Wang Jin is much more important than food. Compared with food, Wenwen wants this uncle who loves her not to leave. Wenwen, who has no fatherly love since childhood, has long regarded Wang Jin as her father after meeting Wang Jin, especially in the cruel environment of the end of the world. He Xin, hold Wenwen. No matter what Wang Jin said, he couldn't comfort the little girl, so he could only hand her over to He Xin. Wang Jin, be careful. Li Yu was as cold as ever. When she heard Wang Jin was heading to the crisis-ridden city S, she just said it casually. Only in the depths of her eyes could one see a trace of worry. Li Yu didn't want to affect Wang Jin's mood. The best comfort was to let him maintain his victory. I will. Wang Jin nodded to Li Yu. The two looked at each other tacitly, as if they could see each other's thoughts deep in their hearts. Brother Wang, Brother Wang, Brother Wang. He Yushi, Jia Ding and others were about to speak, but Wang Jin stretched out his hand to interrupt them. No need to say more, I have made up my mind. You will live in Lu Yuanwai's military camp for a while. I am worried that the Mutant Alliance will retaliate against you while I am away. Just in case, you will live in the military camp these days. You are also familiar with Lu Yuanwei, and he will take good care of you when the time comes. Wang Jin was a little worried about the safety of Li Yu and others. The Mutant Alliance would definitely not miss this opportunity, so Wang Jin mentioned this to Lu Yuanwei before returning, and Lu Yuanwei agreed immediately. Wang Jin is half an ally of the army, and now he has something to ask of Wang Jin. Lu Yuanwei will certainly not refuse this little thing. Seeing Wang Jin's determined face, He Yushi and others knew that it was useless to persuade him. They could only nod and agree silently, and they were quite moved. Wang Jin had already thought about the safety of himself and others when he set out. He was really a leader worth following. The military camp is different from our team. There are many rules in it. Be obedient after you go in and don't make things difficult for Lu Yuanwei. Wang Jin glared at He Yushi and Jia Ding, worried that the two guys would rely on their reputation to do nothing in the military camp and ruin the reputation of the team. Don't worry, Brother Wang, we will definitely stay in the military camp and not go anywhere until you come back. He Yushi's eyes were red and his voice was a little choked. That's right, Brother Wang, we are waiting for your good news and will never cause trouble. Jia Ding patted his big belly and looked a little sad. They had long been accustomed to Wang Jin's leadership. Now that Wang Jin is leaving, they really can't adapt. It's good that you understand. Wang Jin nodded with satisfaction, looked down at his watch, and ordered everyone, pack your things, I'll take you to the military camp later. Yes, everyone shouted, accepted the last order from Wang Jin, packed up and followed Wang Jin to the military camp. An hour later, 2 dump trucks carried Wang Jin and his party to the military camp. After talking with Lu Yuanwei for a few words, Wang Jin put everyone in the military camp and drove a dump truck out of the military camp. After preparing some supplies, he would set off at dawn tomorrow to the unknown city S. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.